Hello, everyone. Oh, I've already showed you the wrong screen. Hello, everyone. Welcome to a very special, very extended live stream event. We are here today to discuss, to celebrate, to uh, ramble endlessly, ceaselessly. You know how I am. I always get nervous on the live streams. We are here to ramble unending about the Corpse War of 1793. Um, it has been quite a journey so far. It has been a wonderful, wonderful time. I have already been incredibly blown away by the support for this particular live stream. We'll get into that soon enough. Um, and well, I guess I should talk a little bit about what the actual plan is for the day. Um, we're going to be here for quite some time. There is a lot to cover. I have made a brief little last minute change because I wanted to make sure that I have enough time to actually go through all the sections and things I want to discuss. Um, for that reason, I decided to cut out the Weapons of the Corpse War like lecture talk thing because I think I need more time to prepare for that. I want to be able to put in a lot more production value and have a more a more in-depth conversation, right? And that will then allow me to expand the time that is dedicated to the art competition. That will allow me to expand the time for the Q&A and for the interview, and it'll just be smoother altogether, right? So we will do that another day, but otherwise everything else is more or less going to be the same. Think of this, I suppose, it's not so much a digital book launch, but it is a digital book celebration and a celebration of the community of people who have enjoyed it. And if it goes well, we will do more things like this in the future, to be sure. I'll share a little bit about the story of the book so far, how things have been going, and where I'm expecting us to go. Then we're going to talk a very little bit about the other reason why we're here today, which is to raise money for a wonderful charitable cause. And then we will probably actually a little bit ahead of schedule, thankfully, but we will get right into the Waterloo. I'm sorry, we'll get right into the art competition. No, David. The artwork is still. Trust me, that's going to be like the main feature of the evening is showing off everyone's artwork. Um, let's see. Okay. So first things first. Yes, the story so far. So I have like all my notes on a piece of paper there, and it's a bit of a scribbled, scrawling mess. So I need to try and keep track of what I'm actually going to be doing and when. The story so far. So the book itself actually launched on December 1st last year. Effectively December 2nd because it was like a really late hour, really early hour. It was a weird time zone. But from that point, of course, I was extraordinarily blown away by the level of support, the level of enthusiasm people have had for the book, not only from my own audience, but especially from the Guts and Black Powder community. Shout out to them. Very, very much appreciated. Um, Overall, I think we are currently at around 2,000 some odd sale. I haven't actually looked up the exact figure recently, but we're hovering around 2,000. And the audiobook, I am glad to say, the audiobook is going to be finished probably in the next 2 or 3 days here. I have all the final files. I just have some last minute edits that I have to go through, and we'll be publishing it soon enough. In fact, in this live stream, we're also going to have a little bit of a preview of the audiobook. So you'll get to hear a little bit of the narrator's voice. You'll get to get a feel for the pacing of it all, and we can give feedback and everything as well, of course, for any last-minute tweaks and changes that may be made. The Let's see, what else was there? Oh, right. The other thing, of course, is that I learned. Originally I was planning on talking a lot about the actual writing process here, about the editing process, how I went about things, how I did the research, things like that. But actually, a lot of the questions that I got on the Q&A portion were about all of those things, which I probably should have expected that they would be. But because so many of the questions are already about that, we're going to save that conversation for a later point. For now, I will just say that it was well, it was a rather extraordinary journey. It lasted about a little over a year, I think, even closer to 2 years maybe. Between first putting pen to paper and actually winding up with a finished novel. I could get all sappy and thank all the people, along the way who made it all possible, but we can save that for later on as well, I suppose. The Trying to think about what to say next. It's yeah, I'll talk about the process later on, but for now, just as far as announcements go, I guess I'll put it this way: there is now a second edition of the book out, because something that I realized is, after going through the book on the computer and editing it and editing and editing so many times, and getting just sick and tired of the darn thing by the end of all of that, even still, when you actually get the physical print copy in hand and you read through, it's like, oh, there's actually a lot more typos than I thought there were. There are a lot more little errors and mistakes here and there. So thankfully, I was able to now go through and finally correct all of those. The second edition is I learned a couple of, now there's a nice, like, more blank page in the very beginning, so I can sign the book more easily. The glossary of terms is at the beginning of the book now instead of at the end, so people actually know that it's there. The margins are a lot tighter, etc., etc. Yeah, this is going to be now the final, definitive, copy of the book. So if you order the book now on any platform, this is the version that you will get. I think the cover's a little bit smoother. Even on the back, you can see I think I sort of cleaned up the the blood stains going down now as opposed to up, which, come to think, doesn't really make all that much sense. But yes, that is that. Second edition is now out. Audiobook is going to be out fairly soon, and that then, when it's all done, will conclude the Corpse War of 1793 and pave the way for many bigger projects in the future, some of which, yes, will be Corpse War related. But again, people have asked about that in the Q&A, so we will wait for that to come around before we get into the really in-depth details. Anamalakaris, let's go first edition owners. Yes. In fact, most of you will be first edition owners because, again, it took me a while to get around to actually update the darn thing before I even realized how many typos there were. And people were so incredibly supportive and enthusiastic for it. And it is very, very moving altogether. Did you consider anybody else's artwork for the actual book before Kyle's? He did an excellent job, by the way. He did do an excellent job. I obviously thought, about what sort of look I wanted, what sorts of artists would be good. Kyle was one of the first ones to come to my mind because, we speak on the regular, we've become friends over the last however long we've known each other. So it was a pretty natural step, I think. He was also willing to, work at a little bit of a better rate until I could get things going as far as the Kickstarter and everything. So, it all worked out there. But we'll talk a little bit more about artwork because there's big developments for artwork in the future as well. I honestly love the little mistakes in the first edition. It gives it personality. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's fair. Do I think that I will voice an audiobook version in the future? I'm not planning on it. Maybe for like a special edition type thing way down the road. But for now, it's I got someone who's much more professional at it than I am. We'll go with that. Okay. Now, before we really launch into things full and proper, it's actually, this whole intro thing is actually taking me a lot less time than I thought it would. So that's actually good. We'll be able to start the art competition early, and that should hopefully mean that we are, that we're on a good track for everything in the future. In fact, I'm going to edit. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a quick, how do I edit? Where is the ability to edit the stream settings? Whatever, we'll do that during the break maybe, but I'll readjust the schedule to make it more accurate to what we're going to be looking at. In any case, one important note as we go forward with talking about this book. Obviously, some people who are here will have read and finished the whole thing. Some people will have not picked it up at all, but they are planning to do so in the future. Spoilers will be a possibility. In fact, there'll be a real threat during this live stream, and so I have prepared. Is it? There we are, yes. So whenever you see this little boy up there in the corner, I have a button that I push to have him show up. It's wonderful. Whenever that button appears in the corner, you know that I am talking about a spoiler of some sort. You should mute the live stream and only unmute it again when... There we go. When the button, when the image disappears. Yes, that drawing was one of the many art competition submissions, and we are very, very thankful to have that. It's a lot of fun. It's one of the less serious ones. Most of them were very dark and serious. This is a more comedic one. It's very, very fun. I'm a very big fan of it. Yeah, so that's going to be your indication, right, that you need to back out if you don't want spoilers, and then you can come back. As far as anything like gore and whatnot before the art competition, I have little warning screens beforehand to say, hey, if you don't want to see anything bloody, like this next picture is going to be super bloody, come back in another however many minutes. Otherwise, we are not here, my friends, solely for ourselves, solely to celebrate and praise the Corpse War of 1793. We are also here for a charitable cause called Waterloo Uncovered. If you follow the link in the description down below, or if you follow the QR code up there in the corner of the screen, you will find a link to a Just Giving fundraiser. Waterloo Uncovered is an organization, long story short, that invites modern day, real life, military veterans out to archaeological digs at the battlefield of Waterloo. It combines a modern day veterans care program with historical research and archaeology. They have actually made some rather remarkable discoveries and uncoverings in recent years. It isn't just a hobbyist endeavor as far as archaeologists goes. They're doing real research and providing real value. In fact, a couple of years ago, they found, I believe it was only the second or something like that, full-scale horse skeleton at the battlefield of Waterloo, like a full, not split up, we'll say, horse skeleton at the battlefield. And again, if you're interested in following and learning more about their work, you'll find a description down below. But indeed, yeah, I couldn't find a good gift for zombies. So maybe a Minecraft zombie. It's cutesy, it's silly, it's nothing too intense. Indeed, whenever you do make a donation, you will find that little image pops up. We've had £5 from Rhino. No message associated with it, but of course, as usual, if you do leave a donation to this wonderful cause, and you leave a message for it, I will read it off in the stream, and we'll sing your praises for a little while. So Rhino, thank you very much. Off to a wonderful start with a good £5. I'm just realizing now, oh, it did update. Okay, good. I thought that the little counter up there didn't update at first. Like, oh no. The super chat, yes, indeed. For that reason, the super chat is disabled for this live stream because we are fundraising for the charity. Do not give me money, give them money. Again, you'll find the link in the description down below. Is there going to be a reprinting of the Corpse War? I missed the first run. My friend, there are no runs. There are no printings. It's a print on demand. So when you place an order, a copy for you is printed up and put into the mail. It takes a little bit longer, but that way I don't have to worry about, warehousing a great big, crates full of books anywhere, right? So, with all of that, then, we're actually very far ahead of schedule, but I suppose that's going to be a good thing because we'll probably have more time altogether. All right, so I should also point out that, let me move this over here. I should point out to everyone that there we are. Set that up, and we did. What was I going to point out? I was going to point something out. and I've completely lost it. I wish I could do sign it. I wish I could sign all your books here because that would be. Oh, that's what I was going to do. If you submitted a question, if you submitted a piece of artwork, obviously at some point I had to cut off the submission, and that was actually only a few minutes before the live stream began. But of course, if you go and you submit a question, or if you email me a piece of artwork now during the stream, I will not be able to answer it and show it off. I can do so in a future live stream, but for now, what we've got is what we've got. So with that all being said, I think that I've prefaced things enough, and we can actually get started. First of all, with the Corpse War of 1793 digital gallery. All of your fan arts, everyone that has submitted a piece in some fashion or another, I've got most of you here. If I did miss anyone, then I do apologize severely and significantly. But again, if I did, just shoot me an email and we will get you in a future live stream, because I'm planning on doing more art gallery streams in the future. I actually had a few people submit to me submit artwork that was not really related to the Corpse War, and we're going to be showing them off in a future live stream anyway. So there's going to be a future live stream for artwork. So if I did miss your piece, again, I apologize. There was a lot more actually that I had to manage and handle than I ever thought that there was going to. I thought I would get like 5 submissions, if we ended up getting more, in fact, than 40, because some of these are doubled up, and so it became a little bit more tricky to manage than I thought it would be. But in any case, we go now. I should be able to just click. Yes, indeed. Now, heads up, everyone. Of course, as you will be well aware, this is a zombie book. It deals with some rather nasty, gross, unfortunate events. There's nothing like, well, there's very little that's like crazy gory in here. But if there are going to be any images that are particularly bloody or disturbing in some way, then of course I will let you know. And again, as I mentioned before, if I'm going to mention something that contains a spoiler, then oh, hold on. No. Oh, I just realized a little the spoiler hotkey is also the forward button. That's no good. Let me let me just go and actually correct that now, because I do want to be able to. I didn't realize that the forward arrow would well, go forward in the. I guess, come to think of it, that should be obvious to me, but here we are. Slideshows. We're just gonna make the spoiler warning. We're gonna make it. We'll do. I guess I can't do that one. We'll do that. Okay. We will do that button. Test it out. Okay. Very good. And we are back. As always, keep an eye out for that right there, because that's going to be the indication that something contains a spoiler. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, with all of that, let us just dive right on in. We can get started with the first piece of fan art, and badoo. So first of all, we actually have this piece came in literally before the book was even finished. This came out when I announced the book. Someone put together basically was it Garry's Mod? In some video game, they put together like a digital scene of what they envisioned a part of the book might look like. And it was... oh, right. Okay, hold on. One more thing I wanted to cover. I should point out that as we go through the artwork, I've already seen, in fact, a number of people in the chat say things like, oh, I'm looking forward to seeing my piece up there. It's awful, though. Oh, mine art isn't very good. And trust me, I understand the desire to sort of like talk oneself down in order to not feel like we're trying to be something that we're not or whatever. But I want to be very, very I want to be very clear about this, right? there was not a single piece of art. This is why it reminded me, because the next one, that's what I was going to start mentioning, is there was not a single piece of artwork that I have received for this gallery competition thing, whether it was, even before the idea came about, or for this stream specifically, emailed to me and such. There's not a single piece of artwork that I received that did not put the biggest smile on my face. That was not just incredibly, just fantastic to see, humbling in a way, exciting to see, to realize that anyone put any amount of time into creating something, especially when they weren't getting paid for it, because of the simple fact that they enjoyed something that I wrote, or were interested in the concept as I put it forward. I see we're also getting some more donations in for the... we will go through and we'll do the Waterloo Uncovered donations sort of in chunks, if that makes sense, if that's fair. But it's all incredible, right? In some way or another, it is all incredible. Now, yes, some individuals, of course, are further along in their artistic journey than others. Some people have put, many, 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 many years into practicing an art, and some people are just getting started. And that's completely fine. It's ultimately, what they say is comparison is the thief of joy. If you are thinking that if you see one piece and you think, oh man, I wish I could do that, and you're looking at what you do and say, oh, I'm not at that level yet, well, that's exactly it. You're not at that level yet. There's all the time in the world, right? It's just a matter of practice. It's a trade. It's a skill as well as an art. It's nothing that cannot be attained given time and commitment. And ultimately as well, right, is, everyone has their own unique style, their own unique voice. And just because, your specific style, your specific voice, whatever, doesn't match up with someone else's, doesn't mean that it isn't also incredibly valuable and important and worthwhile to explore. So just try to keep all of that in mind as we go through. There's a very wide range of, of styles on display here. And at least for my part, I was incredibly happy to receive all of it. Incredibly happy to receive. I mean, you should see the way that I ran to family and friends and be like, I got another submission, look at this one. So all right, with that we can finally, yes, this one, the first piece that I saw, someone submitted it, but when the book was first announced, what they envisioned a scene might look like, and actually it is actually very similar to a scene in the book, in the Battle of Stolem, because the initial outbreak, there we go. The initial outbreak, as you will probably, as you may remember, as you may be aware, it takes place in a market square during a fire. I love little details of, you have the horde approaching. Some of them, we can get rid of that now. Some of them are ex-soldiers who have been turned. You have townsmen. The photo's a little bit grainy here just because of the copy that I pulled away. You have the cannon loaded and ready to go. It's a very large cannon for a scene like this, but that's okay. It's beside the point. The officer there, leveling the sword, ordering the men to fire. That must be, I suppose, Lieutenant Farwell, having the men fire into the crowd, and it's really not gonna end all that well for them. And now there are, of course, little distinctions, little differences between how it happens in the book, barricade and whatnot there. But yeah, this was the first time that I saw that I saw a piece that really started getting me excited for everything. Okay, we can carry on now. Now this one was not actually submitted for the art competition, was not sent to me in any way. In fact, the only reason why I saw this incredible piece is because I incessantly Google my name and the book trying to find things like this. And again, this was a very, very early piece that really started telling me ooh, I might have some, people are actually liking this, people actually enjoy this world. So Frederick 1, you'll find this image if you search for the Corpse War 1793 Reddit, and then you'll find it on the Guts and Black Powders Reddit server. But once again, everyone, I am going to put up the spoiler because these are all characters from the book, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about who these characters are in case it is not incredibly obvious. Number one, we have John, if I remember right from his list. John, who is really looking quite spooked, and he's not having a good time at all. As opposed to Bennett, number two, with his big toothy grin. One of the only real descriptors that I have for the characters in the book is that Bennett has a toothy grin and big teeth. He's having a great time. At least up until, you know, the thing happens. And then we have Captain Lawrence, who, his placid professionalism and all, but unfortunately he got a little hurt there, and his color is looking a little starting to fade a little bit there. I don't know, maybe I'm sure he'll be fine. You know what? We just gotta get Captain Lawrence into a house or something, into some show. We'll let him rest a little bit. We'll find some medicine, and he'll be fine, guys. He'll be totally cool by the end of it. Just give him some time. Just give him some rest. And of course, number 4. Speaking of, Captain Lawrence needing some rest. Number 4, we have the old man, unnamed character. There are quite a number of unnamed characters in the book, but we have the old man from the home that they initially take shelter in. With the beard there, you can tell, I don't specify that he has a beard in the book, I never envisioned it that way myself, but with the beard, at least, I think it's an interesting portrayal because it indicates, not only age, but really just a lack of caring. In the 18th century Anglo-American world, facial hair, really not a thing, unless you are infirm or crazy or impoverished. The old man is just beaten down, worn by life, and he doesn't really, he doesn't think he's going to survive, and he's okay with that fact. Perhaps he'll be going to join his wife at the end of it all. But number 5, a far more unfortunate character. We have another unnamed one, the woman whom the narrator finds, and likewise, I'm sure she has a perfectly fine time. She enjoys herself. Very happy ending. No comments there whatsoever. Sergeant Alan Wilkes, we'll all remember as the daring dragoon sergeant who meets up with the narrator during the, during the ending stages of the sequences inside of Stolum itself. He helps the main character to escape, and he provides something of companionship, and that he's one of the only ones who really actually understands what's happening in the city, right? And he's one of the only other ones who can really relate, having lost pretty much all of his comrades. Not all of them, but very nearly all of them. And then finally, here on the bottom, we actually have all three of these images are the main character. They are the narrator. In number 11, we have the narrator at the very, very start. A simple private man. He's heckin' terrified. He doesn't know what he's doing. And he's just trying his best to survive. Number 1.2, I guess, yeah, not 11, but 1.2. That's 1 as well, but 1.2, whatever. Here we have the narrator as a sergeant during the Battle of Stolum itself. He has his pike, and he is, ready to avenge his comrades, more or less. He's still quite frightened, but he has those moments of relative of courage and such. And then 1.3 is the poor narrator, long after the fact. He, sorry, can you close the door? Sorry, thank you. Long after the Battle of Stolum, once again, he's lost parts of his nose. He's all scarred up in the face. He's lost an eye. He's lost an arm. How he's actually standing, I don't know. Maybe he's maybe he's in the process of falling over now as we speak. But of course, as we all know, he really does not have a good time by the end. Boop. And there we have the end of the spoilers. So now if you can unmute, you can come back to us if you didn't want to learn about, exactly who all of these different characters are and why they look the way they do and what their stories are. But we can move on. I've cried many tears for the poor narrator. Oh. Colleen. Spectacular work. She has made a number of community tab posts over the last couple of months now. Long before the art competition was ever announced. It's just someone who was particularly passionate, enjoyed the story, and put some amazing work in for it all. I'll go through some of the like vague scenes, but we'll avoid any like major spoilers here, just like the basic, outline of things. First of all, we have Captain Lawrence and Major Bray in the streets of Stolem, in the alleyway. You'll know that scene if you've read the book. I absolutely love sort of like, you can sort of see Major Bray's horse is like the way that I envision all of these like squibs and everything, sort of like the chaos of that. But you have him, looking over the, maybe this is Major Bray actually, because he's a little higher up than the others, so maybe he's mounted. But either way, you have an officer, right, of some sort or another, looking over the heads of the men. They're shaking, they're aiming down their sights, and they're starting to realize, ooh, this is not going our favor. Here we have, I believe this is Ensign Tell's last stand, sort of the initial outbreak in the market square. You have men dropping the water buckets because they're trying to put out the fires. It's chaos. Everyone's racing all around, fixing bayonets. I love this addition. This is a later addition to the piece. That's a really, really cool touch. Men are confused. They're racing all around. It's very, very good. You have people struggling on the bottom there. And then here we have more of a zoom-in close-up of one of those engagements. The corpses charging in from the side in all sorts of disarray and flailing limbs. And the men, some of them are about to fire. Some of them are at the charged bayonets. Everyone is unsure of themselves. They're unsteady. Will they survive? Probably not. We have, at the Battle of Stolem, we have the artillery conducting a last stand of some sort. We have, presumably, a great horde of the devils just unseen through, not drawn, coming on. But we have one artilleryman with a carbine ready to fire into the crowd. We have one man who presumably was at once reloading, instead using, whether it's the rammer or a mallet or a spade, because the artillery had a couple spades with them, whatever it is, bashing down into a corpse that presumably fell over the Gabion wall at some point. I honestly, I like the fact that it's unfinished because it leaves something to the imagination. You can sort of picture how the scene might be going, and what might be resulting in what we're looking at. This one's much more obvious, of course, men running away while a comrade is, presumably struggling with a bite or a tear, or maybe he was even shot by an ally lying on the ground. I just, again, very, very kinetic. I think someone in the chat used that word. It's very dynamic, very Connecticut. Very kinetic. Connecticut. It's not. All right. Very kinetic as the men are running away, fleeing, and you can sort of feel the, you can feel the chaos of the moment in a piece like this, which I really, really enjoy. And then finally, we have sort of another scene, I like to think, from the artillery battle here, maybe at a later stage, is one man is maybe trying to go over, and maybe this is a comrade saying, no, don't do it, don't, maybe a comrade is over here getting bitten and dying and everything, and he's going to try and save him, but then a friend is like, no, don't do it. Alternatively, maybe a corpse came over the Gabion wall. Maybe this is an enemy coming up from behind. This guy is grappling with someone to his front, and all of a sudden there's an enemy coming up from the other side, pulling him down. That's another possibility. We have someone here who's aiming through to try and fire through the Gabion, through the chaos. It's open to the interpretation, which again I love. Very, very cool pieces as like a whole set, as a whole series here. And I kind of like the like semi-finished, semi-unfinished state. It makes it feel very much like like it could have come from the time period, right? It's very appropriate in that way. David does mapping. I think he was in the chat. I saw that name earlier in the chat at the very least. Lovely little addition, a little bit more of a fun one, I think. I love the It's like the zombie's like a little bit more cheerful here. It kind of looks like he's smiling, although obviously our main character here is none too happy with whatever is being smiled about by the undead. It looks like it may have actually been a child because of the size and everything. Unfortunately, indeed, there are multiple instances in the book you'll remember of children turning, coming back from the dead, and actually that does result in some rather unique challenges, not only psychologically but literally physically, because they are so much smaller. They're able to, get in through the ranks in places that maybe the greater flesh tide is not able to penetrate. So here, apparently, one of them managed to come up right from behind, and he's really not having that good of a time for it. So some love for David Does Mapping. Thank you very much as well for your submission. Chicken Man and his brother. This is the first piece that we saw, submitted by him, apparently by his brother. Created in Roblox, I believe, probably in Guts and Black Powder, or at the very least just with Roblox. Oh no, because these are 18th century, not Napoleonic. But whatever the exact medium was, I don't know. But it's in Roblox. We got the zombies charging in down from the alleyway, and then of course the line of infantry, Major Bray's company, ready for the street firings. I'm sure likewise, they'll have a great time. I'm probably going to tell that joke many, many times while we're sitting here today, but I'm sure they're going to have a spectacular time. Lovely, lovely piece. And then we have, this is a really cool one. So this is less like, well, it's not a drawing or a painting or anything. It's a composition from existing images via Canva, which I think is really cool. A line that Chicken, if I remember right, I see you're in the chat, specifically said was meaningful in some way. His hand bled with how tightly he held the crucifix. You may remember from the very end of the book. I won't comment more on that because I don't want to spoil the full context, but this is sort of a portrayal of the aftermath of everything. Yes, I'm fully zoomed out. Very good. I love the color as well in this one, that the fires of Stolum, reflecting on everything. And actually, apparently, Chicken Man's work, inspired, if I remember right from the conversation that they had in the chat, was a bit of inspiration to some random channel who also created a graphic via Canva. We have the red coat there aiming down, and a great deal of targets presenting themselves in the flesh tide. So on the bright side, he really won't be able to miss. On the negative side, I love the skull that we have just like faded away here in the back. Very, grim, very, very dark reminder. The Corpse War of 1793. Something actually that's pretty cool about this is the way that I often describe the flesh tide in the book is that once you get a certain I gotta speak more slowly. I'm here for a long time today. I gotta slow down my speech a little bit. But the way that I often describe the flesh tide is that when you get a certain number of them all sort of congealed right into a singular great mass, it sort of takes on a different atmosphere entirely, right? It's all flashing limbs and flailing arms and corpses throwing themselves forward, trying to get at their prey, while then other corpses come up behind them over top of them. And so you literally take on this rolling attitude where they're constantly reaching forward and snapping with their arms and with their limbs. You can actually see a rather like inconsistency in the hands here. I don't know if this was purposeful or accidental or not, but that's another thing that's very heavily described in the book, is the fact that when these corpses are reanimated, they don't have any sense about them. They aren't like, oh, look, a person over there, I'm going to reach and grab at them and then pull them over. They don't have that intelligence. It's merely every part of their body cracking and snapping and acting more or less independently of every other part, just with the singular unifying desire to get at the thing that's alive, right? And so it's a very irregular motion that they have, right? I need to low-key change my username. Well, we appreciate the submission all the same. Very good. Now, here's the first name that I will not be able to properly pronounce, which I apologize for, but Bubsovi? Bubsovi? I think it's Polish. I don't know. I apologize for that, but stellar pieces as well. We'll start with this one over here. We have, looks like sort of a pencil sketch of one fella really not having a good time at all, sort of reaching up, weeping, overwhelmed in the chaos of it all. It looks like he's got a pretty nasty scrape there from something that hit him. There's a blood stain over there. In fact, there's a sash there. I think this might be our narrator, might be the main character, in the Battle of Stolem, presumably. And here we have an artillery gun, an artillery piece, blasting away into a great, pardon me, a great mass of the enemy, of the oncoming corpses. We actually have a few of the bodies flying, and it's a little bit more comedic over here, I think, than the rest of the portion. But yeah, you know, blasting away, sending them all flying. We have, it actually looks like there might be hints of something reaching in there, maybe. But we definitely have a couple of bodies, whether they are dead and simply draped over the side, or perhaps more likely they are corpses who have piled up against the gabion wall on the other side and are literally throwing themselves over the top, simply flopping over and, you know, slowly falling over into where the character here is. So he'd better move, because he's about to be in for a pretty bad time. Then looking on over here, we have a more colorful piece, sort of a, I don't know how you describe this, like, style. It reminds me of, like, an old Flash game, is what I think. Like an old, like, what was it, like Congregate or whatever is that website where you'd find all, like, the old Flash games. Reminds me of that really heavily. He actually he specified in a comment how he spent a good amount of time trying to figure out how to make it to look like the cannon actually had some force behind it when it was fired. You could see it sort of bouncing up a little bit. You know, the motion of the wheels there are going. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Oh, Andrew, that's a good. Sorry, so my brother texted me. He made a submission later on. It's a different. That would have been a good idea. I completely forgot about that as well. I apologize, but well, yeah, maybe next time. Anyways, we have wonderful again kinetic motion for the cannon there. We see the men having pulled the lanyard to fire the thing. He's actually looking quite confident. He was very stern, very no nonsense, very stiff upper lip. He's going to take care of these undead foes. Yes, quite indeed. And there we have the corpses who don't seem to mind the artillery fire all that much. Maybe our character here simply accepted his fate because they are right about to get him. I love how one of them has a bandage, which indicates that he was injured at some point by the corpses. There was a hope that he would be all right. And then obviously he was not all right. We have the broken and the bloodied limbs. We have the different, the head lolling forward because maybe something happened to the neck that it can't keep it upright, or maybe it's just thrashing up and down as they, saunter and scroll their way forward. Again, a wonderful, wonderful piece. Thank you very much for the submission. Funny trying to play off his clone as a brother. We'll never mind.
Takes 2 cannonballs.
Oh, right.
Takes 2
Wait. Also, I forgot. Oh, goodness me. I'm trying to.
Takes.
Okay, I'll just do it this way. Also, same individual made an edit. Yeah, I'll put the headset on so I can actually hear it. He made an edit of He made an edit for it. I guess that's just the only. That's the best way to describe it.
Takes 2 cannonballs and close-ranged canister to put the devil down for good.
All was silent as the grave.
So a little sillier there. I love the all was silent as the grave. Very, very good. very fun. And yes, thank you for all of your submissions, one way or another. Video or audio, or video or image. I keep on
Takes
hitting
two
the same
cannonballs.
thing. Oh, okay. I'm not missing one,
Takes-
am I?
Takes
No. Oh, okay, very good. Sorry. Sometimes my mouse double clicks. I want to make sure I'm not missing a piece. From Rhett, we have Hold Fast to the Colors. We have actually one of the very few pieces submitted that really played into like the psychological element of like one of the few pieces submitted that really plays into the psychological element of how towards the end the narrator is starting to like lose like a sense of what's real and what's not. He's starting to lose a sense of himself. A lot of that is owing to obviously the extreme trauma and privation of what he experienced as a result of his injuries that he's been experiencing, and also the result of just extreme sleep deprivation. Like if you like go through and keep track of how many days go by in the novel, it's really not a very long time. But the narrator gets very, very little by way of actual rest throughout the whole story. And then, of course, by the end of the book, he's in an even worse state, right? So overall, I can remove that now. So overall, yeah, a great piece to show just sort of like the madness of the war. I love the swirling that's taking place all around him. Maybe it's the smoke of battle that's obscuring his vision. Maybe it's just his own psyche that's like, completely going in circles. I often describe it, I think, as like a how do I describe it? There's some particular turn of phrase that I use of like racing nothingness, or like very fast moving nothingness or whatever. I don't know, but he's going crazy a little bit, and we really see that reflected quite well here. I'm going to post the finished artwork to the community tab because I didn't finish the Bastion bit for this one. I'd say feel free to post it on the community tab. I'd love to see it, and we can show it off the next live stream like this as well, to be sure. The narrator suffering from spoilers. Yes, exactly. Let's take a quick moment now, everyone, to say thank you to all of those who are giving money for the charity. Saint Moses, his bag of sand on Just Giving, has given $5. Thank you very much, sir. Thank poor young John. I am only on the second chapter of the Corpse War, and John's weeping feels real. Poor young John, indeed. Don't grow too attached to John, if I'm going to offer a little spoiler. But I'm glad that the emotions are, are connecting in some way. If you are sad by the fate of a character, or if you were, excited at something that's happening in the book, that means that I've done my job very well, and I really appreciate it. It's very, very much appreciated. So, yes, indeed. That leaves us, as you will all see, with 163 pounds raised all together. Whether or not we'll actually hit the final end goal that we have, well, that that has yet to be seen. But there's plenty of time yet for it all. Remember, everyone, it is for a wonderful cause, and you will find a link in the description down below if you are so inclined. We can forge on. Here we have a very fun piece. You'll recognize this one as we've shown. You'll recognize him as the spoiler warning. Here we have, and well, there's a little bit of a spoiler here, but it's chapter 3, whatever. I guess I'll put this up. But yes, of course, Bennett does not have a very good time. He does convert, as it were. He does turn into one of the things. He's looking a little worse for wear. I love the like we even have the little detail of the cockade and the hat, the wiry hair that's all messed up and everything. A little bit skull-like, so he seems to have decayed a little bit faster than you would otherwise expect. But the torn coat, the jagged arm movements, it's very, very good. This piece, then, we can remove that. We'll do this. This piece, then, I'm not sure if it's meant to be a specific scene or not, but it is a lot of fun. It's an awful lot of fun. We have certainly one way to deal with the choleric dead. Although I'm not sure it'll be all too terribly effective in the end. Hopefully things work out for that character. Now, this piece by Venom is the one that you may be wondering, why is it in this particular live stream? Because this is not a scene from the book. Well, this is sort of a more theoretical scene of a ship of the line, I was told, bombarding an overrun fortification. You can see the, all the various shot with the... I actually like how you have the little bits of, tracing the arc of the shots, because that was a very common thing to see in historic artwork. It's very, very common to, for some reason or another, they would always have little lines indicating where the balls are going, maybe just as a way to make it, there's the word again, make things seem a little bit more kinetic. So now, if this is not a scene in the specific book, well, why am I including it in this live stream specifically, which is intended to be more about, the Corpse War of 1793? Well, because it will relate to a sequel. In fact, there are going to be a few scenes in a sequel novel that is planned that will look very, very similar to this. Perhaps in the West Indies. This is an idea thrown out there, so always a possibility. I do like the detail of the rigging and the masts as well. Similarly, this one is, also, it's not specifically related to the Corpse War itself, but just a fun little, it's like, think of it like an offshoot fan fiction kind of deal. He portrayed a sort of a bit of Swedish headgear lost and abandoned after an outbreak in Malmo, which I'm probably horrifically mispronouncing, but sort of like what if it happened in Sweden around Christmas Eve, outbreak in the city, the army comes in, but because of some disorder and drunkenness and everything before the battle, they're totally left unprepared, and so when the corpses attack them, they're completely slaughtered to a man, and there's a bombardment scene. He gave like a little email sort of describing what he envisioned for this piece right here, the lone, forgotten headgear at the very end of it all. Very, very good. Brian, here we have actually one of the first ones with, the where you can see more of their work. This one actually as well was given a name. Most pieces did not get a name, but this is a really good name. The Demonic Impendence. Like, ooh, I wish that I had thought of that, because that's a really, really good name for a piece, isn't it? We have, the fires of Stolem raging behind. We have the mad, blank gaze of the eyes. We have the crooked, crackling fingers reaching forward, in unitary cause to tear into the flesh of whatever is waiting on the other side. Judge Holden, is that you? It does have a little bit of that feeling, doesn't it? Seems like indeed, once upon a time, he was a fairly well-to-do individual. You can see a very nice, fine cocked hat. Maybe even, actually, it could be a wig. If this is a wig, then yeah, he could be a magistrate of some sort or another. The finer coat there, the nice waistcoat would sort of emphasize the point. Nice white stockings and everything. But, well, alas, it would seem that the judge was judged and found wanting or something. I don't know, there's something to be said for that. The magistrate was found wanting. I don't know. He's not doing so hot anymore. Not even the rich can escape. No, indeed not. If you're interested in finding more of Brian's work, you can follow him on Instagram and on the Tic Tacs right there, as you can see. Now, some pieces, as I said, are a little bit more serious, and some are a little bit more silly. The Corpse War is 1793 by Renard. Very fun. Very devilishly handsome soldier, as we've had put forward. Poor fella. Something happened to his ear there. I'm not sure what happened, but, oh well. Very serious piece. This is obviously very, very serious. I apologize for any spoilers you may have received from this, because it really does just go through and tell the entire story. A picture's worth 1,000 words, right? This one's got to be at least 120,000 words, which is a little over the length of the novel itself. So, yeah, I love the fire graphic as well. And hey, you know what? he got the flag right too. This is in fact the correct flag. So, very, very fun and enjoyable piece. Here we have Captain Pen. Once again, it's sort of like not really a name for the piece, but that's who it was. Captain Pen, the old man with the very kind eyes, were introduced about halfway through the story. Very, very nice little piece. I love the detail on the gorget. If we zoom in, you can actually see the lion and the unicorn, the crown and everything in the middle, the GR, George's Rex. Apparently, in this iteration, Captain Pen is envisioned as belonging to the 10th Regiment of Foot, the nice, fine yellow facings. Very good piece indeed. We have the 10 there on the button as well, a fine cocked hat on his head. Thank you very much, Rob, for this submission. It's a very nice one indeed. Captain Pen is a favorite character. I like Captain Pen. He's good people. He's not the best, but he's good people. All right. Now heads up. See, we have a little warning sign here. Incidentally, this is my friend Devin put this together. We have zombified Timmy. So this next piece is either a little spoopy or a little gross. So be aware, if you do not want to see anything that's a little bit more graphic, not crazy, but a little bit more graphic, well then you may want to turn away until this next image is completed. Poor Timmy. Poor little Timmy. Oh, in fact, yes, you see T110722 in the chat. He's the fellow what put this together. Matthew's piece here. This is the one with a little bit more gore. You can see no color to it, but you know, it's kind of disturbing to look at. The undead cavalryman at the Battle of Stolem. I love the detail here. One eye seems to have actually pretty much gone entirely. The one is sort of lolling up a little bit in just complete non-recognition, or whatever the term would be. The skull was broken away in some cruel, jagged, very strong way there to expose the brains and the wiry hair and everything. It's all just starting to fall off of him and decay. We see, of course, the one arm is just completely gone, torn off in a very ragged fashion. Tendrils of flesh and cloth are just stringily hanging down from him. And then similarly, the other arm seems at least like a little bit, put it back or wounded in some way or another. This could be a piece of equipment of some sort on his uniform, or it could very well be just hanging guts. In fact, I think all of this, is meant to be like a torso that's basically just severed. We have things hanging out and guts leaning all over the place. Wonderful piece. Absolutely love this one. Very, very evocative. So thank you very much for that, Matthew. I'm looking at the chat now as well. How is he supposed to eat with no jaw? Oh yeah, I forgot. I didn't talk about the jaw. Yeah, the tongue just hanging out. The lower jaw just completely torn away. Just really, really cool touch. This one, it actually reminds me, what I was going to say, a lot of the necromorphs from Dead Space. Something about, I don't know what it is. Just something about the, overall expression. The look and the jagged approach and everything really sends me back to playing Dead Space and having those things, rush away at you and trying to slice off the arms and such. Liam, a wonderful piece. We have the narrator here with his pike later on, and as you all may recall, incidentally, if you clicked away for Fear the Core, you can come back. Here we are. The narrator, of course, with his his face all scrunched out in shame and in regret and everything. He doesn't want to be seen. He doesn't want to be remembered. He doesn't want to be known. And so here he's another self-portrait, scratched out his own eyes to avoid the recognition, as it were. And then here we have something more action-oriented, a flintlock going off and going right on into the face of the guy. Although, here's the thing, is unfortunately, just because This is a very large ball. This part of the devil's not gonna have a good time, but you know what? This part right over here, it seems to be in grabbing range, and so I do not think, despite having a perfect square-on headshot, I don't think that this fella, this firer, is going to have a very good time at all. Very good, thank you. Now this one, this is kind of weird, isn't it? I wonder if this relates to some other project or something. I wonder if this is like a game project that's currently being worked on by Brandon and a friend. I wonder if this relates to anything that's going to be announced in about 2 weeks, little under 2 weeks time. Huh. Weird. Well, it looks pretty cool anyways. It's not really original artwork. It's more just a composition of Kyle's artwork in the middle there. But, yeah, maybe that relates to something. We'll actually talk a little bit more about this in the Q&A session as well. It's not a D&D game. It's not a board game. But this is a card. And it does relate to a game. So, you know, time will tell. Time will tell. Yeah, T110722. What a username you have there. That's the other fellow what's helping me with that project. So, yeah. Kirwan has given a very unique piece, something of a little mini comic. It took me a second to realize this is how you read it because I'm not experienced with comics. But you go from this side to that to there to there. So riding so near as he could, undoubtedly with a tear in his eye, and there we have the tear of the cavalryman, the young dragoon. Corporal, if I remember right. He rides up. Oh, yeah, the corporal. The corporal raised his heavy pistol and fired one final shot. The horse is not having a good. I love the image of the horse here, sort of rearing up, looking down the mad eye, like, oh my god, what's going on? Fired not to the devil's skull. The devil there, sort of reaching on, all broken up and everything, but his comrades. Very, very, very cool piece. No, not the horse. Oh, well, if you don't want violence towards the horses, I'm afraid it's not a book for you. Very cool piece. I like having a full scene being portrayed in like snippets like this, like zoom-ins on the faces and everything. It's very, very good. I sincerely hope your voice can hold out for the whole live stream. I do too. Starting to realize I speak far too quickly. You see, that's the main difficulty, right? I speak far too quickly, and there's a lot to go through. So, say the word for water. Yes, thank you, Sarah. I'm pretty good still. I still got half a glass here. Trouble is, it's a weird mixture of nerves and excitement, and so I want to speak very, very quickly. And the thing is I tend to speak from my throat. I gotta lower that down. I gotta speak more from the diaphragm, or whatever they call it. In any case, so we're actually making pretty good time. So it's 6 o'clock now. So we've been on this for probably about 45 minutes or so. Okay, yeah, we're about halfway. We're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well here. I actually can afford to slow down, I think. I'm going to slow down. George! A wonderful submission, likewise. Of course, it's also the fact that, like, when people are giving me the artwork, I want to be excited, right? Like, I want to be, you know, up and you know, energetic for everyone. So if I do get less energetic, I apologize. Like, know that it is still very exciting to me. I just, I have to preserve my voice in some way or another. How do you submit? Well, so submissions for this live stream are done, but we can do another one in future. Just email me anything that you want to see shown off in a future stream. George, we have a sentry here standing in the night. His musket, you know, off to the side, resting against maybe a tree or something, looking through the spyglass, and oh, hey, what's going on? What's coming up against us here? What's ooh, oh no. These guys look like they look like they've seen better days. They look like they've seen better times in the past before. I wonder what that could be. Wonder what's going on. Wonder. how things are gonna end for this fella. Very good. All done with crayon. Nice. Very good, very good. I like it. You actually got the color of the facings there really well as well. Yeah, I really appreciate that we can see what he's looking at. We're not just left to, like, you know, wonder completely. It's, yeah, it's good. He's got a bit of a scar there. It seems like maybe he's seen some action before. In miscellaneous, I should specify just for whatever it's worth. I am no longer a member of the 54th, but, yeah, based on the old regiment, the old way of things. Very, very cool piece. Novacek. We have a very... So we go from bright and colorful to incredibly dark and dreary. I really like the use of color in this one. The only thing being just the red streaks of the blood and everything. We have... This might be towards the beginning, but I won't talk about the individual moment to avoid spoilers and such. But we have a character sort of trying desperately to slide away and get away from an oncoming devil. And here we have... It's really locked eyes on there. It is very, very fierce looking piece. The mouth is just covered with blood. He's gotten a couple of bites already, and he is aiming for a much, much deeper one indeed. You can see the remnants of old struggles here in the houses, splattered all over the window, scraped along the doors and everything. It's a really cool one. I like the perspective where it's sort of like at an angle. You know, we're closest to the main character here as he's looking down, and we're furthest away from the devil. As you know, sort of, you know, it's not just a 2D, but it's like angled slightly. It's a really, really cool piece. Oh, and Novacek in the chat. Welcome, sir. Well, hello, sir. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed this one as well. You can see him like scraping away at where the gators are meant to be, and very good, very good.
Hey Brandon, I just wanted to show you
Now this one,
my cool little bookmark. Hey Brandon, I just want.
Now this one has a little bit of a fun story behind it. My brother Andrew is big into 3D printing, and he made a bookmark. He 3D printed a bookmark that when you hold it up to the light, has the zombie from the back of the cover, you know, from the back cover of the book, on it, shining through. Poor Andrew was not aware that I was the one screening all of these images. He thought that I had a mod going through it for me, and then I'd be blind reacting, which in hindsight is actually how I should have done so. But you know, in any case, and so he put on. It's very cute. It's very cute. We like Andrew. He put on a little voice, trying to sound like someone different to trick. He really wouldn't have tricked me anyways, I'm afraid. It's very obvious. I know his voice very well. You know, I flipping changed his diapers back in the day. Did I ever? I don't know if I ever changed any of his diapers. I've changed other siblings' diapers. I don't know if I ever changed any of his diapers. I don't know. We'll find out, Andrew. Good question for Mom. But he didn't know. He thought, you know, he was put on a little voice to not seem to be like me, and then there's a little bit. Oh, yeah,
I'm going to show you my cool little bookmark I made so I can keep track of where I am in all my books. I'm about halfway through your book, so it's working good. But you might be wondering about this little...
He tried to sound like a nerd.
Rough part up here. Well, basically, if you hold it up to the light,
That
it's the zombie on the back of your book. So yeah, I made this myself. Now I have a little piece to keep track of my book, and I'm also your little brother.
So I'm sorry, Andrew. I ruined the grand reveal that was meant to be. I'm sorry, but you know, it was still a lot of fun. I appreciate it. Also, that's what my brother looks like. So you can see that you know, you can see which side got the looks. Love you. Now heads up, everyone, because we have another piece coming up that you look nothing alike. Yeah, no, that's actually the funny thing is we no, it's I often joke that I'm really the black sheep of the family. I am nothing like pretty much everyone else in my family, for better and for worse, right? We have another one here that's a little spoopy, mainly because there is not so much the main piece, but in the background, you got some blood and you got some guts. So be forewarned, and we're carrying on through with it. Marina's piece is very, very well detailed. A lot of work put into this one, which I am very, very happy about. Very pleased to see. We have here the sergeant with his old halbert, Sergeant Percy, helping to defend the narrator, cowering in the back. Sorry, it's not the highest quality actual image that I'm able to show off here. But the main character sort of cowering in the back there in the alleyway. We have the devils. I love the way that the mouth is rendered here. Again, the full quality image, you can see it a little bit better. It's like, I apologize, it's not quite fully there because I just had to copy paste for this. But yeah, look at like how broken up the mouth there, the jaw is. It's almost looking like it's actually starting to rot already. We got again that cracking, crickly fingers, long nails. I don't know what's going on there, but whoever this one is, you gotta trim your nails, bud. That's but it looks really creepy though. It's really good. Long spindly fingers. We got something that looks like hanging out from below the neck there, like it got ripped and torn out, you know, in the process of his being killed by the devil. And so now it's raised again, and the neck is like a lot more loose because the spine itself is like leaning outwards from like through the neck. Really, really gross detail. I love it. I also love the way the hair is rendered here. That's beside the point, but yeah, really, really cool detail. And then, you know, we have the hand here of someone who's recently fallen. And, in fact, Bud, you better get out of there because this one's probably going to be coming back fairly soon for you. And then here, this one probably had the least good time of all. We have just, again, just completely gutted. Everything spilling out from this person as they were fallen apparently very, very recently. And likewise, again, soon to rise again. So these two guys not gonna have a good time at all. Sarah, my fiance, does want me to mention the heckin' beefy thighs we got on this guy. It's very, very good. Very 18th century. Very 18th century, you know, very leggy time period. As far as male sexuality is always in the legs for them back in the day. Yeah. What else have we got here as far as little details? I love the sash. You know, you can just sort of see it like falling through down there on the bottom. I love the pose as well. It's like, you know, hey, get behind me. Trying to defend his private soldier against the oncoming tide. But we all know that not much is going to be able to stop these boys. Very, very good piece. And again, you'll find Marina there on Instagram, Cave Gecko Marina. I do not believe she is a gecko herself. I believe she likes geckos. That's the distinction. That's important to keep in mind. And you'll find much more of her work. She does a lot of different work. You actually may recognize her style. She did, many, many years ago, the Redcoats versus the Dragon poster that I sell on my website. She's the one who did that. So, similar work. We've seen her stuff before. Oh, I am a gecko. Okay, I apologize, Marina. I was unaware. I'm not familiar with your people. I do apologize, but she is in fact a gecko, which actually makes this much more impressive when you get down to it. Yeah, being able to navigate all the tools and everything with the little. You know, do you have fingers? Do you have, it's just like suction. It's like suction cups, right? It's probably a special mouse. Anyways, here we have Caleb's piece, which is another one that I just adore, and I'm talking too quickly again. I'm getting up there in my tone and lower the voice. Lower it down. I get excited. It's very exciting stuff. This piece feels like it comes right out of a Rowlandson political cartoon from the 18th century. Something about the posing of the horse here, it's like rearing up. It actually looks like it might be about to fall down. The guy pointing the saber forward. The blocking, that's exactly the word I was looking for, Devin. The blocking of this piece is really well done. We have the undead, all sorts of different undead. It looks like we have an undead cavalryman back there with the helmet. We have some civilians. We have a private soldier who's recently turned. Some of them are, you know, in more states of decay than others. It feels like a political cartoon. Like, it's a little cartoony, but in a way that feels like a cartoon from the time period. It's really, really cool to see. And yeah, just like the detail on the horses here. Fantastic detail on the horses. I'm a really big fan of this one. Yeah, the blocking on it is really good and everything. This guy has the right idea. If he's leaving, he's got the right idea. This fella, not in for a good time. Oh, hermit crab! Oh, yes. All right, very good. Hermit crab. We have sort of a twofer here. This was the lower half of the piece of paper. A soldier who is, or rather, a recently turned individual. This is a bedeviled soldier, it looks like, having come back. And you would think that they were totally fine, except for the fact that their face is covered in blood and their eyes have the same blank, dead stare that all of the others do. You see the others sort of peering up from behind and sort of like, hey, let's, recently turned, they're the ones who killed him, and now he's turning against you. Very, very good touch. And then here we have a real zoom in on an eye, just a single eye, which is a really cool detail. You can actually see a corpse inside the eye. I believe it's all ballpoint pen. See the pen there. Yeah, I love you. Even the actual little circle of the corpse's eyes as it's staring back, the neck leaning all over and everything at a severely unnatural angle. Really cool piece. Really, really cool piece. And Prussian on Twitter. It's like a Prussian from the South or something. Once again, feels very much like a political cartoon, kind of like the cartoony style. This one's a lot of fun. The undead horde washing over at the Battle of Stolum. It looks like actually this is more on the open field than anywhere else. We have some men firing into the crowd. Some are rushing forward with bayonets thrust in the advance. Some are preparing to receive them. All grim stares and determined looks. Look at the expressions on the dead there. Are really, really cool. You can see some of them are wearing military hats. Some of them are civilians. One has a fancy little yellow hairdo, it looks like there. It's one of those pieces I think that like the longer you look, the more details you can spot in the crowd. It does. Kraven, I do have to agree with you. It does look a little bit like the art style of the Red Bull commercials, which is very amusing to me. I'm sure a lot of these guys wish that they did have wings because, it's not going very well for them. It seems to be a common trend with the artwork and all this, is that things are not going well for the characters. The very strained expression on this fellow's face. It looks like he's maybe this is his bayonet, maybe that he cut up, or maybe he's clubbed his musket and he's about to bash down on someone. We have an officer here with a saber about to stab into a mass. It's very, very good. It's a very colorful piece. I really like the overall impression that it gives. This is the kind of thing that you could hang on a wall, and every once in a while you go past and you notice a little something different than maybe you would have noticed before. Oh, like right there as well. I just noticed this person's rushing forward with the bayonet. It's because there's a creature right there that this one stabbed into. That's really good. Okay. We're going to move on because otherwise I'll keep on staring at this one. JD Illustrations here on YouTube with a spectacular hand-painted piece. Hand-painted piece. A lot of, again, really cool details on this one. I love the blocking of this one, too. I love this guy who's, having second thoughts and about to run. I love the musket firing directly into the oncoming devil here, throwing his head back because of, it's a 71 caliber lead ball. We have another fella trying to escape here. Looks like he was feeling pretty confident. He's about to get out and be saved by the comrade, but then another devil sort of fell into him and grabbed hold around the waist, dragging him down. Another soldier here is suffering underneath the weight. He's reaching up, trying to resist against a one-armed devil who is, it seems like smashing the guy's face in, like he's really gotten a hole on the face and presumably is about to, fall down and bite hard onto him. Another fellow here fell down at some point in the retreat and is looking really quite sad as a result. Very expressive face. Like that's a difficult thing to accomplish, is an expressive face like that. Another soldier here looks like he's just getting up, potentially having fallen over as a result of this guy falling. Trying to figure out maybe what he's gonna do because all that's going on right next to him. Something else that I honestly love about this one, just look at the texture of the sky in the background. It's really, really nice. The way that the leaves are falling off the tree here, really, really well done stuff. This is a really cool piece overall. It's really hard to make an expressive face in such small scale with the paint. Yeah, that's the other thing is, if you zoom in, it's like these are, it's very small portions of the overall piece, and yet I look at that guy's face and I immediately get a feeling from it, and that's really impressive considering that that's not the focus of this piece. It's just one part of a much wider piece. Now, all right. Now, this next one, everyone, honestly, one of my favorites. If any of the other times that I've shown this warning to you, you've thought, oh, it's not too bad. This next one is very gross, right? Like it's not scary, it's gory. It's very, very graphic. It's actually like a little bit more like somewhat cartoony in style, but it's gross. Just be aware, it's very gross. If you do not want to see intestines today, then look away, all right? And, I'll say when I go over to the next one, because 3, 2, 1, get a load of this guy. Get a load of Uwu, I forgot how they said to pronounce it. I think it was Uwu Bowl? Uwu Bowl? Get a load of this guy right here. It's like it's crazy because the color scheme is like super over the garden wall, but then you zoom in, it's like, oh, that's not over the garden wall at all. I'm gonna really get in there and everything. Apparently inspired by, what was it? Is it Dawn of the Dead? Day of the Dead? Day of the Dead, yes. Very, very, very Day of the Dead. That's what inspired it, apparently. The guy just, tearing into the guts, eating away at it. You get the one face here that's like half burned away, half the beard is just gone. Ragged old clothes. It seems like he was maybe taken in his sleep or something by the corpses. Again, the mad stares in this are so good. Once again, sorry, zooming in, it's not the full quality. The full quality is much, much better, but this should be on the book cover. I do want to use this for something. I'm going to be reaching out to this person to ask them we'll do something with this. I promise. We're going to use this for something. But we have another one there. He's reaching in for the hair, and the next arm's going to probably come down and start tearing and stuff. The woman here has his fingers getting spindly, sinews getting split apart. The reason why I did this is because I described at one point the sinew of a neck in the book being torn away, fingers getting bitten off. We have this woman here just tearing into the leg. We can see her, severely injured from when she was killed. Like, even the cheek, I just noticed you can see the teeth in there because it's just like completely split open from something. This guy he's having a great all time, just ripping and tearing, thrashing the head all about. We have like a blacksmith or butcher kind of. He has an apron there, so some sort of a workman. He's likewise, the cheek is just completely gone. Got a good hold on the guy. I love this one. This one is so good. You're not you when you're hungry. No, feels like a political cartoon of the time. This could be a political cartoon from like from the universe of the Corpse War. I think it's like something about like English dignity, and then it'll be like French revolutionaries and atheists and Spanish, people who liked Napoleon when he came into Spain. Whatever, something you could make this into a political cartoon pretty well. Adam came in with a very, very specific historical inspiration, not only from the book, but historically as well. This is a direct pull from this one portrayal of the Battle of Culloden Moor. Really, really cool piece from Moriere, I think is the name. And you can actually even see, so fun little fact on this one is this battle, this portrayal of the Battle of Culloden Moor is one of it's some of the only artwork from this time period that portrays British soldiers with like a little bit of hair on the face. And in fact, here in this one, he did it too. He replicated that. It was very, very uncommon for the time period, but for some reason in this particular portrayal, we have a very little bit shown, and he reflected that, which is really, really cool. Here we have the grenadiers with the bayonets at the ready, pushing in to the undead horde that's charging in, the flesh tide all falling in over itself with the outreaching arms. Very, very cool piece. You see some men are a little bit more prepared than others. Some of them are getting ready to stab right on in. Some are still raising their pieces. He's looking a little nervous about what's going on through the ranks. What's happening? Oh boy, where am I coming up against? Really, really cool piece. I love the just immediate, comparison that you can make to the real stuff. Chris, you did join at the right time. Very, very much at the right time. All right, and on that, actually, it will forge on. Jackson came in with a very unique take on artwork for... Here, actually, I'm going to put up a little spoiler warning for this one. He came in with a very, very unique take on the piece because these are the sailors who are present at the Battle of Stoneham. If you remember right, they were seamen and marines from HMS Torrent. It's a fictionalized ship. He's like, hey, after the battle, what do sailors do? They get tattoos. And so these are a series of tattoos commemorating their experience at the Battle of Stoneham, which something I never would have thought of. That's really, really cool. Ned Rook he has like a compass rose here with a skull on the very top. We have Samuel Goff with an anchor tied in with, not with chain, but with bone. Just an outright skull from William Layer, maybe? Something like that. This one's much more blatant, I think, than the others. And then Bite Me Not, which is... This is a really cool one. This the sort of like warding away the evil in the future. That's a really, really cool one. And it's like, you know what? Man, that is absolutely what would happen. In the same way that sailors after the fact... All right, so we can get rid of that now. Long story short, sailors at the battle. It's very much something that like sailors did, is after serving on a certain like noteworthy ship or being present at a noteworthy engagement, they get tattoos to commemorate their time and experience there, right, and what they did. So yeah, really, really cool piece for all of that. Alan, here, I'm gonna put this up again so that way we can talk about who this actually is. But I'll give a little wait for people to mute if they need to for the spoilers. But take a breath. Oh yeah, and Jackson's there in the chat as well, so you can see him. This is a really cool piece portraying John after the Battle of Stoneham. Or, I'm sorry, no, not even after. After he gets shot, right? After he tries to escape and he is shot by the sentries. If you remember right, he was not only, brought into the regimental hospital and really not given the level of care that he should have received, but he was tied to the table because they were worried that he would come back. Likewise, even if this wasn't John, this could just be any number of wounded men after the Battle of Stoneham who were tied like prisoners to their tables and such, and staked down to the ground in order to prevent their rising up should they turn after their deaths. This is again a by hand painted piece, just stunning work, wonderful use of color, absolutely. Really, really, it's as I've said, it's very meaningful that people put in this level of work for for a book that I wrote. It's really cool. Oh right, yeah, and I forgot. Yeah, Animalakaris. This was yours. Yeah. So you use miniature paints. That's clever. Yeah, because you want to really get in like with the detail and everything. It's good quality paint, tiny brushes. You can really get in there. That's really cool. So yes, this Animalakaris in the chat. Everyone say thank you very much for the submission. Very, very cool piece. I'm very happy to have this one in the repertoire. Repertoire? Portfolio? Gallery. Glad to have this one in the gallery. Pull the tribute. Not today, not today. And Levi, with a particularly gruesome piece showing off exactly why artillery is necessary in any war against the undead. Because, of course, keep in mind that while a round shot, yes, will go through one victim, and through a second, and a third, and continue to bounce along the ground to just, it bowls right on through the formation, that is very, very useful. But here's the thing. Unfortunately, is this one still has legs. So does this one. This one still has its eyes. And, well, actually, no, you know what? Actually, here's the thing. These two are still threats. These two are still potentially going to be dangerous, because while obviously they will not be able to see or hear you, if you approach them and they grab a hold of you, they can still get at you and tear at you, and they can stand up and they can run and flail. They're still threats. But this was an incredibly fortunate shot against this one. Cleaved one arm in twain, cut through the torso, cleaved the second arm in twain. Meaning, now we have a pair of legs that are just going to be doing this. We have two arms that are just going to be doing this. And then we have a torso that's going to be biting like crazy, but it's not going to be able to connect because it won't be able to move. This devil has been defeated in detail. It has been handled in an appropriate way. But unfortunately, of course, while these are only 3 corpses very effectively taken care of by the artillery, perhaps another canister shot, now canister and grape, will easily swipe away the rest of the remains. These are probably only the vanguard, because right on behind these guys, there's always a few that'll come stumbling in at first, but there's always more where that came from. And now you have to reload. This one may cleave on through and take out a couple of ankles, but, one cannonball, it only really got rid of one and, maybe 2 halves. From someone who gave me no name other than Hee, we have a wonderful, again, I'm not sure if this one is done by hand or digitally, but a very nice piece. They said they have not actually had a chance to read the full book just yet, so this is more of a theoretical scene, if I remember right, but this is them stumbling across a corpse in the dark, and I love the idea that, he doesn't necessarily know right away what he's coming. If you replace this with the Streets of Stolem, this is very accurate to, an initial scene in the book. Jagged, shoulders, uncertain footsteps, blood just pooling down from the body, and those 2 dead, staring eyes looking right forward. This one, once again, this piece of artwork here feels like, it feels like an indie video game, intro cutscene. Something about, I expect it to, you flash to this image and then the text appears on the bottom, what's going on? Who are you? It's really, really good. Really, really cool piece. Yeah, the posing is really, really evocative here. You can sort of see how this guy was he was running around the corner, and then he suddenly sees this and he's like, hello, are you okay? And presumably this is right before, this boy is going to start charging forward as the devil recognizes human living flesh. Unless it's too dark. If it's very, very dark, maybe he hasn't been spotted yet. Ooh, maybe he sees him, but he can't see it, rather can't see him. That could be pretty good. Ooh. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Here we have a piece by Victor with a very, very clear pop culture reference being made. And you know what? I gotta say, I like this one a lot better than the original. Really, really cool piece. You can see the severed arm. Maybe I should have put the warning in front of this one. I apologize if yeah, maybe. But we got the severed arm down there. We got the corpses breaking through the artillery line. The gabions are falling, and a hand there is reaching up from below. Now this devil, of course, seems particularly well educated and aware compared with the others of its ilk, considering that that it's holding on to a set of colors and even wielding a saber. So maybe a little bit less accurate to the lore there, but it's a very fun piece. It's a really, really cool one. I like the the oncoming horde from in the back there. Pindorama, sorry, you're in the chat there. Everyone give him some love. Go check out his other work. Yeah, very fun piece, very fun little inspiration, and appropriate. It fits, right? It's appropriate to to the overall vibe of the story in a way. Milo has come in with a very fun piece. It feels again like a little like political cartoony, but the longer you look at it, the more it's like, oh, it's actually quite serious because look at the hand here, just stretching out like that. Yeah. So this person trying to maybe sneak along or maybe running away from some unseen foe back there. Seems like maybe there could be some fire. Maybe we're in the streets of Stolen. Maybe we're in the woods and this is a big tree, but they're trying to escape away from something, and then all of a sudden, oh, hey, look, there's another one right around the corner, and you're not in for a very good time. I love the expression on the face there. You can actually see he's a little bit injured there, it looks like. He's had a bit of a scrap before. The cut of the coat here looks really good. The way that you did the way that it sort of like drapes over top of the thigh and everything, very, very appropriate to the time period. The way that he's carrying the firelock at the advance there, very, very well done. Yes, it's very Asterix. Very, very, yeah, very Tintin, very Asterix, that's very good. Yeah, for sure. I like got the cockade in the hat there. I love the expression. Very good. And here, this one is we saw scat. I'm gonna call you Spaghetti. I do not know how to say your name. I'm gonna call you Spaghetti. I saw Spaghetti in the chat. There you are. Yep, there you are. Yeah. This one is I really like this one. This is a spectacular piece. It is terrifying. It is gross. It is, you know what it is? What I want you to do right now, everyone in the chat, what I want you to do, pull up a second window, look up something called The Sick Rose. It's a book by, who's it by? The Sick Rose by Richard Barnett, who I actually took a study abroad course under many, many years ago in 2017 in Cambridge. It was a very fun time. It looks exactly like an 18th, early 19th century medical drawing from the time period. If you look up The Sick Rose, you'll see a piece of artwork that looks like a spitting image of this. This is spectacularly well done. This is like a Sandby piece. It really is. This is like from the pen of Sandby himself. Even like the fall of the coat, the wings there, the way that they were done up, the facings, the ruffle of the shirt, absolutely stunning. The hair looks so good. I love how much the color fades out towards the edge. It frames in a really cool, really pallid, cold way. Yeah, this one is from the 18th century, basically. I don't know how I can put it any other way. This one is just from the 18th century. A lot like all the other pieces, they are spectacular. They're great. They're wonderful. But you can still tell like, oh yeah, it's a really well done modern art piece. It's even done in a historical style. That's really well done in that historical style. Other pieces have captured history really, really effectively. This one is just 18th century. This one is just literally from the time period. Like I don't. It's yeah. They had to use a time machine or something, and they got was it Paul? Yeah, I think Paul Sandby to do a piece for them. You got the bloodshot eyes. You got the wiry mouth there and everything. The hair is so good. The fall of the coat, the facings, the little bits of gore on the edge of it's man after my own right here. This is wonderful. Man or woman, I'm not gonna make any. Spaghetti is a gender neutral name. You're after my own heart. This man is after my own heart, mainly because he's a zombie, and he wants to eat it. That's. And Coco, who submitted, incidentally, like 5 minutes before the actual stream began. So like, oh, another one. And I threw it up on here last minute. But here's the thing. Coco gave me a story. And sorry, Coco was the name. It was a name in the email. It was the only. It wasn't. That there was no signed name, and obviously they blocked their name here because apparently Coco's doing a school project, like an art project in school, and it's about my book, and it's about the course. And they said, oh yeah, this is like the very top of, I don't know if it was like an essay or an art project or whatever. Like, you did a school project with my. You're gonna make me cry. First of all, I gotta have more details. What do you mean it's a school project? Tell me more. What was it about? What did you do? That's so cool. It's so, again, I think and that's a perfect segue. Oh, wonderful. I love the little claw marks here too. That's awesome. Flippin', that's the perfect segue then, right? It's the perfect segue into me saying thank you all so much, because when I initially announced like the art competition, when I was first like writing the book, I thought, yeah, we would get a couple of people submitting, a couple like pencil sketches, and that is spectacular, right? Stunning, and it's enough to like almost make one cry, right? It's really, really cool to see something that I created, something that I wrote, helping to inspire other individuals to create artwork of their own, to be interested enough to dedicate time to creating something, to be invested enough in the world and to enjoy it, is incredibly moving. It was incredibly special, and yeah, so genuinely, thank you to everyone who submitted anything. Like I said at the beginning of all this, there was not a single piece that was submitted that did not leave me with just a massive smile on my face when I saw it. And it was actually enough to make me think, oh man, I wish that I would have done blind reactions for this stream, because so many of the reactions were just like so genuinely blown away and amazed and happy, just joyous, just very, very joyful as a result of it all. Everyone should be extraordinarily proud of what they've done. I hope you understand how much it means to me, is what I'll say. I hope that you understand how inspiring it is for me to keep on going, to write more books. It means a lot. It means a lot. I really appreciate it. It's all spectacular. It's all wonderful work, and I look forward to seeing what people do in the future, right? We'll definitely do another art stream in the future, both for Corpse War and for other stuff as well, for plenty of other pieces, because yeah, there is an extraordinary amount of talent in this community. I hate the word community for this sort of thing so much, but there's a great deal of talent in this group of people. I expected maybe 5 or 6 pieces, and we got, what was it? It's 43 slides, and of course some of them are, some of them were a lot more than just the one piece, right? And here's the other thing: it's such a variety of pieces too. We had flippin', digital artwork. We had, we had hand painted things. We had my brother 3D printed a bookmark, for God's sake. Like, look at this. We got silly things. We got dramatic things. We have digital composition pieces. We got a video. Oh, which incidentally also reminds me, there is one more piece that I wanted to show you all on this same note. Let me see here. And in fact, showing you this one last piece is going to be a great opportunity for me to step away for just a few minutes and, you know, drink some water and get my voice back and everything. Corpse War of... Because, of course, there was one last piece. Here we are. I'm sure many of you have already seen this, but in the off chance you have not, I'll put it up on the screen here in a second. Pause the fireplace sound effects, which a lot of people are asking in the start. Oh, are those crackling teeth? It does kind of sound like teeth, doesn't it? Ooh, how appropriate. Very good. All right. Let's see here. We do it. Yes, perfect. All right, so I am going to turn off my camera and mute myself for a second, everyone. This video is by the YouTube channel Middleguard. I'll just show it to you here. Middleguard, spectacular work that they do. I realize I should have linked it. I'll link it in the chat after the fact if you want to go and like subscribe to the channel, give him some love, check out his other stuff as well. But he made a video, like sort of like a map video, showing the Battle of Stolum. It's really, really well. Oh, he's even in the chat. So if you want to check out the channel, just go ahead and click on his username there. He's in the chat. Yes, spoiler alert. Correct. Ba-doop. Good catch. Good call. This is the full story of the Battle of Stolum towards the end of the book. Again, yep, spoilers. If you don't want to find out how the battle goes, how it progresses and everything, then turn away now. I'm going to mute myself, step away for a brief minute to refill my water and sort of, you know, work the muscles a little bit and evaluate my time and everything to see how we're doing with everything. And we will go from there. So I will be right back, which is this button.
1793. News burns across England. Wild reports from Norfolk that the dead have risen. Rumors of an unkillable foe pour out of the countryside. Confusion and terror reign. On the 14th of May, a regiment of royal troops, bound for the war in the Netherlands, are diverted to Stolum, where the panic burns hottest. Unaware of the danger they are in, the infantry settle down for the night, are set upon and massacred, almost to a man. Civilians and soldiers alike are feeding a growing flesh tide. If it spreads beyond the town, all of Great Britain could fall. British troops begin to gather at once to suppress this demonic insurgence. Outside Stolum, an advanced guard camps a few miles away, planning to drive out what they believe are French forces torching the city. They are saved from disaster when a reconnaissance force, led by Sergeant Alan Wilkes, returns with news of the dead. They are unlike any foe yet faced. Physical harm has little effect. Fatal wounds are merely shrugged off. Nothing short of total dismemberment, rendering their bodies into useless heaps of muscle, will truly stop the dead, while any who are killed from the dead's wounds quickly rise to join the assault on the living. Yet despite their strengths, the patrol identified one weakness. Though the corpses are immortal, they lack the ability to think, often tumbling into whatever lay in their path, and falling over one another in their pursuits. If a battlefield can be fortified well enough, perhaps the dead can be overcome. The army immediately sets to work to to prepare a killing field. They will lure out the dead, batch by batch, and destroy them in detail, under a hail of iron and lead. Over the next few days, the army clears an open patch of ground for battle, just a few miles from Stolum. Trenches are dug, redoubts are formed, gun positions raised. The field becomes a veritable fortress. Multiple lines of high fortifications, deep trenches to trap ill-coordinated attacks, all garrisoned by 5,762 men, and led by Lord Tomlinson. It is a patchwork force made up of regulars, local militias, volunteers, and even the crews of some smaller ships. All determined to see the dead are returned to their graves. The day before battle begins, the army gets its first taste of their terrible foe. A cavalryman, mortally wounded on a scouting mission, is reanimated right in front of the army. It takes 2 cannonballs and close-ranged canister to put the devil down for good.
Not one officer, soldier, sailor, or civilian dared to speak. Even the animals in camp were not heard. All was silent as the grave.
That night, the men can only steel themselves and prepare to fight for their very lives. On the 20th of May, a reconnaissance in force rides towards Stolum to lure the dead in. But it is a disaster. Instead of luring in a small group of the dead, the cavalry runs headfirst into the whole town, coalesced into one massive horde. In a panic, the horsemen flee back to the lines, leading nearly 6,000 dead straight into the army. The long guns, situated atop the redoubts, are the first to fire. They send round shot crashing through the densely packed flesh tide. Outer fortifications, manned by light infantry units, are quickly overrun. As the horde begins breaking through the outer layer, the whole line begins to open a hail of lead and iron. But as the zombies begin to pour over the outer works en masse, a clear problem is developing. The cavalry, in their dash back to the lines, have brought the dead in at an angle to the fortifications. This means the right flank, a bit under 2,000 strong, will need to contend with more than half the undead horde. The dead begin to fall into large pits, dug in front of the line. For a moment, it seems like the horde may be stopped, or it even reaches the men. But there are too many. Pit after pit is filled with the unrelenting horde. Until finally, the dead clamber over their own writhing corpses and reach the main line. It is now up to the men to stem the tide or be swallowed up by the storm. Infantry take positions atop the fortifications and pour a devastating, close-ranged fire into the attack. A bloody scene develops along the line as desperate fighting breaks out. Pikes, clubs, and bayonets bash and stab at the flesh tide. Close-ranged canister wipes out dozens of corpses at a time. But as the battle rages on, more and more dead clamber over the abatis and fill the trench. Men start to slip, falling into the tearing mass below. The line begins to thin. On the left flank, The dead break through along the road. Grenadiers are committed to stem the tide. Wave after wave of dead are cut down as heavy infantry charge into the breach, joined by civilians and pioneers, armed with axes, spades, and any tool they can get their hands on. Despite the unrelenting attack, the British throw back the dead and restabilize the line. But while the left holds steady, the right is barely clinging to its position. Shallow, poorly dug ditches mean the dead's numbers are far higher on reaching the abatis. When zombies start to break open the line, reserves are committed. But they are too slow to join the battle and are too late to stop the flesh tide from pouring through. In a single moment, the line breaks. The devils surge forward. Men flee in all directions. The ramparts are abandoned. Only a motley force of survivors cling on, forming a desperate last stand atop an artillery redoubt. It seems that if things continue to deteriorate, the whole army is destined to suffer a catastrophic defeat. While the right collapses, Lord Tomlinson has not been idle. Gathering every man from the left flank that can be spared, he throws them towards the undead. Infantry lines clash with the flesh tide. Desperate fights of bayonet, musket butt, and teeth break out as a massive brawl consumes the front. With the dead tied down, artillery units form up and load grape shot. Firing on the dead and living alike, a hail of iron tears into the melee. Rear ranks begin to shoot into the fight before them, killing their own men before they can turn, and further whittling down the dead's numbers. It is a war of attrition, but ultimately, shot and steel overcome the horde. As the sun sets on the blood-soaked field, the costly toll is evident. Casualties are enormous. Nearly half of the British army has been killed, along with a huge number of civilian deaths, turned by the horde, or killed in the indiscriminate leveling of Stolheim following the battle. Stolheim is a messy, bloody ending to the so-called Corpse War of 1793. But despite the odds, poor intelligence, and a bungled plan, the British have nonetheless suppressed their new undead foe and secured their island home. Yet this desperate clash would not be the last against the dead. Across the continent, the scourge begins to stir. The fight for Stolheim will only prove the opening move in Europe's great cataclysm.
Alrighty then, everyone. That is that. Here, let me go away. Go away from the chicken ad really quickly. I will give you all a link to that video if you'd like to go follow it. Give it a like, and go and follow Mr. Middlegard if you are interested in more stuff like that. Obviously, not so much zombie related, but he does a lot of American Civil War videos. He has stuff on the War of 1812, if I remember right. There's all sorts of map video content that he has. It's a fantastic channel. Ooh, actually, hold on. Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, well, what do we do next? What are we gonna? Are we? Yes, we're still good there. Hit this button over there. All right. So, I've had my little bit of a break. So, what are we going to do now? Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's what I'm thinking. Because, sorry, my schedule's sort of all over the place. I think I'm going to throw the previously suggested schedule out of the gate because one thing took a lot less time than I thought it would. Then another thing took a lot more time than I thought it would. But then I already got rid of this other thing. So, here's what I'm going to do. I got my list here. Here's what we're going to do, and you can all tell me what you think about it, and then I will proceed to ignore what you think about it and do what I think is best. We're going to go through about half of our questions and answers at least, because there's a lot of questions and answers to get through. So we're going, and you know how I am. I rant and I ramble. It might take me a little while to get through them all. So we're going to go through about half of them. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do an audiobook teaser. We have, like I said, the audiobook is pretty much completely done. I just have to do a few last minute, swap one take out for a different take with some last minute things that were updated. Then the audiobook is going to be published and for sale in the next couple of days here. So we'll have a little audiobook teaser. We will listen to maybe the first 1 or 2 chapters of it. Then we'll do some more Q&A. And then later on this evening, we are going to have an interview, a conversation with my good friend Kyle, who is the artist of the interior, the interior of the book pieces. By the way, on my video, you commented on the creator who's developing Zombie Off for Napoleon the War, saying that he lived. Oh, well, that's wonderful. I'm gonna have to reach out to that fella, I think, and at the very least, maybe see if we can, get something together. But yes. That's what we're going to do. All right, so with all of that then, let's see here. Where are we going to get rid of art presentation? Pull up the Q and or A. Oh, I can make it to where we can hear the fun fireplace, stormy weather outside, a little bit of background. Oh, I should give another brief little mention. Do keep in mind, everyone, that technically speaking, we are not here for ourselves, but we are here to raise money for a wonderful charitable organization called Waterloo Uncovered. They invite military veterans out to do archaeological digs at the battlefield of Waterloo, combining modern-day veterans care program with archaeological digs and historical research. They align perfectly well with the mission of this channel and my work overall. So if you're interested in supporting their work, you'll find a link to the fundraiser in the description down below. It's also a good way to make sure that your message is read out by myself here on the stream with a little alert and all that fun stuff. So far, we are at £163. The original goal was to raise a full 1,793. That might be a little bit much, but we're gonna keep on doing the fundraisers until we get there. I think it is a very good cause. So if you're interested in helping out, you'll find them linked down below. Oh, we also have the outdated event schedule there, but that's all right. That's beside the point. All right. What timestamp did I start reviewing the art? That's a good question. That was at around. It looks like scrolling through the list, it says -1 hour and 50 minutes or so is when I start. 1 hour and 45 or thereabouts is when I start. So if you go there and start watching it, you can see the art portion of the live stream. But for now, my dear friends, my dear viewers, we are going to do something a little different. We are going to have your questions and my answers. Oh, how exciting, how exciting, how exciting. Perhaps less so than the artwork, but I'm sure many of you are wondering many things. So with that, let's get right on into it. Now you'll notice that some of these question slides, I have combined various questions and points. Some of them have been slightly rephrased in a way to just sort of get the idea across a little bit more easily. Some of them have been combined because they are related or similar questions. Otherwise, for the most part, there's no particular order to any of these. It's just basically as I received the questions, I threw them up onto the list. So, with all of that, we can just launch right into things. What was the research and writing process like? How long did it all take? Do those two first of all. So, as far as the research is concerned, it really didn't take all that much on my part because, of course, as you're all aware, I've dedicated, my entire professional life basically to this history. Now, I tend to focus more on periods like just before and also just after the 1790s specifically. So there was some research that had to take place, for all of that. I had to, sometimes look up like, to make sure that things were as I thought they were, like regimental organizations, such, make sure they weren't like changed for some reason, between the time periods I'm familiar with. But for the most part, it's all stuff that I'm pretty well familiar with. My background as being a reenactor, obviously, was very, very beneficial to sort of understanding the material culture, the day-to-day living of a soldier in that time period, the ways that like clothing and equipment and everything felt and interacted. Having been like in that situation in some way or another, it helps to give you that sort of in-depth, personal perspective on those questions. So as far as the actual research, it was relatively straightforward and simple for me. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next question after this one. But then how long did it all take, and what was the actual writing process like? Well, that took a lot more, because while I've got plenty of research under my belt, I did not have a lot of I did not have a lot of fiction. That's what I'm trying to say. I did not have a lot of fiction art. I'm stumbling over all my words today. I did not have fiction writing experience under my belt in the same way that I did military history and reading primary sources. So what I actually did, I'll show you an example here, is the entire book actually, first of all, is very much inspired by real primary sources from back in the day. It's inspired by the likes of Rifleman Harris, of Cavalier Mercer, of John Robert Shaw, George Robert Gleig, Roger Lamb, and I have a little section in the very beginning of the book that basically references all those people. Like, hey, if you enjoy this writing style, these are all people that you'd probably like to read as well, and they're the real stuff. That's the real historical soldiers that it's based off of. So when it comes to like developing the the writing style, they always say that like, if you want to be a writer, you have to read a lot. Well, if I wanted to write historical fiction, I read a lot of history. I wanted to write a story that felt like it was from the time period, more or less, and so I read the books that were from that time period. And thankfully, I've been enjoying reading those sorts of stories for long before I ever thought to start writing fiction. It was a massive, massive help, to feel like I was, again, just sort of like ingrained in that world a little bit. Now, whoopsie. As far as the actual physical writing process, well, it was literally a physical writing process because I wrote the entire thing by hand at first. And the reasons why, it was multifaceted for that. I had it in two of these. I had two of these notebooks and then this one as well. There's a few reasons for that. One is because when you're writing by hand, this is actually the biggest reason, you can't really do backspaces. You can cross things out, you can go back in that way, but you can't, write a paragraph, delete it, and then rewrite it, and then delete it, and then rewrite it over and over and over again. You drive yourself mad that way, unlike on a keyboard where it's a lot easier to delete something. And here's the way that I put it, right, is it took me the better part of a year to write the first draft of the story, but and by the time I finished it, though, while I had started never having written fiction before, by the time I finished that first draft, it's called the trash draft, is what I refer to it as. Well, by then, I had written a book. Ooh, well, that's pretty good. If I had, then I had written a book, which means in turn then that I had much more experience. I was much more familiar with what I wanted to do and what my writing style was going to be and everything. So then, when it came time to take the physical writing and transcribe it, to convert it into, putting it onto the computer, well, I was editing as I went. And in that editing process, because I was so much more experienced at that point, because I knew so much more the direction of where I wanted the story to go, because I knew what I was doing a lot more, I basically rewrote the darn thing. I took the trash draft and I turned it into the first draft. I rewrote basically everything as I transcribed it, reframed things, moved paragraphs around, changed the fates of characters and situations that people got themselves into based on what I knew I wanted to do later on, all sorts of things like that. And by then I had an almost decent draft. And then it came time for editing that draft. So I went through, I reread, and I edited a whole bunch of stuff as I went through. Then I gave it to my fiance, and she went through and she edited everything to try and clean up sentences, make things sound better, fix up some grammar, make sure that things were consistent, things like that. And then I went through it again. It basically just continually rerunning over and over and over and over again, to the point that while the actual writing of the book itself, the first draft, right, took a little under a year, I would say, the actual editing thereof took very nearly another year on top of that. Now, I think that the next book is going to be much, much shorter to be able to produce, because now I am so much more experienced. Now I know what I want in a book. Now I have a better idea of, what my style is when it comes to writing. But I didn't have that at first. And it took time to find all of that, to figure out, what kind of story I wanted to write. And the only way that I really was able to figure that stuff out and make those distinctions for myself was by actually writing. Sorry, I'm a little distracted because I've noticed the chat just complete. Are we still here? You can all still hear me and everything? Just the chat went like completely dead. And there's still people here. There's still people watching, but like no one's saying anything, which is weird. But if we're all still here, I'm sure that's fine. Yeah, it really was just so okay, all right, very, very good, very good. It really was just a matter of when I first tried to write the book, I had never written a book before, so it wasn't very good. But then when it came time to re-edit the book, well then, hey, I had written a book. I had written a manuscript. I had a bit of a better idea what I wanted to do. And the result was a much, much better product, right? And for that reason, I'm really quite glad that I wrote the initial thing all by hand, because it forced me, not only did writing it by hand force me to move forward. It meant that I couldn't go backwards. I had to keep on going with the story and see where it took me. In the exact same way, it forced me then to transcribe it all and really come to grips with every little word that I had written. Some of which was really good. Some of which was awful, right? And I think that that's a process that every new writer really has to go through. So how long did it take? A very long time, but I'm feeling much, much more confident now, and I'm feeling pretty good that this next book is going to be out well before the end of this year. In fact, much sooner than that, I should hope. We'll talk about the next books towards the end here, I think. How did you develop your writing style? Any particular authors, books, exercises, or habits that helped? Again, a really big emphasis on reading the kinds of books that I wanted to write. In this case, the historical primary sources. Rifleman Harris, Joseph Plum Martin, Cavalier Mercer, all these different people, right? They helped me to figure out the diction a little bit, to figure out the kinds of stories that these people told, the way that they described certain, traumatic events, things like that. It was a very, very big help. If you want to become a writer, read what you want to write. Read what you are interested in and think about what you would do differently. Think about what you would do the same. There's just, reading is important at all. Otherwise, habits, for a while there, for most of the portion of my writing, the rough draft, I had a goal of writing at least 2 pages in my big notebook. So about, I think it was like 600 words or so a day. Write at least that much every single day. And even if it's awful, I fix it in post, right? Just get it out there. And, when I go back to re-edit, I'll know a little bit more what I want to do and where I want things to go. So that was always a very big help as well. I also found it very helpful to change up the physical environment where I was writing a great deal. Whether it's at one point, for example, I was actually staying in a lovely town in the north of England called Berwick-upon-Tweed. I was staying there for a big portion of my writing, and I would go to the town walls. Literally, it's like the old, medieval town walls around the outskirts of the place. I'd go up to the top of the town walls, sit on a bench, look out at the water, and I would write there. Or when I was staying, when I published the novel, I was staying in Cedar Falls in Iowa, lovely little town, seeing some friends there. And I would go to a little cafe that my fiance and I found we really fell in love with. I'd go there every morning. Like, I had a goal, basically. It's like, right, when the cafe opens, I'm going to be their first customer. So I would go at like 6 a.m. every single day, being one of the first ones to get in there to get the writing done. And that was very helpful as well. It doesn't even have to be, it was very picturesque, Millie's, but it doesn't even have to necessarily be very picturesque. It just has to be something different, right? Something to break me out a little bit of like the cycle of being in one place all the time. Having different locations was always very, very helpful. Different routines and such. I varied the routine up fairly often to keep it fresh for me. That's how I personally found it to be very helpful. I also found, and I know that the name is like Anathema now, and I honestly don't really know the full story. I just know that like he was up to some really shady stuff that's not cool. This is not a moral judgment or anything, right? This is not a moral statement, but the advice of Neil Gaiman was also quite helpful, because apparently like one of his writing philosophies was, right, take your notebook, a physical notebook, go somewhere other than your home, or like wherever you have leisure, right? Sit down, and you're allowed to do 2 things. You're allowed to write, and you're allowed to do nothing, but nothing else. And again, it's if I was sitting on like the walls in Berwick, I'm either sitting there and I'm scribbling away and I'm writing something, even if it's awful, I'm writing something, or I'm just sitting and I'm looking out at the water and waiting, and eventually it's like, oh, and then you think about what you want to say again. That's the direction that I took overall. And then where did the idea to include illustrations come from? Well, again, the reason why I'm including that in this bit here is because it's very, very similar to the inspiration for writing the book to begin with, is primary sources. Old historic artwork, they have, like, here, if you, they always start off with something like this, a great big title page and some artwork on the side. And it's just, that's a particular style that I just really happen to love, and so I decided to ape it. I was actually tempted at first, before every individual chapter, to have like a paragraph basically summarizing, here's what happens in this chapter. Because that's also a very, very common thing to do in early modern literature. They basically be like, the narrator does this, the narrator does that, an incident, an account, a fun time. They'll describe, like, give little teasers of what happens in the chapter. Ultimately, I opted against that because, as early modern as it is, it obviously it'd be spoilers, right? And that's not something that modern audiences like in the same way that they did historically, I suppose. But basically, it's just once you get past this point in the book, once you're in this point of the book and onwards, you are, as far as I'm concerned, in universe. You are in the world. The rest of the pages being published are from the 18th century. That's why there are 18th century assets located throughout. It's 18th century artwork and everything. It's trying to be as historic as possible up until the very end with the thank you page and the picture of me and everything. It's meant to be historical. Oh, right. And then, of course, there's the idea that the artwork are basically sketches, so that's like the in-universe idea, right? But this as well, the reason why I wanted to have artwork like in this style is it's very much meant to feel like it's drawn by the narrator, and it's a way for the narrator to be processing the emotions of everything that he saw, right? It's him remembering these moments in foggy ways, and he's trying to remember them, right? He's trying to bring back what these moments felt like in order to describe them, in order to convey their meaning and the emotion behind them, and in such a way that he can, get across why he's writing the book. And ultimately, the reason why he's writing the book is to demonstrate how awful his experiences were and to try and draw attention to the sacrifices of his comrades, to the sacrifices of men that he held to be better than himself. So, there's a lot of reasons why I thought that illustrations would really go a long way towards making the book feel like a more complete product. So, thank you to Aaron, Anthony, Eva, and Alan for all asking variations of some of those questions. Again, not everyone asked all those questions, but they all sort of felt similar in some way. So we'll go over to the next one from Lucas, from Lucas alone, and a good number of questions. And these are more technical. What software and writing apps did I use? How did I find my editor and my artist? How many drafts and changes had to be made before the final copy? And what advice can you give to aspiring writers? Well, I feel like I've already covered a fair bit of that in the previous bits of questions. But as far as software and writing apps go, again, this right here, that was a big one. This one, that's a big one too, right? Pens on paper. And then I just so then what I did is I took it all and I put it onto Google Docs. I did it on Google Docs by chapter. I didn't just have one document with all of the book in one go. I put it onto I put it into chapter 1 is one document, chapter 2 is another document, so on and so forth. And that's where I did all of my transcribing. Then I did the editing there, and I had Sarah look over everything, and she did her recommended changes, and then I affected those changes, blah, 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 blah. Google Docs is a really, really good program for all of that. The way then that I formatted it initially was actually quite inefficient, so I don't have to go into all that. But the way that I formatted the second volume of the book was using Affinity. Affinity is a program by Canva that allowed me to go through and basically do every individual page as I wanted to. The fonts and formatting and graphics and images. Like Microsoft Word and Google Docs, you cannot format images at all. Basically, you can't do anything in there. But with Affinity, you can make really good graphics. You can do really good design work. So I would recommend Affinity. Do all the writing and editing and everything in Google Docs, and then bring it over to Affinity. There's a little bit of a learning curve to Affinity, but just every time you want to do something different, just Google how do I do this Affinity, and you'll find the answer that way. It's pretty. You'll pick it up. If I was able to pick it up, then you'll be able to pick it up, to be sure. Sarah put in a huge amount of work. It was really awesome. We got a great support. Yes, absolutely. Sarah put in so many hours into the darn thing as far as the editing. And there's the next question is, how did you find your editor and your artist? Well, she's in the next room over. I didn't necessarily have enough funding to hire a full-on professional editor to go through every line. And honestly, I realized after Sarah started going through it that hiring an editor probably wouldn't have been worth it because, while I'm sure there were some things that they would have picked up that Sarah didn't, but there's also vice versa, right? I would have spent a lot more money, and I probably would have gotten less back as a result. Sarah was an extraordinary help to me in editing the darn thing. And she was willing to put in the time and the effort to do so. Hey, it's I mean, she's in the chat there, Rococo Renette. Thank you very much, dear. It's her paycheck too at the end of the day, right? You know, if I do well, she does well. So it's all in our best interest. When it comes to finding editors, I would just say, yeah, start close, right? Look around to people who are in your immediate circle. If there's anyone who's willing to help you out, that's the way to do it. Because very similarly, in fact, for my friend Devin, he's the T11 whatever, stupid username, Devin. Think of a better username, but he's in the chat there. But my friend Devin, Jordan, John, Kevin, a number of people in my life, basically, that we all just sat down then towards the end and we pulled up the book and we're like, all right, popcorn reading. We did like one chapter each and we just would go through and each person would read a chapter. I didn't read it because I had to listen to it, not speak it because I knew what was coming next and everything. But they would read through it all, and anytime there was something off, I was like, ooh, I'll flag that. And that was... And if I locked you all in a cell and made you eat British food, so it was that, yes. No, but that was an incredible help as well. That was incredibly beneficial. So again, look locally, see the people who are around you who can help to make it happen, and that's probably one of the most efficient ways to do so. Similarly for my artist, Kyle is a good friend. I've known him for years now, and he does good historical artwork. We're gonna chat with him later on about the process, and he was able to do so for me. So I really lucked out, honestly. I really lucked out in a lot of those ways. So there's all that. How many drafts and changes have you made before the final copy? Again, I commented on that a bit earlier, but I did it all by hand, transcribed, edited, sent it to Sarah. She edited, and she rewrote half the darn thing sometimes, in some portions, really, really heavy edits. Then I went through and affected those edits, and when I was affecting her edits, I was also doing more edits on my own, and etc., etc., etc. So overall, honestly, I don't know how many exact runs there were through the whole thing, but it was a lot. It was definitely a lot. I think a really, really good way to look at it is, or a good way to describe it is, I heard someone say, I don't remember where I heard it, but I heard someone say that a piece is ready for publication when you're sick and tired of it. When you're legitimately just you hate it, it's just you're so oh my god, you're so worn down by going through the same darn thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's when you're getting ready for the publication. Because when you're reading through it and you're like, God damn, I'm a good writer. This is gold. This is amazing. This is wonderful. You're missing a lot of stuff. You're probably missing some stuff there. It's because you should have read through your own book so many times that you know what the next word's going to be, right? Just read through it, and then when you think it's done, read through it again. That's what I should have done, because by the time I published it, when I made the second edition, it's like, oh, there's a lot more changes here I need to affect than I thought there was. After you think that you're ready for publication, honestly, put it all on Book Vault or Amazon KDP or Ingram Spark, whatever you're using. Incidentally, I use all of those. Book Vault is my big one. Amazon is pretty big too. Order a couple of proof copies, hand them out to close people, and then start reading it. And then you're going to know, boop, there's one, and there's one, and there's one. Because when you have the physical copy in your hands, all of a sudden, it's like the typos just breed. It's wild. And I didn't know about that, but now I do, and my advice, get a physical copy in your hands and use that for one final editing pass. Because you do not want a moment like I had when I was sitting at dinner with my brother, Andrew. We saw him earlier. I was sitting at dinner with Andrew for his birthday. We were at a Cracker Barrel, if I remember right. And he's like, yeah, so I started reading through the book. I'm really trying to take my time with it. Really want to enjoy it. I'm like, oh, thank you so much. He's like, was it on purpose on page 33 when you had the font change halfway through a sentence? I'm like, what? Yeah, no, in this particular part, the font, it goes from the old font to a modern Times New Roman or whatever. Was that does that mean something? And I'm like, no, are you sure? And I thought that he was, I thought he was crazy. I thought surely that couldn't have happened. I would have caught that, right? Yeah, no, that happened. That was a thing. So I had to go and change it. And I had to change it after, like, however many thousands of copies had gone out. So, get a physical copy. Review it like that, because it'll jump out at you in a way that it would not have done earlier than that. A quick little aside, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a lovely donation to the cause from Nicholas Fontaine, $10 for Waterloo Uncovered, bringing us up to, what is that, £169.83. Thank you very much, sir. That is very generous of you, and it is very much appreciated. It's a very good cause. Thank you so much. Let's see, hold on. All right. Oh, and he's in the chat too. Well, very good. Yeah, thank you, sir. That's very much appreciated, and it goes towards a very good cause. Thank you. Will I be attending any book or game conventions? I'd like to, but no promises. I'm very, very, very busy otherwise, but time will tell. All right, I think that's all answered Lucas's question pretty effectively. Yes. Isaac, who asks, which part of the book took the most revisions? I would say the beginning, like, third, probably. Because, again, when I wrote those first few chapters, I had never written a book before, but the further I went along, the more I got into it, the more I learned, and the more I realized what I wanted to change. And likewise, when I got to certain portions later on in the book, I thought, ooh, I actually want to have this thing happen, but that contradicts something that happens earlier, so I would write in the margins, change this, or like retcon this, change that earlier on. And so that's when I did most of the, like, it was earlier on was when most things were the most subject to change and updates and, things like that. So definitely the first third of the book altogether. From Fong and Alan both, we have, what in your life inspired you to write the book? What's your favorite line or moment? Did you ever feel discouraged? And was it a stressful experience? Did you worry that people wouldn't like the book? So what in my life inspired? Well, I've always been a very big fan of zombie media. Obviously, I'm a very big fan of 18th century military history. So it was a pretty natural thing to combine the two. I would say that there's definitely something to the idea that that I believe both of those settings, you might say, have popular misunderstandings that I believe are damaging to the genres or to the fields or whatever it is in some way. Obviously, when it comes to 18th century military history, there are a lot of ideas that I go up against. Muskets were horribly inaccurate, and officers were dumb, and they were selfish, and they didn't care about the lives of their men, and everyone was so obsessed with glory and honor and bravery and chivalry and warfare and everything, and all that meant that they fought lining up and shooting back and forth and everything, and they didn't think about how they were fighting and blah blah blah. People were stupid back then. There's a lot of myths and everything in mythologizing around 18th century warfare that obviously, as you all know, I've dedicated a significant portion of my life to trying to dispel and educate people on and add some of the depth and the details as to what makes that time period so interesting. So that portion was a natural fit. When it comes to zombie media, here's the thing. I say that I love zombie media. I hate the vast majority of zombie media. I like the good stuff. So often, right? Zombie media is portrayed as a weird, thinly veiled excuse to show a lot of gore and violence against massive crowds in a way that's, like, morally justified. It's like, oh, if we want to have a movie where, like, our main characters take a chainsaw and start hacking off a bunch of limbs and carving through, they're covered in blood and there's dead bodies everywhere and it's gross and it's weird. Like, oh, well, if we did that with them just like in a shopping mall, that'd be weird. And I know, we'll make them zombies. And now it's okay. Now it's not weird. Now it's cool. Now it's an action hero. And, obviously you have something like Dead Rising, which is a parody. It's a comedy. That's all well and fine. But, like, there's a lot of more quote-unquote serious zombie media out there that, like, really doesn't bother to actually delve in to what a zombie apocalypse would really be like. Because in reality, a zombie apocalypse shouldn't be like, you know, cool action heroes Ramboing their way through hordes with a bunch of big guns, you know, shooting guns, causing explosions, and being sexy and whatnot. It should be horrific. It should be horrifying. It should be traumatic. It should be affecting. Because these creatures are not just rando movie monsters. They're like your family members. They're your loved ones. They're your friends. They're your neighbors. They're your countrymen, as I emphasize in the book a lot. That isn't just, you know, it's, I'll say this, is the very like first couple of episodes of The Walking Dead, I loved. They captured that sentiment so well. The tragedy that is should be baked into this genre. And then as the show went on, like after season 2 or whatever, like it just completely dropped the ball. I completely forgot about like all of that. There were a few shining moments. God, I watched that show for like way too long. There were a few shining moments, like the little girl who thinks that the zombies are like actually friendly and they're misunderstood, and ultimately they have to like put her down because she gets her sister infected or whatever. Like there are some shining moments of that, yes. But so much of it was just like, you know, it was just dumb. But like the very first episode, I think it was the first episode, where like the little boy or little girl, whatever, the kid whose mother, like as a zombie, has some like weird like remnants of memory left, and like every night would walk up to the front door of their house and try to open it, and like this kid has to deal with the fact that like my mother is trying to eat me alive, not like just trying to kill me in those brutal ways. Like that's horrible. That's terrible. And that, I think, is what makes the zombie genre so interesting and so have so much opportunity and potential to explore themes of trauma and privation and psychological elements, and I wanted to create a story as well that would actually at least partially acknowledge the traumatic effects of all of that and do justice to the zombie genre. My narrator is not a hero. He's just a man who is caught up in it all, right? There are very little by way of heroics in the book, and usually the heroics don't end very well. No one's having a good time. No one, so all of that, I guess, if we were to combine all that, that's what basically inspired me to write the story, is that there are these things about these stories that I love, and it's so very rare. If you want other good examples of media that actually like covers that in pretty good depth, Train to Busan, wonderful film. 28 Days Later, wonderful film. Not the sequel, just 28 Days. 28 Years, decent, but felt different. 28 Days, the best one by far. Etc., etc., etc. My favorite line or moment, I'm not going to spoil what it comes from, but there is one moment. There's one particular line. Here we are. I'm just going to do a spoiler alert really quickly. I'm just going to read this line, and I'm just going to say that it's my favorite one by far, and if you've read the book, then you'll know it. If not, then you'll know when you see it, or you've already muted, and so you won't, you won't hear me at all right now, which is probably preferable. My tears, being the last I would ever shed, mingled with the blood which stained him. A shallow grave had already been dug some distance from the camp, and in the hollow lamplight, in an unknown field, he was laid to rest. We buried him with but a shroud, and no stone to honor his memory. That is my favorite line, because it is directly inspired by, I think, one of the most beautiful lines I've ever read, in a nonfiction piece, being the it's George Robert Gleig's narrative of of his campaigning in North America during the War of 1812, fighting in New Orleans specifically in this book. And in a skirmish prior to the Battle of New Orleans, he loses a dear friend of his. And not even in the big battle, in a skirmish, little itty-bitty skirmish like a couple of nights before, he loses a dear friend, and he describes how when he was looking for the body, how he felt that he might be able to deal with the loss with something like philosophy, is the exact term phrase that he uses, but how when he actually finds the body, when he sees the body lying cold and pale in the mud, he just breaks down crying. He sinks to his knees and he weeps for his friend, which is just a beautiful moment, I think, and it's very evocative of the struggles that these guys went through, and the way that he describes it is, we buried him, we buried him something or other, as a soldier with but a shroud, something along those lines. And so so it's a direct inspiration from that scene there. It's a very, very direct inspiration. And there are actually a great deal of lines in the book that are directly inspired by a specific moment in military history in a primary account that I had read. At one point, one of the characters exclaims, "Oh, I shall die," which might feel a little clunky to a modern reader, but it's pulled directly from Rifleman Harris. When Harris goes forward to, I think it's a corporal or something, who's bleeding out, having taken a ball in the guts, and he's cradling this corporal or this sergeant or an officer or whatever, and he's basically reaching up to Harris saying, "Oh, Harris, I shall die, I shall die." Those are the exact lines that he uses, and so I pull that as well, because it's just little vignettes of moments in history that I thought were particularly meaningful, and a way to help the book feel more more significant as a result of that. Was the window being covered with newspaper a nod to Train to Busan? Yes, we'll go with... No, that was not actually, but that's a really clever... That's clever. Maybe the idea was implanted in my mind because of that. It wasn't an active decision, but it was, buried deep down back there somewhere. Did you ever feel discouraged or run out of ideas? I wouldn't say that I felt particularly discouraged or running out of ideas, because most of the book flows, I think, pretty naturally from one thing to another. It's very situationally based, if that makes sense. There's not a lot of plotting in the book, right? There's no big twists or turns. It's just an historical event happens, and this is a person inside of it that is navigating those waters. And so, but before I even started writing, I had a basic idea of what I wanted the format to look like. Soldiers in a town, zombies attack, and here's how the army reacts to this incident, right? And then it was just a matter of finding out, okay, well, as all these things are happening, where is my main character going to be? Where is he going to be? How is he going to be able to get from one place to another? How is he going to navigate this world? And what makes the most sense? In fact, rather than running out of ideas, the book itself was often generating my ideas. I know it's kind of a cringy thing to say, and it's kind of overblown, because authors are rather pretentious people, unfortunately. But there's this a common meme or whatever that goes around author circles where I'm trying to make this thing, I'm trying to write my book, but the characters won't listen to me. The characters refuse to do what I tell them to do. It's oh, it's actually kind of true. I always thought that was so cringy, but it's no, I see what they mean now, because there were a lot of things that I originally intended to go in one direction in the book, but then the way that I was writing is oh, well, I put the character here, and because he was there, this happened to him, and because that happened, he had to do this other thing, and then in order to escape from that situation, he had to do this other... Oh, so now we're over here. Now we're halfway across town. I thought we were going to be over, where all the women and children were in the barracks, but no, we're on the other side of town, so I guess we get to go do that now. And it's the story itself sort of generated itself in a way. I planned out the rough overall course of events, and then the story. There's a dynamic in the authoring communities between a planner or a pantser. You write with a plan, or you write by the seat of your pants. I started with a plan for the world, and then writing the actual characters within that world was very much by the seat of my pants. So I didn't ever really felt like I was running out of ideas. To be sure, there were a few moments where I wasn't entirely sure how I wanted to write something. What I wanted a character to say, or how I wanted to like get from one moment to another, something like that. And those were moments where I would just leave a blank line and say, well, I'll come back to that later, and then I would forge on. But you know, that's about the extent of that, I'd say. And was it a stressful experience? Did I worry that people wouldn't like the book? So what I'll say is, because I have the YouTube presence, right? Because I have a large following online, I knew for a fact that there would be a certain number of people who would buy the book, and I knew that there would be a certain degree of positive feedback, regardless of what I put out there, right? It's rather inevitable. You know, it's unfortunate. That's just the reality, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be good for at least some people who follow me like over the years to appreciate it. But there is obviously still, of course, on top of that, a certain degree of anxiety, of like, well, is it actually going to be good? Will the more discerning viewership actually appreciate it? Will they appreciate the work that I put into this? Is the work worthwhile? Is it actually, you know, is it a good product that's coming out of the end of this? And am I going to be able to do this again, right? Because if I write one bad book, sure, there's going to be some people who love it, and most people won't, and it'll be average, and it'll be like, maybe a small commercial success, but I wouldn't do it again. It wouldn't be worth the time and the commitment to do it again. But I wanted to do it again. I wanted to write more books. I wanted to pursue more fiction work. Is it going to be worthwhile? Is it going to pay enough to justify the amount of time that I spent, which I could have been spending on YouTube videos? Is it going to, you know, generate the interest? Will people actually want to read a second book after the first one? There's definitely some anxiety about that. I think that, you know, everyone's going to feel some level of anxiety about that. It's natural. And for that, I remember, I'll put it this way. I remember very, very vividly the first night after I hit publish. Or was it in the morning? I don't even remember, because those last few days were basically just like a caffeine filled. I never drink coffee, right? I never drink caffeine, like ever. It's just not who I am. Really, it's just not what I do. But like those last couple of days, I was just doing nothing but like drinking caramel lattes, or something like that, and editing and trying to get through the last bits of the book, trying to make it all polished and finished and ready to go, because I wanted to hit the deadline that I had sort of self-imposed in a really stupid way. I should not have self-imposed a deadline, but that's where I was. And I was so like out of it, because I was like working for like 48 hours straight by the end there, if not more even, trying to get this thing finished. By the time it was actually, I heard you had coffee, and I was, by the time it was finished and I hit publish, I just, I saw one order. I think it was Jackson. I actually think that Jackson may have been the very first book order that I sold, if I remember right. Maybe that's not entirely accurate, but I'm pretty sure Jackson. That sounds familiar to me. Maybe I'm hallucinating, but I don't remember. But I just went straight to bed. Like I had some more water or whatever. I went straight to bed and I fell asleep for like 12 hours or whatever, however long I slept. It was crazy. The guinea pig, yes. And I remember that like when I finally woke up, I'm like, all right, oh boy, and like I was nervous and I was afraid and I was excited and I pull up my phone and I look it up, and I scrolled and I kept on scrolling, and it was just book sold, like from Shopify, whatever like the sale notifications are. Very nice. And it was like 30 something odd books sold in like the first couple of hours, and it just hit me like it was surreal. It's like, is this gonna work? Is this like is this actually gonna like be a thing? Is this gonna be a success? And I remember in like the first, and I think it was actually like later that day or the next day or something, but fairly soon after that, I went out with the missus and some friends. We went out to watch the new Wicked movie. And I kept on checking on the phone, how many sales, and it was like within the first 24 hours I hit over 100 sales, and it's like it was a very, very slow. It like honestly took me weeks. It's like for it to slowly dawn of like, oh my god, I think this was a success. I think this actually like this is a victory. This is a win. I've done something. People actually seem to be liking it, and even still, it's surreal, right? Seeing more and more reviews come in, and I mean, yeah, it's all reviews have always been a spectacular thing to read. I check literally every day for more reviews. If you read the book and you haven't left a review on Amazon, go leave a rating or a review. They're very, very helpful. But I check every single day for new reviews and ratings. I Google the name of the book all the time, searching out for like bits of fan art and whatnot. And then, of course, I mean, this stuff. This level of support with the fan art that people submitted, it's enough to very nearly leave one in tears. It's very, very moving. It's very meaningful. So yes, there was anxiety and there was worry, but it's I feel really good about it now. I feel really, really good about it now. Okay, we can move on now. All right, now we're getting a little bit more into just the actual book itself, as opposed to like the art of writing and authoring, and oh, what a success I've been over these last few weeks, months, whatever. Glad to help with book sales. Yeah, I appreciate your adding to the number, to be sure. That's the other thing, is the Kickstarter figure was like really, really empowering. It's like, ooh, I'm gonna be able to get a lot of artwork for this. People actually enjoy this. People are interested in this. Yeah, it's pretty good. Wait, we need this question. Wait, was there another question? I answered all those ones. Oh, unless you just mean this one. What regiment is the narrator with? We're talking a little bit more about the lore. It is never marked down. I did not. Thank you for your question, Ben. But I purposely left that blank. I purposely left the detail of his regiment, of the other regiments that are present, of the exact date of when the Corpse War takes place. It's all left intentionally vague. And that is so that individuals can fill the spots in on their own. It's because, of course, it's an easier way to avoid getting anything horrifically incorrect if you, if you don't leave, if you don't provide like really, really intense details. And also, like in universe, this guy isn't trying to draw attention at all to himself, so he doesn't really talk about himself all that much. He's mainly talking about other things outside of himself that are happening to him, things like that. And honestly, another really, really, really big reason why I didn't mention what regiment the man was a part of is because historically, a lot of primary accounts don't do that, actually. Like, read through all of George Robert Blank, he actually never mentions, like in a lot of his books at least, he doesn't mention what rank he is even. He doesn't mention his regiment. He doesn't mention what company he belongs to. He doesn't go into those sorts of details. He's like, well, that's not what people are here for. They're not interested in that. I'm going to talk about what I saw. So, yeah, I left it purposely vague, and so I shall continue to do. You can fill in the blank however you think is appropriate, whatever you think is coolest, whatever you think is best, etc., etc. From Elliot. What's the criteria for someone to become a devil? Do they need to be bit? And what if they die of a gunshot wound? So this is a one that I think I'm guessing that Elliot has not yet reached this portion in the book, or he's not yet read the book, because it is something that we discuss at length in the book. Spoiler alert! Mute now if you want to avoid any spoilers. But long story short, you do not necessarily need to be bit. It's not an infection. It is not a sickness. It has nothing to do with biology whatsoever. Instead, it is a much deeper sort of metaphysical concern than that. The way that you become a devil is when you are killed by a devil. If you are attacked, set upon, and killed by one of the undead, you become one of them. So naturally, if you die by a gunshot wound, if you die from a fall, if you die from even, if you die from anything like that, then no, you do not turn, and we do see that, we see that in the book. You do not turn if you are killed by a human, by a living mortal man. And of course, that has rather interesting implications for especially formation fighting. The man in front of you is about to be killed by the devils. You don't want to contribute to their number. You maybe shoot him in the back and you save yourself another. It's called the King's Mercy, to kill a man before he turns. And of course, there are some interesting lines with that, because what happens, I'll pose this question to all of you, what happens if a man is injured in battle, he's bitten badly on the arm, the surgeons patch up the wound, and they don't amputate, but he later gets an infection, like a however many days later or whatever, an infection starts to spread from the wound, because of course human bites are brutal, and he dies as a result of that. Does the infection, does that count as having been killed by one of the devils? Or is the infection something else entirely that kills him? Does he then die and turn and come back? Or is he okay? And how about this? What if that infected arm is amputated? The surgeon comes along, lobs off the arm, that's gone. But now, as a result of the surgery and the shock and maybe, other things like that, that kills him. Does that count as the devil having killed him, or did the surgeon kill him? Where does that moral line lie? Who is morally culpable for that death? So does he convert, or does he not? Does he rise up, or does he not? Now that's an interesting thought as well, isn't it? Purposely vague. I leave it up to your interpretation. What do you think? And it's maybe fan theory. Maybe I can have a separate live stream like this for fan theories one day. But interesting ideas, interesting possibilities, and I'm not going to explore it more in depth than that because I think it's fun to do. All right. Give me a little bit longer to do one or two more questions, then we will pop you on. I'm just talking to Kyle. He is ready and able to come on for the interview portion a little earlier, which is wonderful. What a supportive, lovely fella he is. Considering, from Mallard, considering that the origin seems supernatural, would chaplains work against the undead similar to in Guts and Black Powder? No, chaplains would not have any sort of effect. Again, the exact metaphysical reality of all these boys is left purposefully vague, but I will say it is not rooted in explicitly Christian theology, and so the corpses don't particularly care about chaplains. They are merely, all they are corpses reanimated. Why? Who knows? In service to what? Maybe nothing. They have a hatred for living and they seek to extinguish life. That's all it is, right? And so a chaplain holding up a crucifix would not even register to them. They only see the hand that's holding it as they go in for it. So no, I do not consider that chaplains would have any sort of effect on them like in Guts and Black Powder. There is no magic at play, not divine nor otherwise. The only thing that is different in this world from our own are the corpses themselves. There is no other divine intervention. There is no other magical influences. There are no other fantasy elements. It is only the corpses. That's how I prefer it. And then here, all right, we'll do all these ones then, and then we'll call Kyle and we'll talk to him a little bit about the artwork of the Corpse War. From Nick, Kirky, and Roberto, we have these questions asking about, are we planning any sequels? If so, when can we expect the sequel? Did the Devils make it to the continent? Does Britain go into an emergency state? Where might this potential sequel be set? Oh, there are so many ideas. There are so many possibilities when it comes to sequels. And yes, so many of them are actively being planned. So, first things first, the next fiction book that I publish is actually going to be a sort of an ancillary piece to this first one. It's going to be a military manual set in the world of the Corpse War, published, we'll say, a year or two after the fact, basically as a treatise of if these undead things ever, become a problem again, how are we going to deal with them? How do you fight them? What weapons do you employ? What formations do you employ? What was how did the Corpse War of 93 play out? How could it have been improved upon? How could it have been changed? How do we prepare for this again? Should we have the countryside be on the continual lookout? If so, how do we do that? How do we prepare, different elements of society, et cetera, et cetera. So think like the manual exercise or Cuthbertson or the Articles of War, all this stuff combined, but for preparing for a zombie outbreak. So that's going to be the next book. After that, I have a twofold plan, right? One is going to be before I publish a major sequel, there are going to be a number of offshoot novels. There are going to be reappearances of corpses, of devils, of the choleric dead in a variety of different circumstances and situations, and how they come about will vary based on where it is. So, for example, what actually caused the zombie outbreak? The blight? No. So the actual cause is once again quite vague. I think another question in this will actually be related, but no, the cause is purposely vague. We don't entirely know, do we? Maybe worth exploring in future stories. But I definitely want to I'll talk a little bit about settings. I won't talk about the origins of how the undead would get to these places, but I'll talk a little bit about what I want to have future stories set around. One, I want to have one in the West Indies, by far. Fascinating environment to set a story like this. Fascinating social dynamics to explore. Brutal place to be. I want to have one zombie undead story set in the West Indies on a series of sugar plantations and whatnot. Probably have a fictionalized island, somewhere nearby other real islands. I want to have one set on a ship as well. Probably a frigate or a small ship of the line or something. Some isolated ship that's out in the middle of nowhere, and all of a sudden, oh hey, look, zombies! What do we do about that? It's not a fun time. So one will be on a ship. Were there any others that I had in the immediate sense in mind? There are so many potentials, aren't there? Those are the two really big ones that I'm feeling particularly inspired for, right? I think that they'll also do quite well. I think that the one on a ship that I'll have to do a lot more research for to figure out, the history and everything. Master and Cadaver! Oh, yes, exactly. That's really good. So yeah, I need to do a lot more research to do that proper justice, but I think that one will be really, really popular. But, however, so those will all be smaller, sort of side books, so to say, but a sequel, a very, very big sequel, is not just going to be, the Corpse War of this year. It is going to be the Great Corpse War. I'll just give you a quick little hint and a primer for what I envision for it. We're going to skip forward a couple of years to imagine, it was 1814. Year's 1814. Napoleon has gone on off to do his nonsense in Russia. Got to Moscow, retreated. All the normal history. He comes back, and the French army is completely destroyed, right? As he does so, he is then met with new armies from the Austrians and the Prussians, the Russians at his heels, the British coming up through Spain, and the French are finally defeated. Well, hopefully finally, right? Yeah, he won't come back. We're going to send him to exile on Elba or whatever. He'll be fine. Napoleon is defeated. In Paris, before Napoleon is exiled, there is a period of occupation. There is a period, in the early days of, the French defeat and everything, where we have Russian soldiers in Paris, alongside German soldiers, and Austrian soldiers, and Polish, and British, and and royalist French, and all of these different factions all have a military presence in Paris. Now, wouldn't it be crazy? Wouldn't it be so wacky, zany, guys, if in that whole massive political powder keg, something were to happen and corpses were to start coming to life, whether it's a revolutionary, Bonapartist doctor who refuses to see the revolution die, and he, and he does something to kick it off, or whether it's, an army like breaks into, a prison where where they were keeping some of these bodies that had somehow managed to, whatever. There are many avenues that I could potentially take from it. But imagine, the chaos of that. Because here's the thing. This whole thing, tiny little market town in the middle of Norfolk nowhere, right? Imagine Paris. And that, my friends, that is a sequel. Oh, another offshoot book. Alongside the military manual, I want to do The Art of the Corpse War, which is going to be like a coffee table style art book with just, artwork as if it was from the time period, showing off the war and everything. All right, so with that, let's just... Okay. We are now, my friends, going to take a quick little break away from the Q&A. We're going to throw these on, and we're going to speak with a good friend of mine, Mr. Kyle Dunn, who is the artist of... Ooh, there we are. The artist of the book. We're going to speak with him a little bit about his... Yes, there we are. Okay. We're going to speak with him a little bit about his techniques, his approaches, his what he likes, and whatever. We have a couple of questions for him. So, okay, ready? I'm going to ask him. Okay. All right, he is ready. We're going to do a video call. Hello, Mr. Kyle.
How you doing?
I am doing quite well, sir. How are you?
I am excellent. Unfortunately, I don't have a really good webcam to use right now, so I will just be an ethereal voice appearing before you all today.
Ethereal voices work just fine. I figured that would be the case anyways. Yeah. I should have had a PNG that I could pull up that I could put of you.
I can give you one right now.
Yeah, sure. Do that.
Okay.
I will pop up a quick. We're gonna do it live.
All right. There you go. You can use that. Does that work, or do you want like something more substantial?
That'll work. That'll work.
Okay.
Save image.
Is that the Fighter Tales guy? Yeah, you know it.
Indeed, Kyle does have a YouTube channel all his own, Falcon's Fighter Tales. We'll link it in the chat as well. In fact, Kyle, you have a free hand. You can link it in the chat there.
Yeah.
And
I would love to. I typically cover aviation history, spanning all the way back from the very, very early days to present day. So, this might be when I first got involved in this project, it was a little outside of my time period that I normally cover, but I appreciate all history. So it was actually a very educational experience for myself.
Sorry, I'm making you smaller. You showed up.
Fair enough.
You took over
Yeah.
the whole screen on me.
Can
Can I make you spin? Can I make you
horizontal flip? Are you using OBS?
That's all right. No, it's fine. You're
Okay.
facing away from me a little bit, but that's okay. All right.
That's
So, alrighty then. We got a Kyle PNG. We're gonna talk to the PNG. So in fact, you've already covered a little bit of that already. So we'll start off with the first question that I've totally not supplied to you in advance for you to prepare and come up with really clever answers. These are all going to be 110% off the cuff. But
Totally.
normally, through your YouTube channel, you're working with aviation history. And most of your artwork style, I think, really reflects that. It's very I would describe it as very Top Gun, right? It's very modern. It's very action. It's very guitar riff cool guy. That's how I imagine your usual work, right? Whereas something like The Corpse War is very gory, very bloody, very depressing. It's an early modern time period, of course. It's horror. How did you feel about that change? Was that like a major shift for you? Do you think did you feel like you fell into it naturally, or how did that go?
Not necessarily. It was one of those deals where, I mean, aviation aside, I do have an appreciation for other eras of history, and
Mhm.
I reenact World War One as a Canadian soldier. I even did a little bit of Victorian reenacting when I was out in California for a bit. So I
Oh,
have an idea of the look of at least 100 to 150-year-old artwork. Going back to the latter half of the 18th century was a bit of a not a hurdle, but it was a change of pace that I actually really welcomed because it really expanded what kind of fields I work in.
mhm.
Um, I've done charcoal sketches before, but it wasn't always my go-to medium. Like you said, I do a lot of the full color, like Top Gun-esque
Yeah.
pieces. And actually, if you would like to show people what I normally do, I can just shoot this over to you.
Oh yeah, sure.
Um, this is actually from my book that Brandon was kind
Ah,
enough to publish for me, and I am so thrilled to have that opportunity. By the way, thank you
yeah.
so much.
Oh, of
Um,
course.
so I just sent that piece over to you, and this is more kind of like my speed. I mean, I like all the anime stuff and everything too, but I also like working in more realistic styles. Even though this particular one is a little abstract, but I try to do a variety of things. My partner in
Sorry,
crime,
I'm still
Hellion. Oh, go ahead.
working on loading it up.
Yeah,
So
I'm just kind of
I
rambling.
actually have context. Okay. Sorry. Yes. Carry on then.
So my partner in crime, Hellion, actually does most of the artwork for my channel. But I do occasionally step in to do pieces here and there as needed. Especially if it's a project that I'm strictly working on alone. So I've got a few talents. I like to think
Yeah.
anyway. Some
Yeah.
call
Well, that
me.
definitely.
Yeah.
It's so actually
Yeah.
sort of like springboarding off of that. Do you think that well, were there any moments that you felt like a slightly different medium than usual, like the whole charcoal thing and it's slightly different time period, different vibe? Do you think that were there moments that you were portraying something and you were thinking, "Oh, I really wish that I could emphasize this, but the limitations aren't really allowing for it?" Or were there any moments that were sort of the opposite, where it's like, "Ooh, the limitations of this medium actually are helping to bring out something that I wouldn't have been able to do otherwise, like with full color."
Uh, the latter, really. I mean, yeah, there were a few times where I was wondering, oh man, how am I gonna depict this? Like, especially gore. That was something very interesting to adapt into a black and white medium because, like I said,
Mm.
normally I work with color. But getting this really gaunt, dark, oppressive style down was definitely a work in progress throughout the book, but it was also very fulfilling. I got to
Mm.
really experiment with a lot of things that I have never really tried before.
Nice. Yeah. No, and I think that we can see that. At least I could see it, like, as we were working with different commissions and different projects.
Yep.
As you were going along, like, I could see the little improvements in certain ways being made and getting more refined at showing certain things. Like not only working around the limitations, but like using them to the advantage. Um, and I think that's one of the ways that the main piece here that I've had as my background on this whole live stream is one of my favorites, because I think it really uses the just the way that it gets like so dark and oppressive, like, or it's impossible to really tell like any individual thing that's happening, with like the corpses that are scaling the bastion, scaling like the hillside. They just sort of all turn into like one great big amorphous blob, because there's like, in one way, not much else you can do with the medium, but it works, like it really fits
And
to
part of it was
give that
really,
feeling.
yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just going to tack on that. I getting into the mind of the character the narrator was one of the big keys for it, because the whole meta is that he's drawing these from memory, and I almost wanted them to take on sort of like a nightmarish aesthetic. Like, these are things he sees every night when he's asleep. These are
Mhm.
things that are flashing back in his brain every single day. And he has to convey those really complex and intricate uh, visions that he's reliving into a charcoal medium, which is one of the few mediums somebody like him would have access to in the 18th century.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I think that's a really good way to look at it. Is it's it doesn't always make complete sense, but it's not necessarily meant to, because it's him trying to work his way through all of these all of these feelings. And incidentally, we should point out, although I feel maybe I should have saved this towards the very end, but we will be listing, and I'm so sorry, Kyle. I know I keep on telling you that
Yeah.
I'm going to do this, but we will be listing the original artwork for sale fairly soon on
Yes.
my website. It's we will be doing that, and that'll be a whole big event on its own. But if any one of the original pieces has really struck your fancy and you want to hang it up on the wall, they were all done by hand. They're all original, charcoal. In fact, I'll show it. They're
Yeah.
all done by hand on pieces of paper. And if you want to put it up on the wall, then good opportunity to own a piece for yourself.
And if you look really closely, you can almost see some of my tears that are still on the page.
That's from my abuse, though, more than anything else.
I'm just kidding. Working with you on this project was actually a delight all the way through and through.
Oh, well, thank you. I know it was a lot of fun, and I look forward to commissioning you again for future projects, of which there will be many. Also, we're gonna
Yes.
shout this bad boy out later on, but just as a quick little spoiler.
Oh, well,
thing,
thank
yeah.
you.
Kyle's also written a book, and there's things to talk about there as well, but we'll give that till the end. We have to keep his attention here until the end, so we'll dangle that in front of him like a toy. Let me go through the rest of my questions here. Okay, let's talk a little bit about just one more quick time period question then. When you've mentioned before how you have some familiarity with the time period. Was there still, do you think, much of a learning curve when it comes to the exact art style of the 18th century, the body types, material culture, how these things blended together with one another, how coats were worn and how the fabric, flowed on the body? Was there any particular challenge there, or do you think that you were able to still employ reenacting other time periods to more or less understand the principles there?
Well, I know how wool sits on a person, and I know how somebody stands when they're wearing a lot of it. So injecting that into it was definitely, yes, that was definitely a factor that helped. I still had to do a lot of research, and I mean, I had to ask you so many times, is this correct? Are these accoutrements in the proper place? That kind of stuff, because the 18th century is a little outside of my wheelhouse still, but I feel like I understood the assignment. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that makes sense. Sorry, just give me one. Yes, okay. Yeah, no, and of course you can all imagine with how I am with historical authenticity and accuracy and such, just how many notes there could be on some pieces. Oh, well, technically those men are standing with the feet in the improper position. They really should be something more like that.
Right.
We could get really
I was always very welcoming of stuff like that too, because not only is this a fictional piece, but it is also depicting not a historical event, but a historical time period. And I am of the utmost appreciative of projects like this that actually go the extra mile to make sure, they're using the right kit, their muskets are correct, that kind of stuff.
It does add something to the overall presentation of a story, even if it's not immediately inherently identifiable. What that value is, it is there, and it all sort of bleeds together, I think, in creating a final product. So it's worthwhile to get it right in that way.
It is. And like I said, if I always have an appreciation for it, and if anybody here is an aspiring writer or artist, and you go that extra route, I will absolutely appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And all right, so then we'll take a little bit of a left turn here then, but when it comes to talking about appreciating the artwork and the value that it adds and such, which piece is your favorite? Which one do you think like really works best at capturing the emotion that you were trying to put into everything?
So it's going to be the one I kept. I kept the first piece I did for you, which was the alleyway with the sergeant holding his what is it, halberd? Is that what it was?
Yeah, the halberd, yeah.
Yeah. That one, having the guy in the red coat and the uniform of the period facing down an undead hellish monster
Mm-hmm.
embodies what the story is about.
Yeah.
And yeah, I did keep that one for myself, but
No,
down the road.
rightfully so. I was gonna say we wanted you to keep at least one of the pieces for yourself, to be sure. And actually, so yeah, well, first of all, yeah, it 100% it does encapsulate, because the minute, like at least for me, the minute a story starts having like, oh, we know how to fight the zombies, we're experts in it now, and so we have special zombie fighting troops, and we have also like these magical powers that we figured out how to, reverse engineer how the zombies work, and now we can do all these fancy things. Like, I completely lose interest in a narrative at that point. It's like I want just the average run-of-the-mill army guy versus the otherworldly terror that he cannot comprehend, and he still goes in with his flipping halberd, and like that's it. Like that's what makes the story compelling to me.
Absolutely. And on a similar note, it reminds me of All Quiet on the Martian Front, which is a shout outs to Abby Normal Media. It is a World War I miniatures game where instead of fighting each other, the humans are fighting the Martians, and most of the equipment is pretty realistic in what they would have had access to. And that's another example of like projects that fall into this sort of veil.
Yeah. Or I mean, obviously the thing that inspired that, War of the Worlds, when you just have like, flipping a torpedo, what are they called? Torpedo cruiser?
Torpedo ram. Yeah.
Yeah, torpedo ram. Yeah. With HMS Thunderchild, just like, well, we got, we got some naval guns, and we have the ship itself. There's full speed ahead. We're gonna like allow this, evacuation to take place. We're gonna save the day, and it flipping does great. And it's like, it's such an iconic, amazing moment, and it's not iconic because like the captain of the Thunderchild has secret Martian technology tucked away that they're gonna pull out last minute. It's like, no, it's just a bunch of really brave guys doing what they can with what they have, and I think that's a lot more compelling.
Humanity's struggle against the incomprehensible.
And fun fact, actually, when it comes to that specific piece, the other thing I was going to mention is 40K. Yeah, give me like a standard guardsman against the demons and whatnot any day. And actually, sorry, now this is a real 180, but this is what you get when you have two friends chatting as opposed to a professional formal interview. I had I was introduced a couple of months back to Trench Crusade for the first time from a friend, and the first army list that I built, and in fact every army list that I build in that particular game's rule set, which is really interesting, I think. I don't want any of the sword guys. I don't want any magic nonsense. I don't want any of that. I think it's New Antioch. It's like the human, whatever the regular human faction is. I basically just put together as close as I can to like a modern day British World War I infantry platoon, and I have them go up against the demons. I never win, but my god, it's cool. It's a much more enjoyable experience overall, I think.
Hard agree. I've actually been looking into that game. How is it?
It's good. It's really good. I think it's very compelling.
Excellent.
I love a game that's about whittling down the enemy as opposed to just removing models from the board, which is very much what that is. What that system is like. And a fun fact, incidentally, so one of the like little mini bits of lore in the book about one of the characters, Sergeant Percy, who's the one in that piece you described with the halberd going forward to fight the zombie.
Yes.
When I commissioned that initial piece from you, that was one of the first two that I asked you to make up. At that point in time, I wasn't entirely sure what year I wanted the story to be set in. And 1793 is a year that pretty much the army goes over from using halberds to using pikes. But then, so really, what he should be carrying in that picture is a pike. Not like the axe head thing, just a regular old spear. But I had commissioned you before I knew that I wanted to set it at a time period where that would be the case. And so, in order to go back and make that artwork accurate, what I had to do is like, oh well, Sergeant Percy, he held on to his old halberd. He refused to change, and there was like a little bit of mini backstory that I had to add to him in order to have that fit, which I think is a lot of fun.
Based boomer Sergeant Percy. Excuse me.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
We don't need no spears. We need something that'll cut them in twine.
Exactly. All right. Here's another question for you then. So that was your favorite piece. Which one was the hardest to produce, do you think? What was the most technically demanding?
Probably the one that's your background right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had to create the mass wave of the undead, and when you're drawing a crowd that big, you can't necessarily define every single one of them. So getting them to look like a flood was challenging, but it came out better than I had expected. And I think that is probably my second favorite piece in the entire project that I did.
I agree. I think it's one of my favorites by far. I think it looks really good, and that it's if you really squint and look in, you can see sort of the streaks where individual figures are, but there's really nothing discerning about them. And there could very well be living and dead in that mass. You can't tell, basically.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very cool.
Another thing I really started to enjoy doing, as I did more research on, how things were drawn in the 18th century, smoke. Really big, bulbous, billowing bits of smoke. Were just really fun to draw in that fashion.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool. It feels very appropriate to the time period, and of course, it also really helps to emphasize just how difficult it would have been to see in those sorts of environments as well. So yeah, it works really well.
Thank you.
All right, forging on with another one. We're cracking on right through these pretty well. So in the Corpse War, the choleric dead are not your typical zombies. They operate under different, far more erratic rules. It isn't just like the brain comes back and they want to eat people, but rather every individual part of the body is restored with some very, very vague and presumably metaphysical connection to all the other parts of the body, to where they're barely able to actually coordinate as they advance with their goal of killing things. So how did you find conveying that very, very erratic nature? And were there any little tricks, any techniques that you used to help convey that kineticism in the book, in the artwork?
Well, I decided early on that if I were going to be drawing any body parts or supposed defeated devils, they would still have to be in motion somehow, because you have to turn them into mincemeat in order for them to stop. And so severed hands, I would draw crawling along the ground. The chapter where the woman stoves in one of their heads with a fire poker. Yep. I drew the shadow against the wall with its head just smashed in and just not complete. So things like that, I think, really were the best way to convey that these things were not just your typical zombies where a headshot will put them down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. That's very, very good. And I appreciate the I think it's in one of the very last ones where there's a hand just sort of gripping forward, trying to drag its way along the floor, Thing or something. But very, very, very gross details. Very, very good. Very effective.
And I just want to glaze you for a second. The idea of these not being typical zombies, because anybody else would probably just make them typical zombies where they get headshotted and they're done. When you told me that these were not zombies. They weren't, killable effectively. That turned the whole project into something completely new for me. You don't see that a lot. And I appreciate some of the best horror films have rules. Zombie movies. If you're bitten, after a while you get turned into one. You can only be killed by being shot in the head. Those are the rules that are abided by. While you have a unique take on the subject, there are still rules that are followed.
Yeah.
The undead, like you said before in the stream, you might get bitten by one, but that doesn't mean you're going to turn. You have to die directly by their actions in order to turn. And in order to kill them, they have to be completely immobilized. And even then, I mean, they're not really going to be dead until they're rotted away to nothing.
Yeah.
So following that made them all the more terrifying, but comprehensive enough to understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's and that's something that I always think is like the single most important aspect of storytelling. And honestly, it's the sort of thing that that I always find the most compelling about these sorts is start with a single like set of rules that are different from reality, and then just follow those differences through to their natural conclusion. So, it's I'm not telling a story in the book about like a hero and his journey and what he does, so much as it is an individual who's having things happen to them. Which I think is also a rather good historical way, because a lot of times that's how these narratives were written. These guys aren't telling like personal anecdotes or stories about their like personal lives so much as just the things that they saw and the things that they did. So in this case, it's right. Here's how these things operate. Let's just, we'll do a single triggering event in this fictionalized town of Stolum. Where does it go from there? What makes the most sense? And sometimes that meant that I actually wasn't able to like write moments the way that I originally was hoping to, or to have like, in fact, in the my original like early conceptions of the book, I actually envisioned that well, hold on, I gotta put my spoiler warning on now.
Oh yeah.
There we are. Okay. Oh, maybe. Oh, it's not on the right menu. Well, all right. Well, I'll. Sorry, I didn't set up the spoiler on this particular menu. It was only on the other ones, I think. But yeah, I had to change certain things about the story, of like, oh, who's gonna be where and what will they know. I had to make a few changes, for that reason. Yeah, it's all about the rules. It's all about being consistent in how things work. Because yeah, like the moment someone is reading a bit and they're like, oh, so this thing is going to happen next. I know that because of what I've already read, what you, the author, have told me. And then it's not that. It's like, oh, I guess it just doesn't count this time. And like, there's no reasoning for it. I hate that kind of thing.
Right.
All right. So looking back on all the artwork pieces, right, the whole journey and all of it, are there any individual pieces that you would have done differently or that you think could be changed in some way?
Absolutely. So
Oh.
no artist worth their salt ever looks back and sees their old pieces and doesn't think, is there something we can improve on in the future? That's how you get better. I would really like to if I had to redo one, I would redo the one with oh god, I forget where it's at in the book. The tree, with the burning city in the background. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the layout, and I don't have it in front of me. But
the church. Yes, the church with the
yeah. I didn't like how the tree came out. I that's just I can't really put my finger on it. That's just the one thing I would like to go back and redo. I like to go back and redo some of the anatomy and some of the early chapters before I really got into how things should fully look. But overall, I'm still pleased with what I did. I don't regret turning any of these in.
Well, and what I'll say to that is, like honestly, even if like some of the anatomy and whatnot, you think like, oh, I could have improved this, or like like yeah, I think there are definitely some chapters where like you really got it, and others are like a little bit rougher in that way. Yeah. But like if you think about the setting of the book itself and what it's meant to be representing, I almost wouldn't want it to be like too like professional when it comes to that kind of stuff, because this is a soldier. I'm looking at the tree right now. I think the tree looks fine. Look at it, everyone.
Oh,
I
thank
think
you.
that looks pretty good. I think
Oh,
that looks good.
oh.
But
Well, I appreciate it. I'm blushing.
it's a matter of this isn't like this guy is an amateur, right? Like he doesn't have an eye for like exact details of every little joint and muscle in the body.
That
And
is,
so it's like if it's a little
yeah.
bit rougher, it's like that fits. That works. There's meaning to that. And especially when it comes to the corpses, when it comes to the bodies, like some of some of them are little more than just like black smudges and like black marks with like the vague outline of a human. But that works really well because like you said before, it's this guy just what is he seeing in his dreams? And he's gonna be
Yeah.
remembering the shapes and the unnatural movement and stuff like that. So, it
True.
works, I think.
Yeah. Well, thank you much. I appreciate that.
Uh, let's see here. And actually, that once again, these things are segueing, I think, from one to another perfectly. So on that note, right, with the way that the artwork is not merely there for its own sake, right, but it's also representing like a meta story within a story, right?
True.
If there was someone, in fact, I'm sure there are plenty people who have not actually read the book, they only ever see your artwork. What would you hope that they take away from the artwork? What do you want their impressions to be from all of that? Because I will say this before you answer that question is I've had a lot of people tell me just outright that like they finish a chapter or whatever and they turn the page and they're thinking that they're gonna like stop reading there, but then they see the artwork and they're like, whoa, how do we get there? What's going on with this? Like what's happening next? And they want to keep on going because they want to see how we get to a certain scene and like what inspires the work. So yeah, so what would you say you want like the overall takeaway to be from how it all goes?
Certain parts of British history that actually happened were very scary. I
Yeah.
no, I mean for real though, I do think the artwork really does tell you a lot about what you need to know what the story is. If you just looked at the piece in the background, hey, wait a minute. Those guys charging don't have muskets or anything. There's a lot of them. A lot of them are stumbling. Some are like cut in half and struggling. Oh, these are undead of some kind, and they're fighting lion infantry in the revolution times. Like, oh, okay. If you can grab somebody with that, like one of the most important movie shots in history was the opening scene of Star Wars. And I'm not comparing my work to the opening shot of Star Wars, but if you have a piece of imagery like that will grab the audience in the first 10 seconds of them looking at it, you have them for the entire story.
Yeah. That's a really good way to look at it, actually. That's very true. And you know what, then, actually, that makes it work all the more appropriately that the piece at the very beginning of the book next to the long 18th century title is that portrayal of the big final battle.
Yeah.
And you see that chaos unfolding. There's a little bit of order and discipline on one side, but for the most part, it's an absolute chaotic field.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, that works out really, really well. That's awesome.
Well, thank you. And just a little heads up, in about, well, actually right now, I just need to step out and move my laundry along. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay, that's
if
fair.
you don't mind.
Well, I can.
Okay.
I will answer another one of the questions then while we wait for you to.
Okay, perfect.
All right then, everyone. So let's go over then really quickly. We only actually have like one more question, I think, for Mr. Kyle. But I hope that we are all enjoying things so far. This live stream, I think, so far is on the one hand going along a bit faster than I thought it was altogether. I thought I was going to need more time for a lot of these segments. Turns out I actually needed a bit less. So it's all working out pretty decently. I think we'll do a follow-up live stream another time for the Weapons of the Corpse War. I want to have a little bit more preparation time for that because it's going to be like almost video-like for that particular live stream, but we will do that in the future as well. When are we getting the Master of Command Corpse War DLC? Oh, well, that would be fun. There are no plans. I think I think Griffin wants to move in a different direction for all things, but I certainly would not say no. That would be pretty heckin' great. All right, let's just pull up another question here from our wider Q&A. Here we are, and we can we'll go through that before we go back to Kyle again. If in a spot of, from Clarkson, thank you very much for your question. In a spot of desperation with no rations left, would I be forgiven for consuming the flesh of the rotting animated corpus? Would my body be spared any negative health effects? Well, I would say to that is quite literally the only the only thing to say to that, right, is what would apply if you eat any other rotting, dead meat. Not dead, actually still alive. What if you ate a person alive? How would your god decide about that? Would your god be very absolute that it's never acceptable? Would your god say that no, given the circumstances, I understand? Would your body be spared any negative health effects? Well, eating human meat is typically a bad idea. Depends on how well you cook it. Depends on if there's any, whatever that, like, one weird virus is that you get from eating people. It's not advisable. Now, that being said, it wouldn't make you necessarily immediately turn, because as we described of how the zombies work in this universe, but you're just eating human meat at that point. Is it alive? Is it dead? Well, that's actually a very interesting, that's an interesting way to look at it, because, well, it's obviously moving, it's still moving, but is the blood pumping? Well, no, not really, not fully. So, I don't know, interesting questions there, but yeah, really, it's just, what would it be otherwise, is the only way to really answer that, right?
All right, I am back.
Well, perfect time. Oh, he's muted. All right, perfect timing, perfect timing. I actually just got one question out of the way. We'll go back over to saying hello to you there. And all right, well, really, ultimately, Kyle, I think we just have one more question on the list here for you, sir. Unless I missed one on the list, which I gave you. But here we have. So all right, so the corpses at Stolum may have been defeated, but the dead shall most assuredly return to haunt Europe and the world in the coming years. And why? Because Brandon needs to make more money with sequels. Gotta love that sequel bait. As we look forward to the eventual future of the Corpse War and spin-off novels and all the rest, if you could come back to portray any one big moment, I'm not talking about like a book as a whole, but right. A single scene, just like in this universe, wherever you may envision zombies may pop up at some point or another, anything involving the undead, anything in this world, any kind of scene that you think would be really cool to portray in any medium. You can tell us about that as well, any format. What would you want it to be? How would you go about it?
Okay, so free idea for you, Brandon. U.S. Marines in the South Pacific in World War II. They land on a little...
you're going way out there.
Yep.
All right, carry on.
They go to a small, isolated archipelago, and thinking it has a powerful Japanese presence there. And they get there, they realize the Japanese have all been turned into devils.
Oh. So tell me about a scene. What do you want to portray in that setting? Give me like a shot.
So imagine it's nighttime and you just see muzzle flashes of machine guns and whatnot just lighting up the faces of all these undead horde coming up at them. Sparks are flying, blood and sinew is being spat everywhere. And it's almost like indicative of a bonsai charge in World War II, but by a horde of undead zombie-like beings.
That'd be pretty good. That would actually be a really cool. I would love to see that in the same like black and white charcoal kind of look, because the way that you'd have to render like muzzle flashes on the faces and everything, I think would be really interesting. Like if you could find a way to make that work, it would be really, really cool.
The corpse battle of 1942.
Yeah. Now that being said, though, that's an awesome answer. Actually, I really like that, and it is a
Thank
good
you.
idea. Although I was thinking more specifically, like, early modern era, 18th century, early 19th century, like, that like frame. Anything
Ooh.
from 1793 up until the Great Corps War of 1814. What? Give me something in that time frame as well.
A Royal Navy frigate comes across an abandoned merchant vessel and is just infested with them. Absolutely infested. And they're trying to jump across the ships, trying to get at people on the decks. And you've got the Marines firing from the fighting tops. Oh my goodness. I would
Oh.
love to draw that.
Well, that's good news for you then, because something taking place on a ship is very much on the docket. I don't know exactly what like form it will take, but something taking place in the Royal Navy is like it has to happen, right? It has to happen. So we'll bring you back
I
on for
All
a few
right.
pieces with that. That'd be really cool.
Okay.
Now,
Excellent. I can't wait.
otherwise, I think that's all the questions that I sent you. Before I go off on your little promo piece, is there anything else that you thought would be worthwhile to mention, discuss as far as artwork is concerned?
Not in particular. I'm really looking forward to having these sold off to people who can really appreciate them.
Yes.
It's better doing that than having them sit inside of my closet for the rest of all time. So I hope they get into the hands of people who really love them.
Yeah. Hint, hint, Brandon. Get the darn things listed on your website. Yes. Very
Oh
good.
no, no,
I will
was,
do-
I'm not trying to rush.
No, you're good. You're good. It's been on the list. It's on the list.
Yeah.
Yes. Very good. Very good. So, with all of that, then, everyone, thank you for, thank you to you, Kyle, rather, for being here to chat with us for a little bit about the artwork of the Corpse War. It was a lot of fun working with you. I really enjoyed a lot of the pieces that came out. I think it really helps to take the book up to like another level. It moves it from like B tier to A tier or whatever you want to describe it as. A tier to S tier, whatever. It improves it materially in a very significant way. I think it helps to get a better lens into the nature of the narrator and his experiences, even before you really get into the book itself. And I'm very, very thankful to be able to have your work in it for that reason, especially someone who's able to do it actually like by hand in the real medium and not just like a digital approximation thereof. That's very much appreciated. Now, on that note, everyone, Kyle is also, as we mentioned earlier, an historian and a YouTuber, much like myself. You can find him here on YouTube as Falcon's Fighter Tales. He talks mainly about military aviation history. And he also has this bad boy, Fighter Tales, the very first Native Oak publication that wasn't by me. A very major step in, I think, both of our careers for that reason, as I'm trying to get more into the world of publishing, and Kyle is continuing to be a fantastic historian and, get the word out to people about how cool the airplanes are, as it were. Tell us a little bit about Fighter Tales, and I guess where they can find it is obvious enough because it's at nativeoak.org, but tell us a little bit about Fighter Tales while you're here.
So, Fighter Tales is an introductory piece to anybody trying to learn a modicum of air combat history. This is a great book for people who are just getting new on the subject. I also like to think I have enough in there to get the attention of those who know air combat history and know aviation history well enough as well. It covers various stories from today's air combat over Ukraine going all the way back before the first airplane flew. Apparently, there was a balloon duel between two Frenchmen in 1808.
Supposedly.
Probably didn't happen. But the concept of air combat really first started there. And from there, I mean, I've got stuff on Korea, I've got stuff on Vietnam, World War II, all the big ones. I even have a chapter on the Falkland Island campaign.
Yep.
So I hope anybody somewhat interested in that would enjoy it. And for anybody who isn't really into aviation history, check it out. You never know, you might really like it.
That's true. It is. I think it really does thread the needle quite well between like introductory and advanced, because it's enough to where for myself, I didn't really know anything about anything in this book going into it, but by the end, I felt like I had a pretty decent grasp of like, oh, okay, so like here's why they did certain things the way that they did it.
Yeah.
You know, whereas as well, like if you're like super into it, then you know you'll recognize some of the stories, you'll get more context and more depth on some others, things like that. Basically, if you enjoy Kyle's work on YouTube, then you'll love this book. And if this book sounds like the sort of thing that'd be up your alley, then you'd love Kyle's work on YouTube. So, you know, one of those things has got to give, and you got to go and act on it, right? It's a pretty short read too. It's like it's a really easy thing to just pick up. You could read through a chapter in, you know, in a single sitting, set it down, and come back another day to do another chapter. It's all like pretty, you know, each chapter is a different time period, a different conflict, and they're all pretty unique and they're all pretty standalone. So you can even just like putz around through it if you want to. Yeah, they're all hardcover. They feature both. You know, what is there? Something like what? Very nearly like 200 photographs in it, I think. Something like that.
Yeah. Some of them taken by me as well.
Yeah. So all sorts of different, full color photographs, original artwork. There's a lot of original artwork by Kyle in the book as well. There's original photographs, all sorts of wonderful stuff. It's a wonderful product. Again, you'll find it at nativeoak.org if you are so inclined, and I will be talking a lot more about this particular book in some upcoming videos as well, because that's my end of the publishing deal, is helping with promotion. So with that, I will say, Kyle, thank you so much for taking the little under an hour here to chat with us. It was very fun. I enjoyed picking the brain about the process, and I guess I will chat with you later.
All right, sounds great. I had a great time. Thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was Kyle from Falcon's Fighter Tales here on the YouTubes. Go and check him out. Go check out the book. And yes, the original artwork will be on sale soon, as well as prints, actually. We're going to sell art prints as well, for if you're interested in posters and stickers or whatever, things like that. We will have artwork on sale soon. I apologize that it hasn't been already, but it will. It will be. With all of that, then, everyone, how are we feeling? First of all, how are we doing? What time is it even? We've been going for about 4 hours now, and we've got, what have we got left to go through? We've still got, of course, the majority of our questions here on the Q&A, and then otherwise, we're going to do going to make a quick little note on my schedule here. We're going to do the Q&A. We're going to do then a little promo of the audio book, which once again will be coming out fairly soon. I was very nervous at the start of this little event, and I feel like I've sort of fallen into my own now a little bit more. I'm doing a bit better now. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the future and the exact timeline for certain things that I'm after. And that will be that. So we're probably going to be here for another hour or two, maybe. I'd say thereabouts, something like that. Sounds about right. So with that, let us carry on with. First of all, let me wrong button. Do this, and then we do that, and then we click this, and that, and we'll put the fancy sound effects back on. Alrighty then. And thank you all again, not to reiterate, or not to, harp on the usual, overly emotional, whatever you want to call it, but I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate people hanging out. Once again, it's a great indication that, people actually do enjoy my work, and the world isn't just pretending as a laugh, thinking that I'm actually a decent author. It is very, very. All right. I probably should remove the Kyle PNG, because otherwise we're just gonna pop back here and Kyle's still gonna be hanging out with us. So here, bye Kyle. There he goes. All right. No, it means a great deal that you're all hanging out with me here. It means a great deal that you're all interested. Again, the artwork and the questions that people submitted, some of which were so good. The engagement, it's all good. It's all fantastic, and it's much appreciated. So, let's just get right on back into things. How did you organize your early concepts for the book? And could you discuss what had to be altered and what didn't make it in? So again, these are the sorts of things that I sort of talked about as a 4 chapter long card chase. It was a real shame to leave that out. It was there was a dragon came in. It was very exciting. But the Blues Brothers made a cameo, but I was told by the copyright people that wasn't good. Anyways, as I mentioned earlier on, there was definitely a lot of shifting things around and moving things around from the trash draft up until like through each iteration thereof. But overall, the basic framework is mostly the same, I would say. Like I said with just now chatting with Kyle, is I established a series of rules for the world of how I wanted the zombies to work, and then it was just a matter of, right, set them loose in this small market town, figure out where the town is in relation, roughly speaking, to other areas, and go. What happens? And so there were certainly a lot of things in those earlier moments that I wanted to have happen and just didn't really work out. And now actually, here, let's see, can I do? Yes, we can do that now. So, spoiler alert now, just because I want to talk a little bit about something that I was going to have happen, but then what had to happen instead. Oh, no, was Blues Brothers on BBC Two? I did not watch that. No, that's just a happy coincidence, I guess. Originally, I had envisioned this whole sequence, right, where Captain Lawrence and the main character and probably like Sergeant Percy and like a few of the other like earlier introduced characters are all held up together in the church. They were all meant to be at the church together. And I envisioned like the main character just sort of like laying in a window or something like that and like looking out from the yard and like looking at the devils all wandering and sort of musing about their nature and being sad and tragic and like having that be a slow emotional moment. In fact, I even envisioned there being a stand in the church at one point. I envisioned Captain Lawrence with a large body of troops sort of all rallied around inside the church, and they would go through, I think it was Lewis Lockheed has a great big section in his book about fortification in the early modern era about how to fortify a church, how to set up walls and put in loopholes through the walls and how to dig trenches and all this stuff to like turn an old church into a fort. And I'm like, oh, that'd be so cool to integrate and have it be like a last stand inside the church. And then the cavalry were going to come in, rescue them, and then hightail it out of there before the big battle. That was all like what I was originally conceiving, but I found that as I was writing, individual moments just weren't really adding up to make that happen, and it's just not what it was the original intention, but it's just not the way that it went. And overall, honestly, I think that while a church last stand would have been pretty cool, I do think that the overall story is more powerful as a result for not having that. I think that the overall like moral and lesson and everything is much more appropriate without it, because in real life you don't always get all the main characters, all the distinctive heroic characters all together for a heroic last stand or anything. That's not how it works. Sometimes a cannon shot will come along and there goes half of your cast of friends. Sometimes disease will strike and the sergeant's gone now, so he can't be there in the big heroic battle. It's just real life doesn't care about your personal narrative, and so it's actually, I think, more appropriate that we don't get those moments. And then I actually quite appreciate the fact that in the story I often introduce characters that you might think are going to be longer term because they're named characters and they have a little bit of personality to them, but I mean they don't, because that's not, real life isn't always neat and tidy like that, especially in military history. So, there's something to be said for that. Did John lock the church gates? Well, I don't know, dear reader. Did he? It's possible. All right. So, that was a very good question, Melise. Thank you very much for it. Can move on now. What would have happened to the deserter if he was present for the Battle of Stolum? I'm not going to be more. I altered the question here a little bit to avoid the spoilers, but once again, actually, I'll answer that the same way that I just did the one that someone asked in the chat. Well, I don't know exactly. It depends on a lot of different factors. If he's present for the Battle of Stolem, where is he? Is he with the army? Is he in the camp? Is he trying to flee still? Is he, what's going on, right? Does he find his courage and stand up and make a great heroic show of things, or perhaps in terror he finds an opportunity, an advantageous moment to get out of there and not have to face down the undead? I didn't write it. It doesn't happen in the story, and ergo, while I certainly have my opinions on what would have happened and my thoughts and how it probably wouldn't have gone very well for him, but it's open to interpretation. What do you think is most appropriate? What do you think would have happened? Sorry, not a very satisfying answer, but I think that's the most honest one to give, right? It's 106 miles to Stolem. We got a fresh horse, half a pouch of tobacco. It's dark and we're wearing sunglasses. Very good. Very good. Now, this is a fun one from Spartan Zach. Assuming unlimited funding and total creative freedom, would I rather see the book turned into a miniseries a la Kingdom? Fantastic miniseries, by the way. I love Kingdom. Like, 8 out of 10. Or would I rather see a feature-length film? So, normally, I hate it when people take full books and convert them into individual movies, and you miss so much of the context and the detail and the blah, 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 blah. That being said, while most books are more appropriate for a miniseries, I think that my book is contained enough, and it has a simple enough narrative. When you really get down to it, right, the narrative in the book is quite simple. Not a lot really happens. It's a fairly short book. Everything that happens, it's a number of, it's... I think that you could show it all. This is what I'm saying. I think that you could show off everything that happens in this book, for the most part, within a single good length, not 90 minutes, but like a 2-hour-long movie. You could show it off pretty effectively without having to cut all that much. You might have to cut some individual moments, some individual characters, things like that. But for the most part, I think that you could tell the story in a pretty succinct manner. Ironic, coming from me. I think you could tell the story in a pretty succinct, historically authentic, and meaningful manner in the course of like a 2-hour movie. So I would probably aim to do that myself. And then, of course, you have wonderful sequel bait, and you can make another movie in the future, about other stuff, right? There's a lot of possibility there. Now, if you wanted to tell more of a full story about the Corpse War, not just from the narrator's perspective, but all of the events are happening, right? The events that we don't see in the book, the events that are happening outside of the character's experience, then it'd be more open to a miniseries. And I think that there's possibilities there as well. But even then, a fairly short one, like 4 episodes, maybe. A fairly short. I think 1 movie would be sufficient. Where would we cast Gibson? Gibson would be... Right there. That would be Gibson. And that would also be Gibson. And that bit right there. That would be Gibson. I don't think that actually showed up on the camera. Yeah. Good question. Yeah, another very good question. Thank you, Seth. Right. These ones coming from Roberto, Steve, and Marina in one context or another. Corpse War comic book, Corpse War animation or short film, maybe a full movie. A few people have asked me about Andy Atto and Shay. Is he going to have directed a video game, board game, war games? In this order. Hopefully someday. God, that would be great. I doubt it, but I sure wouldn't say no. And no, well, I again wouldn't say no, but like probably not. Getting kind of warm. Getting kind of warm, and it's a little bit in the works. Oh, shut up, Devin. You don't act all coy and everything. Yeah, so war games indeed. They're in a project that my friend Devin and I have been working on for a while now. We have artwork in actually now already. We have some sample cards coming in the mail. We are going to be launching a Kickstarter for a war gaming project of some sort or another in the next couple of, probably the next couple of weeks. And we're thinking that one of the goals of that war game, which is a wider Napoleonic thing, but there will be a little bonus to it for if we reach a certain level of funding. We will also be doing a Corpse War war game, miniature war game. So that would be spectacular. Would a comic book be something like 68? I don't know what that means. Compatible with miniatures? Yes. Yes, very much so. But again, we'll have details about that when the time comes. But yes, a war game is actively in the works. Actually, my friend Devin has like a whole sample rule set already cooked up. We just have to test it and see how we like things and tweak things and add numbers and whatnot to it all, of course. But the basics of a rule system are there. People have asked me if I would ask Attu and Shay to direct the movie. Well, obviously, I love his work. I think that he's a very, very skilled filmmaker. But I think that neither of us would necessarily look for that because we have very different storytelling approaches. And I don't think that he would be really interested in directing a movie about the Corpse War for the same reason that I would probably want a different director than him. Not because he hates the book, and not because I don't think he's good. I think he's very good. But it's a different kind of story than what he's interested in, I think. Now, of course, if he came to me and said, "Oh, Brandon, I really want to do it," I'd be like, "Well, I mean, yeah, let's talk. Let's, maybe we can figure something out. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it and everything." But I don't think that would be how it goes, right? In the exact same way, it's like I wouldn't ask Kyle to paint me a landscape of a river valley with flowers and deer frolicking. It's just, it's not because Kyle isn't a really good artist, but that's not really what his style. That's not what he does. That's not what he's interested in art, I don't think, and it's just not the approach that we would take. So I that's how I would answer that in particular. A comic book I really want to do. I really, really want to have a comic book. It's just a matter of figuring out who I would want to have do the artwork because there are so many possibilities. In fact, Marina is one of the people who submitted a thing of artwork earlier. She's like, hey, I'd be interested in. There are so many people who would be perfect for it, but I feel like every time I find someone, it's like, oh, you'd be really good for this scene, but less so for that scene. So I'm not sure what I would have to I'd have to figure out what direction I would want to take with a comic book, and then start making a decision about who I'd want to have do it. But I'm not entirely sure like how cartoony I'd want it to be versus how like super gritty real versus how 18th century. I don't know what look I'd want to go for it. So yes, but I don't know when. Much more realistic in terms of up and coming is going to be from a comic book guy do an anthology. I don't know really what that means, but I will pick your brain on that later on because I know that you are more of a comic boy. So I'll hear back from you later on, I'm sure, Devin. The several different styles with little windows in different parts of the world. Oh. That's an interesting idea. We'll explore that later on. But as I've alluded earlier as well, something that I am planning on doing is we're going to be doing an art book, right, of all different disparate styles and approaches that is basically portraying. Here actually I have a perfect. Not perfect, but a decent example of what I mean here that I can show you. I have an antique book that I found in an antique shop. So imagine a book like this, right? Really, really big, really, really, really pretty. And it's all like, this one is more like telling the story of the Second Boer War, and there's just artwork and images in it like regular like. But imagine like a history book about the war, the Corpse War of 1793, and it's all like different styles of artwork, different original artwork, as if it was from the time period, right? So something like this, much smaller, I think, overall. But I'd love to have an art book where I commission just like 100 or something different original pieces of art all around the Corpse War in one big piece. So honestly, I'll probably have a Kickstarter for that as well at some point later this year. But yeah, that's very much something that I want to do in the future. So thank you to Roberto, Steve, and Marina for these myriad questions. Stephen, in a scenario where a high-profile individual, for example William Howe, was aboard a ship isolated at sea and unaware of the undead, and that individual has turned, how would the crew react? Would they throw him overboard or lock him away and bring him back to England? I think that a lot of that, it really depends on the exact context of how the person was quote-unquote turned, right? Because as we know, as we've established, there's a very specific way that has to happen. And so I would have a hard time thinking that the crew would be like unaware, right, of this happening. They would have to be some sort of an event that results in this. And as such, they probably have a pretty decent idea of how it all works. Now, that being said, however, in at least the land-based Corpse War of 1793, while we do see a great deal, many incidents of men being willing and being able to kill their comrades in order to prevent their turning and everything, what we don't see is men being quite as keen on doing so with their superiors. Men are a lot more hesitant to do that with their captains and their majors and their lieutenants and such. When it comes to someone like William Howe, if he's already turned, it really depends on when it happens, how familiar are the crew with that situation. How well disciplined are they at the time? The captain, for example, might say, this man is your admiral or your general or whatever. You will not harm him. We're going to lock him up in my cabin, and we're going to keep him there until we can figure out how to, fix him. But then maybe the men, are like, this is a bad omen. We cannot keep that thing aboard. How suspicious seamen are. We got to get rid of that thing. And would that even result in a mutiny? I mean, there's a lot of possibilities there. And, ooh, wouldn't that be fun as a sequel novel? Some possibilities there, some ideas there. What if the captain turns into a zombie? That's if the captain becomes undead and the men on the ship don't know what's going on, how would the rules of war apply? Is he still the captain? Is he still? Well, interesting ideas, right? Interesting possibilities. So, would they be like World War Z zombies who aren't crushed, or would they be destroyed by the pressure of the deep Atlantic and tossed over? Oh, they'd be crushed. Of course they'd be crushed. They're just bodies, right? They're not supernatural. They're just bodies that have been resurrected by supernatural means, admittedly, more or less. So yeah, I mean, that good way to kill them off, actually. Maybe throw them all into the ocean, deep ocean. All right, Roberto, are the devils truly immortal, or is there any way to actually kill them? Where was their first canonical appearance, and are they more biological or mythological in nature? Also, kill count? As far as kill count, nothing exact. I'm going to answer it much like a lot of these other questions before. It is up to interpretation. The numbers are purposefully left vague. The numbers that are provided in the video we watched way earlier are his interpretation. He asked, is this about right? I said, yeah, it's about what I was thinking, somewhere around here and there. But nothing exact. I didn't give him any exact numbers. The exact numbers were his interpretation, what he thought worked well and what worked. No exact kill counts, and I prefer to keep it that way. Are the devils truly immortal? Well, after a sense, because the bodies themselves being brought back, nothing, it's... The bodies themselves being brought back, right? They are, yes, it's not that the brain is brought back or anything like that. It's not a sickness. It's not a disease. It's not an infection. It's every individual, fiber of their being is restored with this one purpose of killing. And so, no, if you chop off an arm, then the arm is still alive and the body it was connected to is still alive. Are they the same being? Well, no. In a way, they never were the same being. In the same way that the finger is not necessarily the same as another finger. They're acting largely independently of one another, just with this singular unifying goal. So are they truly immortal? Well, it's you. Yeah, you. The only way you can kill them, quote unquote, but the only way to do that is by complete destruction, by complete eradication of that which was brought back. It's like, oh, well, how do you destroy a rock? Well, you hit it with a hammer. Well, no, but then you have a bunch of little rocks. You hit those with a hammer. And you have smaller rocks. And you hit those, and you hit those, and you hit those, and you hit those. And you just do it until there is nothing left. Just dust particulate, which is, I guess, technically still alive in some way, but it's not able to do anything, right? It's not able to pose any threat. That's how you do it. That's the exact same thing with these particular corpses. You hit him with as much shot as you possibly can, and then fire. Fire is the only real way to just completely do away with it. Or, as Jackson mentioned, you tie a weight to him and you throw him down into the deepest part of the ocean, and eventually just, that's another great way, I guess, to completely get rid of the problem. So, yeah. Their first canonical appearance, I haven't fully decided, honestly. Either the chicken coop story from the very beginning, or maybe even something before that, but we just haven't heard back from, It's, it's another interesting question overall. And biological or mythological? Absolutely mythological. They are, there is nothing biological about these particular creatures. They are not, it's not an infection. If they're not infected, they are zombies, right? Oh, wait. I think I accidentally doubled up some of them. I accidentally doubled this one up. Does musketry actually do anything against them? Yes, insofar as if you fire musketry into a steak, what effect does it have on the steak? That's what it does to them. If it blows off chunks of flesh, then that's flesh that's no longer connected to all the rest, and it's no longer able to act in coordination with all the rest of it and everything that way. Seth, other than glory seeking, why didn't more men run? I mean, execution is a threat, but after seeing men be reanimated and unable to be killed, this is a very interesting question, actually, is how could the army have possibly have succeeded? And I think that there are a few possible approaches to that. One, many of them did, right? Many of the men did run. Two, everything happens very, very quickly in this story, right? In order to have, mutinous rumblings and grumblings and such, right? In order to have people conspire to run from the army or to not fight or to mutiny or anything like that, oftentimes you need time, right? You need time for men to consider their own situation. You need time for them to coordinate with others. You need time for them to put a plan into effect and then to effect that plan. And everything in the novel happens very, very quickly. I think a lot of men are more stunned into inaction than anything else. And so they just go along with what everyone else around them is doing. And what is everyone else around them doing? But, well, they're marching into battle. They're fighting. They're going to do their duty. And when you have a military infrastructure that is overall still pointed in a certain direction, the momentum is moving in a certain direction, it's very difficult to change that, right? When all of your officers are marching forward and all of your brother soldiers are marching forward, and you know that there's a threat of a corporal's bullet in your back if you turn and run, then even if you're going into a horrifying situation that you really don't want to be in, it takes a lot to not carry on with them, doesn't it? And then, of course, there is just the idea that it's not just glory seeking, but it's one's duty. It's obligation, right? It's moral responsibility. In the book, there's a great deal of mention about how some of the most zealous soldiers, some of the guys who are most keen on doing something about this, are the locals. They are the militiamen. They are the townsmen who had fled. They are people who had some sort of skin in the game. They have the most compulsion to act and see this thing through, no matter how frightening it is. And then even people who are further away, there is still that cultural expectation that a man will do his duty, you do the right thing. So I think there's a lot that plays in to this question. So I won't ramble too much more about that, but I think it's a lot more than just glory. And when asking the question, well, why didn't more men run? We can ask, at the end of the day, much the same of a great deal many real life circumstances where, if anything, a terrible fate is much more likely, much more guaranteed even, and much more known. Why would men march forward on the first day of the Somme? Why would they storm the beach at Normandy? Why would a fireman race into a burning building that they are really sure is going to collapse at any moment? Like, it's because that's what you do. That's your duty, and by God, you will fulfill it. For king, country, and God, basically, right? So, from Who's the Coolest and Kirwan, is the French Revolution still happening in this timeline? And does the Corpse War have a dramatic effect on history as a whole? The way that I wrote this first book is it really doesn't have much of an effect on history at all, actually. Because while there are certainly a great deal of metaphysical concerns and religious concerns and cultural concerns, at least in terms of the immediate history, in terms of global history, I'm sure a lot would change given these events, but in terms of the immediate situation on the ground, it's like, well, will the art be displayed anywhere outside the stream? I want to find a way to do so, yes. I need to find a way to make that gallery, make it more of a permanent thing somehow, but yes, I'd like to think so. In the more immediate term, right, on the ground, well, what's the situation that we're facing? The French have still killed their king and are fighting everyone in Europe, right? They've still, disowned the church and everything and made a bunch of people angry with that. They're still, there are still British soldiers in the Low Countries fighting, and soon enough, at the Siege of Toulon and whatnot, we still have boys over there fighting and dying, so we have to take we're dealing with that problem. It's the dead are horrifying and everything, but that's done. That's in the past now. We're still dealing with a situation in front of us. It's sort of imagine if COVID and 9/11 struck at the same exact time. Those things wouldn't necessarily cancel each other out. They wouldn't cancel each other out, right? Just because the dead have risen doesn't mean we don't still have to fight the French, right? So the Napoleon movie still happens in this universe. No, specifically that doesn't happen. Everything else is the same. That specifically doesn't. Yes. So yes, the French Revolution is still happening, and in fact that will open up opportunities in the future for again, the sequel, great Corpse War book. Does the book contain allegory for veteran suicide and other related issues? I apologize, Joshua, I kind of cut down your question here a lot because I didn't want to have too much by way of spoilers. But yes, no, absolutely, very much, 100%. The part of the book that you are talking about is meant very directly to relate to the experience of soldiers after their service and the feelings of alienation and otherness that go along with that, and yes, as well as veteran suicide and other related issues. So yes, I'll just say that much. How many do we have? Oh, okay, we're actually making pretty good time here after all, as it turns out. How long have we been streaming for? 4.5 hours. Okay. That's pretty good. Oh, the war in Ukraine was locked down. Oh, yeah, that's actually, that's a perfect comparison because those things were happening simultaneously. From Alex, why didn't the people of Stolen warn them? The narrator wonders this, but the book never explains it. Actually, a lot of people have asked me this question since the book's publication. And truth be told, it's something that, external of the book itself, that is something that I should have discussed more. It's something that I should have spent more time with. It deserved more attention, I think. It's it's a weaker part of the narrative, right? I will admit that. I acknowledge that. It's not the best part of the book, right? That particular detail. What I will say, though, as far as in-universe justification goes, for what is a little bit of a weaker portion, they're just jerks, to be honest. Well, what I would say is, if you look at it from the perspective of the peasants on the ground, right? They are hearing stories and rumors the same that John was, right? The same that the army, that the regiment, or the company even, was as they were marching to Stolam. They have no verification on any of this stuff. It's just a more localized rumor. It's a more localized story. Oh, did you hear that thing that happened, 3 villages over, or, to old Joe, and well, he's, it's a localized story, and so it's more believable to some, but it's all the more ridiculous to others. There's no certainty over anything. What we have are, by that point, probably a few weird, but otherwise largely isolated incidents of people going crazy and insisting that a dead body attacked them, which is obviously dumb. That obviously didn't happen. It is weird, though, that people are all telling the same stories. Some people are convinced it's happening. Other people understand, of course, that that's ridiculous. And everyone knows that old farmer, look, the guy who wound up in his coop was a neighbor, and everyone knows that they hated each other's guts. So, obviously, the farmer made up the story in order to justify the killing and probably went crazy himself. I mean, it's obviously of course, then once these rumors start spreading, then these other people, oh, how convenient, the person you're having a land dispute with, think of it like the witch trials or whatever. Hell, think of it like COVID. Literally, there were mass graves being dug in New York. There were helicopter shots of lines of coffins of bodies being put into a mass grave on Staten Island or whatever. And there were still people who basically didn't believe it, right? I mean, over 1 million Americans dead in the course of a couple of years. And there are still people who are like, oh, and they think of every excuse under the sun, right? I think that it's very easy when something is genuinely frightening and genuinely immediate. It's very easy for people to deny it, to make excuses, to justify it, to dodge around it, to not think about it, to whatever. And so what I think it is, I thought the townspeople were very sus. A lot of them were suspicious. A lot of them were very uneasy. But there was no environment where it's oh, this is happening. This is definitely a thing that's happening. And the way that I envision it as well is, potentially, maybe in order to try and prevent a mass panic, maybe the local magistrate was discouraging people from talking about it. I was people, this is ridiculous. Keep your eye on the ball here. We're fighting the French. Maybe the local and now all of a sudden the army is already, hey, we're all starting to tell these stories. The magistrate's getting really angry about these stories. Now the army is coming in. Ooh, I don't I'm gonna keep to myself. I don't want to deal with it. I think that there are avenues to talk about with all this stuff. And honestly, I think it's something that when I do the art of the Corpse War, I'll probably get a lot more into in more depth at that point. So, time will tell. To be fair to the town, their understanding of mortality was just violently spun around on it. That too, yeah. It's how do you even comprehend what's happening here? It's wild stuff. So while admittedly if my neighbor tried to eat my dog and couldn't talk anymore, I wouldn't know how to relate that. I mean, yeah, exactly. What I will say is I should have put more detail about everything I just described to you in the book. I should have explained it more in the book. But I don't think it's necessarily inconsistent, right? I don't think that it's necessarily a lapse in the story as a whole, merely in the storytelling, right? The information is there and it makes sense. It's just I could have done better at conveying that information, if that makes sense. But first debut novel, that's part of the process, making the mistakes, right? The A-Man, is it appropriate? Well, this is another really good question. Is it appropriate for serious historical fiction to include aspects of mythology, mysticism, and the occult, a la Sudbury Devil? Do you think that the zombies are part of a higher battle, or does that not have a place in your world? And does it have a place in the genre as a whole? That is a very interesting question. I'm not entirely sure. In my particular book, I don't think of the zombies having any real part in like a higher battle. It's not like, Satan rose people from the dead as a way to fight God or anything like that. There is no strict Christian theology imposed upon the story from an external perspective, if that makes sense. However, of course, within the story itself, everyone will be interpreting it through a Christian lens and through an Enlightenment lens as well. So here's the thing is it appropriate for it to include those aspects? Absolutely, because that is a part of their world and it needs to be included. In fact, wherever it would come up. And in fact, the main character does mention God and the divine and his doubts and his questions on a number of occasions. That is appropriate. Externally speaking, I didn't have any of that in mind. Again, the only thing that I did was introduce the zombies. How does the world react? That's all I was trying to do. That's what I set out, and I think I've done a fairly good job of that. That was the overall goal of that. As far as appropriateness, I really think it depends on the individual piece in question. I don't have any problem with it, and in fact, while on the one hand it can be over the top and it can be cringeworthy and it can be just dumb, that usually comes from when people are taking their personal ideals and preferences and beliefs and whatnot and bringing it to a time period or to a setting where it doesn't necessarily fit, right? Like if we tried to tell the story of the Trojan War from a Christian perspective and like, okay, well, how does the Christian God feel about all this stuff? It's like, I feel like we're starting to lose the narrative here a little bit. Like we're starting to lose track a little bit. Whereas if you tell the story of the Trojan War without, involving in a serious way the mythology of like the Greek gods, well, then you're really missing out on a massive chunk of what made that time period itself, right? What made it so unique and what made it happen the way that it did. What I think is a really fascinating dynamic especially in horror, but really in any kind of historical fiction, is the idea that, nowadays, you and we understand that witches aren't real. Okay, most people understand that witches aren't real. The cringy, powder crystal selling shops in Salem notwithstanding, we understand that witchcraft isn't a real thing, right? But if you are making a movie like The Witch, with what was his name? Whatever. If you're making the movie The Witch, for those individuals, for those characters, witches are real. Again, objectively they're not. But as far as those individuals' behavior, as far as how they perceive the world around them, as far as how they interact with their world and make their decisions, witches are potentially a very real thing. They are a real threat. They are a real problem. Right? When I was like 7 years old or whatever, I thought ghosts were real. Right? I thought because I think I saw like some of those like ghost hunting shows on TV and I'm like, well, it's like a documentary. They can't lie on those, can they? I thought it was real. And so I would spend multiple nights, laying in bed and like aware of like there's something, and I feel like the electromagnetic, like the tinglies in the back of the head of like the electromagnetic, like, ooh, like something just entered the room, and like I would like keep an eye on, listen. I was terrified, and I would think that I would see like a shape move in the corner, and I saw that shape move in the corner because I was so utterly convinced that it was there, that it was real, right? And as I grew older and I realized actually it's kind of BS, it's kind of nonsense, like, oh, all of that just went away, right? So did the ghosts just stop paying attention to me when I stopped believing it? Well, no, right? That's dumb. As far as those people in the woods are concerned, a witch is a real thing. And they're going to actively make their decisions and inform their world and interact with others on the basis that that's a real thing. And so, in the context of that movie, if you make it fake, if you make it not real, in a way, you're actually undercutting what their world was to them. You're not telling their story in their terms, you're telling their story in our terms, right? There's something to be said for that dynamic, I think. Sudbury Devil, same exact thing. For the main characters in the Sudbury Devil, like, everything that they're talking about is very, very real. I don't think that Satan exists. I think that that's dumb. I think it's inconsistent with Christian theology, and I'm not even a Christian myself. But, like, for them, that's a very real battle and dynamic. And so by telling that fictional story, ironically, it can end up being more historically authentic than if you told the story as, you know, the objective, like, scientific reality would have been, right? There are avenues to explore these things that it's very delicate and difficult to weave, because you also don't want to make a story that's just like, you know, because obviously, you know, people's psychology plays into this, right? You know, it's a delicate thing to do, telling a story with mythology and mysticism involved in it. It's very easy to do improperly. It's very easy to do without the appropriate respect and everything. But if you can get it right, then it's vital, right? It's vital to telling a story as it deserves to be told and as it deserves to be understood. So there is value to that, right? And so yes, to answer the ultimate question, does it have a place in the genre? Yes, it does. But it's not a guarantee of quality. It's not a guarantee of success. In the exact same way, it's like, oh, you know, in the Holocaust, some really weird, messed up, bad stuff happened. Should we show that, or does it not have a place in the genre of, like, historical films? It's very important to understand it. It's very important to draw attention to it. Is it always a good idea to show it? Well, no, because some filmmakers, some writers, some whatever, are more skilled than others. Some people will show off, like, the horrors of the Holocaust in a very real and a very appropriate way, just as another one could just be fetishizing it, right? It's a spectrum. It has a place in the genre, but that place is not absolute. Very good, very good. That's a good question. Nicholas, and this is, again, very similar, related question. Would the events of this book lead to a major shakeup of religion, Church of England and others? And then, if only England was thus stricken in a conflict against a more overtly atheistic political movement, would that be seen as an ill omen? I think so. It's not, honestly, it's not something that I've really given, like, a crazy amount of thought into, but I do think so. Yes, it would have to lead to what I don't think that it would lead to, like, a complete revamp of, like, theology and what people believe. But of course, you know, naturally, the Christian faith and its proponents would have to deal with this sudden revelation, like, horrific revelation of, like, of a new reality that they had never experienced before, right? You know, it's in the exact same way that, like, the scientific field, botany or whatever, would need to transform if we found a plant growing on Mars. It would not eradicate botany. Botanists wouldn't be like, oh, well, we don't know anything and we're all wrong and we need to change everything that we understand about botany. Well, no. But if all of a sudden we found a plant growing, like, in a place where it shouldn't be growing, maybe Mars a little much, but, like, you get the idea. If we found a plant growing in a place where a plant should not be growing, according to all of our understandings, we'd have to revisit the book, be like, whoa, okay, what could have caused that? And it would have to evolve in some way and adapt in some ways and shift in some ways in order to accommodate for that. So there would absolutely be, shifts and shakings and shakeups as a result of all of that. Politically speaking, there could certainly be negative implications as far as, is our war righteous and everything, but I don't think that the average person would take this as a sign of, like, oh, we're in the wrong, the French have it right because we were hit but they weren't, for a few reasons. One, Britain is actually, aside from the revolutionary French, the single most liberal, free, democratic like society in Western Europe, right? So like, why them and not the ones who are taking what they're doing, ramping it up to 12? What about all the other ancien regimes who are like way more in the traditionalist direction than like the British or the French? Like, you know, it's I don't think that it necessarily aligns that well. The French would absolutely be using it in their political economy. The French would absolutely be trying to employ this to the best of their advantage, and portray it that way, to be sure. While the British would probably try to co-opt what happened in a way that's advantageous to their narrative, or sweep it under the rug. And the way that I sort of imply at the end of this book is that the narrator fears that it's being a little bit swept under the rug and otherwise ignored, except for by people who are, you know, like high up in the Church of England and the philosophers and the professors and whatnot. Because he says, like, look, I'm getting visits by all these, like, you know, academic types, but as far as like people in the streets, they're talking about Famars, they're talking about Valenciennes, they're talking about all these battles on the continent, which is more comforting to them than the very uncomfortable thoughts that are necessitated by the risen dead. So I suppose just we'll have to see where things go in the future for all of that. Jackson! There he is in the chat again. Well, thank you very much, sir, for your question. Regarding historical fiction, are plot and character development more important, or does maintaining historical authenticity and accuracy take precedence? Oh, Jackson, you know how I'm going to answer this question. What I would actually say is that these are not inherently opposed ideas. But before we come to that, I was going to say really quickly, Cyberbite has come in to rescue our efforts here. It's been a while, but with a $30 donation to the cause. Thank you very much, sir. That is exceedingly generous of you. Puts us up to 193 pounds altogether. We have finally reached 10% of our goal. It will not be met in this stream. That's okay. We'll do more streams in the future. But thank you very much, sir. That is very much appreciated. Very generous of you, and it's going to go towards a wonderful cause and do a great deal of good, I am sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very kindly. When it comes to historical fiction, I believe very firmly in the principle that fact is cooler than fiction, right? If you think that the Napoleonic Wars with elves would be cool, wait till you hear about just the Napoleonic Wars with humans instead, right? Like in general, I think that the real stuff is the most interesting of all, and you can use the fantastical stuff to get people in the door and explore deeper ideas, but those deeper ideas should still be about the real stuff, not the fake stuff, right? It should be serving the history, not serving the fiction. I think that when it comes to things like plot and character development and the events that are happening, it isn't so much that the historical accuracy takes precedence, but that in order to have good plot, good character development, having it be historically at least authentic, if not fully accurate, authentic, is a vital component to making the fictional parts good, right? If you want a good plot, it needs to be historically authentic on some level. Because if it's not authentic, why am I reading your story? I wanted a story about redcoats fighting zombies. I don't want to see the redcoats with laser guns or, you know, it's... I think that it's not a matter of which one is more important in this opposed, you know, spectrum. Rather, I think that they complement each other. I think that, you know, having one in strength can feed and reinforce the other, right? You know, they lean on one another. In good historical fiction, they are complementary, not opposed to one another. So, you know, in that way, I suppose I reject the question. Jackson, how dare you? I know. Obviously, I may lean more on historical accuracy than other people do, of course. And there are certain elements of historical accuracy that are far more important than other elements of it. You know, representing the people well on their own terms in a realistic and respectful manner is infinitely more important than like getting a detail of the kind of gun they were carrying. Correct. But no, they complement each other, and they're both important for that reason. Voila has asked, a complete 180, right? Can the devils swim? Can they regulate their speed at all, or do they have any control at all over their motion? If you look in the book, no, they cannot swim. Can they regulate their speed? Not. I mean, it's just pure desperation. It's pure. There is no emotion in them. There is no thought in them. There is no anything in them whatsoever other than meeting the goal. That's the thing that I need to get to. Go get it at with all possible speed. Leg is broken? Don't care. It's gonna be like the long walk. I'm just going on the stump. It's on the other side of this gorge. I don't even notice the gorge. I'm throwing myself over the gorge because I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get closer to there. It's nothing more than that. So can they regulate their speed? Well, I mean, they don't, right? They wouldn't. Any control over their emotion at all? Not really, because again, it's every individual part is just sort of doing its own thing. So imagine them just sort of, constantly moving around and cracking in their limbs and everything and searching around, trying to find anything that they can eat. Just having basically it's like a constant seizure that they're having, a slow burn seizure until they find something and then it's on, right? And then it's boom, go get it, right? Above all else. All right. And Spaghetti. Because I can't say your name. Spaghetti. In historical fiction, is there a place for sentimentality or romanticization? Can there be a compromise in this matter, or are they irreconcilable? Again, a very good, very deep question. There can be a place for it, along similar lines of my earlier answers. There can be a place for it, but it's very, very delicate, right? It's very, very difficult to get right, to do it well, to do it respectfully. I think that sentimentality, I think it exists, right? Obviously, in our modern world, sentimentality and idealism and romanticization and all these things exist. No individual has a perfect conception or perception of the world around them, right? We are all mortal beings who are merely interpreting information as we receive it. None of us are divine, omnipotent figures. We have our biases. And so naturally, any sort of fictionalized story must involve sentimentality. It must involve romanticization to the extent that the agents taking part in that narrative engage in it, right? I think that it can go too far. It can, I always hate a story that's, overwhelmingly far too positive, because it's just everyone comes together to solve a problem, and, we want... imagine, how The Boys, everyone is a horrible, evil, just terrible person. What if Superman was a rapist? Wouldn't that be so cool? No, it's dumb. It's over the top. It's silly. But likewise, the other way around as well. Everyone is just such a good-hearted, do-gooder, wonderful, amazing, good person. Where's the conflict coming from then, right? That level of romanticization of extremes, that's silly, right? That goes too far. It's too much. But just because not everyone is a pure, absolute, perfect hero, or likewise for a villain, doesn't mean that there aren't still heroic figures in history, or good people, or sentimentalities that people genuinely hold to. I have a great deal, personally, of sentimentality for Britain and, the history of this land and how much I love it and how much I want to relocate there and get the visa and everything. And so if I were to write a story about myself, there is a certain level of sentimentality that is innate to that, and must be included. It can go too far, but it has to be worked with, right? It's one of many storytelling dynamics that is going to be included in a story. And I think that you can play to that in a way that will make your story stronger, make your narrative more true, right? More true to reality. The important thing is keeping the sentimentality and the romanticization with a hard cap. I think that cap being as it was perceived at the time, right? Not trying to as much as we can. It's impossible to do it absolutely. There's always going to be modern sensibilities in anything. It's the nature of it. But trying to limit how much we bring in of external ideals about a time, trying to capture a time period on its own terms. Again, to the extent that we are able to. All right, we can move on from this one now. Again, very good question. Oh, and that is actually that's the end of our Q&A, everyone. So once again, I will say thank you all so much for the wonderful submissions, for the time that you took. I hope that my answers were sensible. I hope that they were cohesive in some way, that they actually made sense, and I hope that they were satisfying to those who answered, or those who asked, and for those who were wondering likewise. So, let's see here. I can go on over to my big old list, and we'll do... All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are fast approaching, actually, to a good couple of hours, a good many hours before I was thinking that we would be. Again, because I cut one part of the event and thinking that I would need more time for everything else, and it turns out I need less for everything else. But that's all right. I think that we're still having a good time. I think that we're still enjoying ourselves. Here's what we're gonna do now, right? Oh, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Don't go anywhere, because here's what we're gonna do. I am going to play for you all now a preview. I'm gonna play a preview of the audio book for the Corpse War of 1793 that is coming out in the next couple of days' time. I'm gonna play for you chapter 1. It's about 15 minutes long, and if we would like from there, it's 15 minutes, it's not too long at all. If we'd like, then after that I can play for you chapter 2 as well, and maybe even more if we want to keep on going, right? We'll see. But I'm just gonna do that. I will be gone for that time. I'm gonna go and take a quick little break, get a quick little bite to eat, refresh my water here, sort of take some deep breaths, and then we will... Hold on, wait, did we get another? Oh, we did get another donation from Novacek, £5 plus gift aid. Give the narrator of the book a hug from me, poor guy. But it's been a great stream so far. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your generous gift in support of a wonderful cause. So, I'm going to play for you all this first chapter here, and I will see you all after that. We can talk a little bit about it, see how it went. Just do keep in mind, there are still some minor changes, little tweaks, and alterations here and there that need to be made. It's not quite the final product just yet. This is a preview. And here you go.
The Native Oak presents The Corpse War of 1793. Written by Brandon Fischella. Read by Mark Jennings. Part the first, wherein the author learns of the choleric dead. It had been said that corpses were walking in Norfolk, that some devilry had roused them from the grave with a hatred for the living, and that the bowels of hell had been loosed upon the earth. Of course, there was little reason to question the madness of any who might bandy such tales in earnest. The occasional tale of a flying jack-o'-lantern, or banshee in the mist, held far greater credibility and commonality than such newfangled fairy tales. They seemed at the time of comparatively little imagination in the great pantheon of ghost stories. Still, such ravings had a representative around every fire and across every table. Within my own company, it was a young soldier named John who first thrust it upon us. He hung crookedly over the bar, speaking in a low whisper, as if he had a great secret to tell. We had joked about how he fancied himself an Eastern mystic. He seemed to us more of a fool. "They're without minds, they say. Nary a thought besides the fastest way to your throat. I heard tell of a farmer being roused in the night when he heard a crash, only to rush out and see it, lying head first in his chicken coop. It was thrashing all about and tearing the poor things to bits, biting their heads off." There was a moment of silence in our party then. It was not the sort of disquiet which John had intended, so much as our coming to understand that he might have been serious. Yet before any might try and talk some sense into the lad, our attentions were pulled away by some more importantly amusing racket. Loud and skilful swearing was heard from across the dingy little pub, in which we and some dozen or more other soldiers then caroused. One of our new recruits had picked a fight with a local, and Corporal White was in the process of shouting him down. Upon every cruel remark, the men saw fit to raise great cheers. They cared not who won the verbal struggle, only that it was being had and presented some entertainment. Before long, the recruit had been thrown from the premises, and most of the crowd followed after him, that the affair might be continued, as White allowed, in a more regulated fashion. Only the older souls, for whom the fun in wrestling had long since passed in favour of a good bottle, remained inside, besides those of us sitting with John. "Gnawing on the chickens, you said?" Bennett, an awkwardly tall and toothy soldier, reopened the board. He was always in good spirits, and a dear friend of mine. "Oh, that weren't no devil. I'm sorry. You know how I get when I'm hungry." The self-sacrificing joke was met with uproarious laughter, its humour aided by a most inappropriate degree of libations. "'Twasn't a drunken soldier," replied a dismayed John. "It assuredly was a devil, of some sort or another, and you'd do well to pay the report heed." Again, our commotion died down as our storyteller pressed the severity of his case. "From what I was told, after the farmer went and shot it, it just kept flailing about. Then he shot it again, and still it carried on. So he and his sons took their tools to the thing and stabbed it and beat it till their arms went sore. Didn't change a thing. Hell, it seemed like he wanted to do them as it did the bloody chickens, were it not held fast by the coop." The talk was met with more incredulous glances and shy smiles. "So then," I broke my own silence, "what did our intrepid heroes do?" The question felt at the time of little consequence. I had been enjoying the drink and John's nonsense right alongside the others. I hardly believed he could take his own tales for truth. Now I fancy that it was something of a marked point in my life, for I shall never forget the desperation in John's gaze, nor the madness in his voice, as he quietly uttered his next words. They set it alight. As the fire spread and it charred the thing black, the creature didn't so much as squeal. It just lay there, carrying on as it had been. Soon enough, the old coop just collapsed in on itself, but even then, they had to hold the thing against the flames with their pitchforks. It made to attack them, fixed its dead eyes upon them, and never looked away. Didn't seem to care a bit about the heat, even as its limbs began to crack and curl up like a dead spider. And the worst of it, through it all, the only noise it made, besides the popping of fat beneath its skin, was the chattering of its teeth, like it was freezing while it cooked. Took hours, as I heard it told, and the farmer's sons had to keep piling up firewood to keep it going. The thing just refused to die. The bonfire is what drew in the night watchman, who arrested the lot. John didn't even seem pleased with his tale. His eyes never lost their intensity, nor broke from my gaze. Something about his countenance had rather changed my attitude, and while I did not believe a word the man had said, I found myself deeply troubled by them all the same. The others, however, did not consider themselves taken in by the tale, and soon recommenced their japery. "Hang on now," exclaimed Bennett, slamming his cup comically hard upon the table. "Why arrest the old codger? That's a poor way to end your story. Why not, I don't know, Give it a chase of sorts? The advice clearly irked the storyteller, whose brow furrowed. I can't well change what happened now, can I? I was told the man was arrested, so that's what I told you. As he attempted to relay the seriousness of the situation, poor John's efforts were again undermined, this time by the group outside returning. The local man was at their centre, having won his cause. An eye shone black, but he brandished a wide grin as my fellow soldiers competed for the chance to buy him a drink. Some even implored him to enlist with the regiment. But what was he arrested for? Roasting his own fowl. Bennett's attention was never drawn from John. He seemed annoyed at the young soldier's insistence upon the story's veracity. Can't well be illegal to kill a monster now, can it? The crowd had once more become merry, and forced John to lean closer. Still, he was committed to keeping quiet, as if he told a great secret. That's the point, you woolhead, hissed he. By all appearances, it weren't a monster. It was a man, just different somehow, unkillable, and thrown into a senseless rage. By the time the watchman showed up, it was just a blackened corpse being hacked to bits by the farmer and his kin. Of course they were all arrested. Now it came time for another in our party, old Richards, who had seen many years of soldiering, to speak up. But what sense does it make? Asked he, with his usual judgmental glare. Why carve the monster, or man, or whatever have you? Why carve it up like a goose? Now I don't question your good intentions, son, but it sounds more like your farmer was already well mad and concocted a story to match. Assuming there ever was a farmer to start with, that you're not understanding, interrupted John. They cut it up because they didn't believe it was dead. Why should they? After all, it had already survived. Even by the time it was cut to ribbons and burnt nearly to dust, they say its fingers were still twitching, its mouth all detached, still biting at the air. The words set me to shivering, despite a roaring fire in the narrow little pub. Nonsensical though it sounded, the account was a dark and discomforting one, and set my mind ablaze with thoughts of necrotic villains in the night. My compatriots were less disturbed by the nightmare, however, and continued to interrogate the young soldier and make a mockery of his tale. After some time, John surrendered his hopes of convincing them and left with a huff. Our conversation then drifted to other, more pressing matters of soldiering. Chief among them, naturally, was our excitement at the prospect of sailing for the continent. The French had been behaving quite poorly, all agreed, and the murder of their king seemed to us a far greater disruption of the natural order than any walking corpse. The continental powers had been fighting for some time by then, and all suspected that we would soon abandon our sleepy garrison duties to rejoin our regiment, march south, and be shipped at last to the Low Countries, where the Duke of York had already met the French in open field. Fancies of glory and treasure filled our minds. Nor were even Richard's more sobering tales from his service in the American War enough to deter us. So we drank and made merry for many an hour, paying tribute to Bacchus until Mars might again rear his ugly head. That night, as with every night in those long and dull days, Mars' call came in the form of a drummer marching through the village sounding tap two. Some lads would always make a show of insisting they did not hear the distant order, and protested the keener-eared barkeep cutting them off. Before long, even an artilleryman could not deny the summons, and the usual threats by a corporal were always convincing enough. Thus, our revelry came to an end, with all thoughts of devilry well cast from our minds, save, of course, those ones more familiar to the soldiery. As I ambled steadily on with the others to our company's small encampment, then upon the outskirts of the small Wiltshire village, where we had long harassed the locals, I allowed myself to lag somewhat behind, that I might enjoy some quiet. I recall now with sadness how the brisk chill had danced across my flushed cheeks, and the beautiful colour the setting sun lent the clouds. It was my last feeling of true contentedness. There was a bucolic stillness about my little world, and I envisioned it be soon filled with adventure. I fancied myself a hero in the making, and pictured the fine cut I'd make marching over the hills and far away with my friends. After all, I had abandoned my former life, a one of little interest to any discerning readership, for far more than drinking, drilling, and stories of ghouls in the night. With that thought came the reminder of John's stories, how deeply his gaze bore, and the genuine feeling behind his conveyance of what to any sensible man would appear as nonsense. Yet, as the air about me grew colder and darker, and my cronies gained some pace ahead, I found my mind drifting to visions of burnt, biting corpses. Try as I might to cease such thoughts, I soon found myself imagining every dark corner to host some vile horror or other. Having jumped at the sudden creaking of a tree branch, and cursing myself for a fool, I made to rejoin my compatriots while praying they would not suspect me of dwelling upon John's silly story. In those happier days, few things concern me more than the approbation of my brother soldiers. Soon we came upon our little block of tents, and making ourselves known to the sentry, made to complete our final duties before sleep. The others were all still in high spirits, and more enthusiastic than usual for the morning to come, as it was suspected we might finally be marched off. For my part, I spent the time attempting to expunge a dull speck from my belt plate, rubbing away at the brass with brick dust until my fingers had grown more raw than the metal had shiny. Keeping one's musket and cartridge pouch in good order while on peacetime duty was a simple enough matter, but a soldier must always wear his bayonet and frog while outside of camp, and its belt plate always needed polishing before the morning's inspection. As I sat thus hunched over my work, forcing my mind to dream of the day my equipment might actually see some use, rather than of devils skulking in the brush about our camp, I jumped with a shameful fright when a dark figure appeared behind me. It was John, just going into the little tent we both shared with the other men from our squad of inspection. "Damn your eyes, you shouldn't do that," I muttered to him, again praying none of the others saw my reaction. John seemed a little amused by my fear, but had evidently not snuck up with any ill intent. Instead, as I met his eyes, reflecting the embers of a distant dying campfire, his countenance was deadly serious. It was as if he were expecting to receive grievous news. "I know you take me for a fool. You needn't mock me so," said he. To my eternal shame, I recall feeling a queer sort of relief that he thought my genuine surprise had been another cruelty towards him and his stories. I tried to play the whole thing off with an awkward laugh, but the poor man wouldn't have it. To his mind, the stories were a portent unheeded by any but himself. I now understand how maddening his position must have been, the sort all too common in our military world. "You know," he continued quietly, "I pray you're all right. I pray that I am a fool. But mark me, by the end, we'll all be praying for a Frenchman's bullet. We aren't going anywhere near the continent." The man had a flair for the dramatic, and I told him so. "There's already plenty of fighting to be had," said I. "Even Sergeant Percy has been saying the orders should come any day now. Where would you have us go? To sit and guard the graveyards?" The young soldier, the only one among us to see the world clearly, was dejected. He would not meet my gaze, but only ducked into the tent. On finishing my work, I soon followed. My rebuke of him, besides further crushing his own spirit, seemed to have worked wonders for my own. Any thoughts of devilry had been supplanted by those of John being a mere peddler of nonsense. As I drifted off to sleep, in the crowded little quarter, amidst all the men snoring and jostling for room, I could hear him yet awake. His weeping was scarce perceptible.
Well, alrighty then. I'm being... Hey, there we are. All right, everyone. Well, what did we think of that? I see a few positive comments in the chat, which is wonderful to see. Yeah, I'm very excited for it. I am quite excited to release the full book. I'm going to be putting the first couple of chapters up on YouTube for free when the audiobook launches, so you'll be able to get a good thorough sampling of like the first, like at least, actually probably closer to an hour, actually, probably about the first hour, to see if it's something that you are interested in for the full thing. Of course, if you booked if you backed the book on Kickstarter, then you get the audiobook for free. Yeah, I'm glad that you all enjoy. Yeah, I could lose myself in his voice. Oh my! Well, I'll be sure to let him know. Yeah, no, I think he did a very, very good job. He's really captured the overall like sense of the book, I think. And incidentally, during that time, thank you very much, love. Wonderful, thank you. I have bao buns and mozzarella sticks as a little long live stream treat that I'll get to go through. Kirwan has given $5 to the cause, saying keep up the good work with the ghoulish dead. Well, thank you very much to Kirwan. That is very kind of you, very much appreciated. I know where my next part of paycheck will go. Now, you hunger for more if we... Now, well, look here, everyone. I do have bao buns to consume before we carry on and do like the next, like the last third of the stream or thereabouts. Should we play the next? How about this? What if I skipped chapter 2 and head right into chapter 3? Then we'll get to a little bit of the action, as it were. Alternatively, we could do one of the later chapters of the big battle. I mean, what are we thinking? What do we want to hear? Give me a moment that you would like to hear in the audiobook for a good sample. What was I gonna say? Will we get background sound effects in the final setup? No. So not in this initial launch, at least. Maybe in a future edition we can add them in. But no, this one, it's just going to be the voice. Just the voice. That's it. Chapter 2 gives the action content. All right, how about this? There's only 50 of you in the chat just at the moment, so I can do a poll. So which one would you like to see next? Chapter 2, carry on. Well, let's do chapter 2 rather, or chapter 3, action. Honestly, I think, well, hold on, do a later chapter with action. All right, trying to make it an even poll. All right, everyone, I will leave that poll for all of you then. In the meanwhile, I can at least pair up the next setup here. Actually surprised. Most people are asking for chapter 2. It's pretty even though. It's pretty even. I mean, I'm okay with playing more, but like on a live stream, I don't know how much I want to play, I'd say the whole live stream has really let you ease your A-level exam stress. I'm glad to be able to help. Absolutely. You know what? All right, enough people asking for chapter 2. How about this? We'll do chapter 2, and then we'll do a little bit maybe of chapter 3 just to get the action bit, right? To hear what that sounds like. But I mean, yeah, sure. Let me see here. Now be aware as we go into it, chapter 2 is one of the ones that needs a little bit more heavy editing, because some parts have been completely re-recorded, right? Certain dialogue, for example, has been re-recorded, and there are newer versions. So this one is, not quite as like complete, but it is. So where is chapter 2 in my? You'd think it'd be right after chapter 1, but it's not. That's chapter 15 is right after chapter 1. 19, 10, 4, 18, 17, 12, 16, 20, 21, 11, 8, 13, 9, 7. Where's what? Chapter 3 edited, chapter 15, chapter 5, chapter 6. Oh, here we are, chapter 2, because I opened it more recently. All right, then. Yeah, I will... All right, so I'm going to put on chapter 2, and, yeah, and that'll allow me to eat my food here then as well. It's a good little break for my voice and all. So we'll leave that sit, and I will see you at the end of that. Here, I'll put up the window capture again. Good. Perfect. And I'll see you at the other end.
Part the second, wherein the author discovers his fate. The next morning proceeded as usual. We were awoken by the duty drummer far earlier than necessary, donned our small clothes amidst crowding elbows, and jostled outside our little tents to relieve ourselves. There was just time enough for a shave and brush, and to give some final attention to our arms, invariably infested with flecks of rust from the night air's moisture, before the arrival of our superiors. It was nearly a full hour before sunrise, then, when Sergeant Percy came to snap us into order. Our squad had the honour of his direct attention. With my musket at the shoulder and done up snugly in my stock, I felt through the grogginess of an early morning that I must have looked a very fine soldier among a very fine band. How appropriate it was, then, that the good sergeant took near immediate note of some imperceptible infraction to dash my hopes. With a swift motion, he had snapped off the offending button, which was apparently too loose, and hurled it some way across the ground with a promise that, should I not find and reaffix it properly before he next saw me, I should be given extra duty. Ultimately, it was a threat made good. Percy was a hard man, and the exigencies of peacetime service allowed him little opportunity to demonstrate such. The greater part of his scorn was always reserved, however, for Bennet. That morning, it seemed the brass furniture of his firelock had gone without sufficient polishing, and he was at once made to hoist it high above his head and run laps around the camp, religiously chanting "I love my musket" as he went. It was a struggle to hide my smile, lest I should join the exercise. Adorations aside, we were then paraded as custom to the centre of camp, with all the other squads, and thence redistributed to our usual places according to height to form the full company. Again, we were inspected with Percy making great use of his old halbert to push us into a proper line. Most of the army sergeants had cast aside their halberts by then, and taken up the new pikes in accordance with the recent uniform changes. Even Sergeants Dorr and Green, who sat by the side and observed Percy's shoving with some amusement, had done so without complaint. Yet Percy was a stubborn man, a veteran of Gibraltar and less trusting of change than his compatriots who had served in America. Having been forced to pull his halbert into stores for the siege and take up a firelock like a damned private man, he swore he would only surrender it again when the colonel himself came to seize it. Such was his only trait contrary to the regimental standard, and Captain Lawrence had little cause to push the issue further. Whether by halbert or by pike, that we men were aligned to our proper dressing was the pertinent issue of the day. As our assembly was concluded, we stood in eager silence for some time. How excitable we were for a time of action, the end to our drudgery at last. "Officers in camp!" The sharp cry of Sergeant Dorr was accompanied by a snap to attention. The trio of finely decorated gentlemen who sauntered towards our little parade were adorned with gold lace and silver gorgets that winked in the faint morning glow from behind thick blue cloaks. Each of them was every inch an officer and gentleman of quality, and each of them seemed in some distress. Our captain always bore an intentionally placid visage. He held in much regard the proper emotional distance between himself and his men, and to know what he was thinking was normally an impossibility. Yet, on that morning, all could see his disquiet. As he passed between the ranks on his inspection, his eyes seemed hollow, as if detached from the uniforms and equipment usually so keenly surveilled. He did not even blink at my missing button. He was troubled and lost in thought. James Lawrence was a good officer, a disciplinarian to be sure, but fair. He did well by his men, and we trusted him to lead us nobly on the day we first met the enemy. I believe he was a distant relation to some minor nobility in the north, and so of little personal means, having only advanced beyond his ensigncy by the patronage of our colonel. It had always been clear that he was eager to make good on that investment and prove his worth in the coming struggle. He had been attentive to our needs and encouraged all of Percy's severity in drilling, that we might show ourselves the best of the regiment when the time came for action. Nor was his zeal ever derided by the privates, for we shared in it. Indeed, prior to the captain's appearance that morning, only John had demonstrated anything near a lack of enthusiasm, and even he, I had thought, must surely be shaken back into tolerable spirits with the escape of idle garrison duty. So, I could only wonder, what had changed? What foul news did he bear? "Good morning, men," spoke the captain, as he concluded his ceremony and took a place before us. "As you all know, I am returned from Salisbury last night." The cathedral city had housed our colonel for some time, alongside nearly half the battalion. The remainder, ourselves included, were scattered amongst the various towns and villages surrounding to better maintain our economy and reputation amongst the locals. That the captain had been summoned to the regimental headquarters directly, we all suspected surely meant orders from the Secretary at War himself. "I understand that much has been said of our prospect to march for the coast. I admit I have partaken in such excitement myself. Perhaps I have not done well by you in allowing such idle conjecture." At this, the company was immediately roused. It was clear what Captain Lawrence was building up to. Some harsh whispers even arose from the ranks before Sergeant Percy soon barked them down. "Steady on, lads," continued the captain, as we grew silent again. There was a palpable disappointment in his voice. "Know that while I share your desire for glory on the continent, I relate to you my orders, in trust that you shall enact them with the faith and good spirit becoming of British soldiers, and with which you have so long held yourselves. Men, we are to break down this camp and rejoin with our regiment to march for further garrison duties in Norfolk." The disquiet rose. A stifled groan, some shuffled feet, and more whispers harshly silenced. Norfolk? How could such a posting make any sense, I wondered. Immediately, my mind went to John's foolish rumours, and I found myself breaking attention to glance his way. His eyes were wide, frozen in overwhelmed terror. What must have been going through his mind? For my part, I desperately attempted to determine any answer beyond corpses rising to gnaw on chicken bones. "The regiment is to take post in Downham, and we, alongside the Major's company, shall take our billets in the nearby town of Stolham." Yes, there was a definite anxiety in Lawrence's voice then, and all of us knew it. "I do not expect," said he, "that our duty there shall be a long one. I have been assured that His Grace, the Duke of York, is eager to receive us into his army the moment we might be had. But, in the meantime, the King demands our services elsewhere. There have been reports of certain riotous behaviours in the countryside, and we shall be there to put an end to them, to secure the King's peace, and ensure the good flow of commerce. Lads, I understand your disappointment. That is why I tell you these things, as no other officer might. Yet our duty is clear, and we shall meet it unflinching, wherever it may call us. God save the King! God save the King! Our cheer was hardly enthusiastic. No hats were thrown, no huzzaying was to be had. After the chant came a deadly silence. More of confusion than of fear. Why Norfolk? The thought prevailed above all others, even as the sergeants dispersed the formation and began their expected abuse towards those men who had embarrassed them by muttering in ranks. Indeed, we had behaved childishly, but the reader must understand the deep woe which might affect so devil-may-care a body of troops as our own, at having the anticipated end of our idleness thus ripped away. We were exchanging the promise of booty and advancement for yet further monotony in drill and fatigue, endlessly preparing for an occasion which seemed never to come. And above all else, there rose the fear of uncertainty. Though none would show it, the likes of John's rumours surely rang through many a mind with greater credence than ever. It is curious how a story, first appearing nonsensical, might take on new air the moment it becomes of consequence to the listener. Riotous behaviours? In Norfolk of all places, where nothing of note had occurred since Boudicca's revolt. It was difficult for any man to believe that such public disturbances were sufficient to warrant anything beyond some local yeomanry, especially when all of Europe was alight with war. There had been nary a hint of trouble from those parts, save for John's story. From whom had he heard it again? Where did he say that infernal chicken coop was? The details of it all danced through my mind with a new, terrible vigour. Packing away the encampment was a hectic enough task, yet, through all the tearing down of tentage and stuffing of carts, my thoughts were seized by images of charred, grasping hands and burnt lips peeled away from chattering teeth. John's story had firmly entrenched within my mind, yet I found myself without the courage to interrogate him upon it further. For what shame might demonstrating my fears bring, when the others spoke only of continued boredom? From the few glances I caught of John throughout the day, he seemed more anxious than ever. Whenever some duty would normally have pulled him in the company of our squad, there always seemed some excuse for him to be elsewhere. I would find some opportunity to interrogate him on the march, I told myself, and finally dash aside such nonsensical thoughts. So we all did our duties, and before long were ready for the march. We had our small breakfast, and those men with cronies or working obligations in the village took some time to bid farewell and offer apologies for tasks incomplete. Before long, we were all formed up and parading beyond the outskirts to rolling drums and the well-wishes of those we had befriended, and the pointed neglect of those we had not. Captain Lawrence and the other officers went at our head, and our civilian followers came up at the rear with our baggage. We carried on with the pretense of parading for a few hundred yards beyond the settlement, ultimately breaking into a route step along the narrow country lanes. This provided some opportunities for conversation, although the topics thereof were strictly regulated by our non-commissioned officers. Any fairy tales of devilry were soon suppressed in favour of more pleasant topics less damaging to morale. Still, some accounts were to be had. During those few days of marching, I heard tell of many falsities, from a rampant plague in Lynn to swarming rats in Norwich. It seemed every sneeze in those parts was soon reported upon as utter cataclysm. There came even variations of the coop story, ranging from laying blame upon a mad farmer who murdered his neighbour, to mad tales of pagan cults conducting their evil magic in the woods. As our ultimate destination drew nigh, the rumour mill churned ever more quickly, turning out tales increasingly ridiculous and varied, though, ironically, these came to have a comforting effect upon us, for it became all the easier to treat them as they were, silly stories told by shepherds to entertain themselves in their long, dull hours. Consequently, as our tales grew all the darker, so too were we assured of our imminent lack of adventure. Save, of course, for one of our number. John's anxiety was not stemmed by the tide of tales. Rather, with every fresh iteration of his original story, shared around campfires or over bumpers, his frustration and intensity seemed only to grow. I no longer desired to question him, as he became all the more insistent on declaring the truth to any who might listen. His tale, unchanging, became dull and was taken with ever less gravity. John was purely in earnest, and among soldiers seeking entertainment, it was the worst thing a man could be. Eventually, his rhetoric of doom even reached the ear of our impressionable young Ensign Tell, who had, through his innocence, been ignorant of such foulness for the longest time. In his naivety, he offered John his ear, and was put into a terrible fright. The poor boy awoke that night in a fit, only consoled upon insistence that the devil he saw grasping at him was, in fact, but a nightmare. Though he tried to avoid it, Captain Lawrence forced a name from the little gentleman, and the next morning our company was called out for punishment. John was flogged most severely for blasphemy, dishonesty, disrespecting his officers, and spreading disquieting lies among the men. From then on, he became less keen on repeating himself. He became distant and fearful of the world, and I often heard him weeping when he thought himself alone. Still, I did nothing for him. By the time we arrived at Stolham, then, any fears born of John's tales seemed utterly ridiculous to me. Had any of our company harboured similar anxieties, they surely came to feel the same. I recall the shame with which I compared myself to the childish boy so taken in by stories and desired only to put the whole affair behind me. After all, what power could imaginary devils have when the very real prospect of a far worse fate, idle boredom, hung so dark over us? Now, upon my recollections, however, I see more clearly than ever the foolishness of my resolve. Had I known then even a quarter of what would transpire, though the admission brings me no cheer, I would no doubt have abandoned my comrades, sold off my coat, and forever cursed His Majesty's service. I would have embarked upon a ship for America to live the remainder of my days digging ditches. Should I have been caught, the worst they might have done would be to whip the skin from my back and hang me. It would have been a fate preferable to what awaited me in that cursed town.
All right, then, everyone. There we have all of that. Chapter 2. I hope that you all enjoyed. Thank you all for sticking around, hanging out to listen to it all. I have a sneeze. I have a sneeze coming up. Oh boy. What could it have been done during the... All right, the sneeze is gone. Oh, always a fantastic feeling. That is. So, here's what I'm thinking, is to do another whole chapter. So the first two chapters are very, very short. They're very easy to get through. The next chapter is much longer. So I don't necessarily, I think I don't want to do another whole chapter right now. Do keep in mind, right? Do remember that the first, like, 3 or 4 chapters, the food was very good, Coven. You have no idea. I don't eat so badly often, but bao buns and mott sticks, I mean, you can't beat that, right? I'm going to be posting the first 3 or 4 chapters for free on YouTube in the next couple of days here, so you will be able to hear the rest at that point. Maybe as well, what I will do is at the very end of this live stream, for anyone who wants to hang around and hear it as well, I can play chapter 3 after I've gone, right? That'll be the end of the live stream, you know, as a way to, like, wrap it up and, you know, tack a little bit of extra time on towards the end, right? That's always good. But for now, everyone, I do just want to take a brief moment to just sort of talk about the future of the Corpse War and plans and intentions and everything for all of that. Although it is rather tricky. See, this is another example of, like, oh, I was originally thinking that I was going to spend, like, you know, at least a half an hour talking about all this. But then I realize now that I've already covered, actually, most of the information that I would talk about here throughout the course of the live stream. And then so we'll do a little bit of extra Q&A, I think, to help fill in that remaining amount of time. But the long and short of it is, right, we watched the tribute. No, Sarah, people can do that on their own term. The video that she's referring to, because we've had someone in the chat named Animalakaris, and there's a video that we're very big fans of on YouTube called something along the lines of like a tribute to Animalakaris, and it's very silly. Anyway, doesn't matter. Anyways, keep me on track. I will still share a couple of little words here as a little wrap up, so to say, for the future of the Corpse War and what I hope to do with it in future, right? First things first, right? Now with the completed publication of of the second edition, rather, of the Corpse War, much sharper, I think, better than the first overall. Next is going to be, obviously, the audiobook. That'll be in the next couple of days here. Once that is done, this is completely done, out of the way, behind me, and I can forget about it. Then we're going to focus on another book that's something of an ancillary piece. It's going to be a military manual style book that is set in the universe of the Corpse War, talking about military maneuvers and different weapons and training, how to like drill men in preparation, how to psychologically prepare them for fighting corpses, etc., right? Things like that. Think Bennett Cuthbertson, think the manual exercise, but in the universe of the Corpse War. I think that'll be a really fun time. After that, then, we are going to be going off on another full and proper fiction story theme, right? We're going to... I'm going to pick one idea, and I will run with it. It'll probably either be set on a Royal Navy ship, or it will be set in the West Indies. And I have two more unique story approaches that I'd like to explore with both of those as well. When does the second edition come out? Or is it already? It is already out. If you order a book now, then it will be it'll be the second edition that you receive. So yes, either on a Royal Navy ship. That'll probably be the next one. Is a Royal Navy ship. I also want to do one set in the West Indies. And I'll think about a few other examples as well. Funnily enough, actually, as an aside, so I do obviously will have many more Corpse War books planned. Well, I'll talk about this later. I'll talk about this next, actually. But either way, my goal, right? My goal is to have both. So the military manual is going to be coming out soon, right? Fairly soon. I want to get through that one much more quickly, and I think it'll be much easier to write because it's not a narrative so much as it's something I'm very familiar with, right? It'll be a manual, not a narrative. Then after that comes out, like relatively soon, in the next like however many months, I want to get the next big, full, and proper narrative novel like this one, right? I want to get it finished before Halloween. I want to be able to promote the thing in like early October and go from there. And hopefully have, so that way we have, a good couple of books done like by the end of this year entirely. At some point as well, somewhere along the line, I want to try and branch out from the Corpse War. Here's the thing, is I love the zombie genre, right? I love zombie. Eva has given £5. Well, thank you very much. Oh, I accidentally took down the. Oh no, just giving. I have to pull the thing up again. Let me refresh my page here. Eva has given I love my musket with £5. Well, thank you very much indeed. That is very kind of you, very generous. Yes, I love my musket. I love my musket. Very good. Anyways. At some point, though, I do want to try my hand at other stories beyond just Corpse War. What I'm thinking is there's going to be one more zombie book, right? The manual, another Corpse War book, and then after that, I'm going to try and do a little bit of something different. Probably in early 2027 is when we'd actually expect this, unless I can get the next Corpse War book out, like, much more quickly. But can Brandon please make an NWNet? I don't know what that means. But after that, I want to try something with it's reversed so you can't really see, but it says Fort Laurens 1778-1779. A little bit of research for my next book project. I I won't bore you with the detail. What am I saying? I won't bore you with the details. You're all here after 5 hours, 6 hours. You're here for the details. But the entire idea is that I want to tell a story that is not having to do with zombies at all, but rather think the Terror, right? So it's a real historical event. But in that case, the the ship of HMS Terror and HMS Erebus getting stuck in the Arctic, and there's a spoopum in the Arctic that's there hunting them. I want to see about telling either a blatantly real story or a fictionalized story that is much more intensely closely aligned with a real event. So instead of Fort Lawrence, maybe I would call like Fort Lawrence, like Captain Lawrence, and then share the story that way. But the entire idea being that I'm interested in writing this book about basically an early American War of Independence expedition that's there to form to create a fort with the intention of using that fort as a launching off point for an attack on Detroit. That's what Fort Lawrence was in real life. And it ended very, very poorly. It was a terrible winter. People starving, having to eat their own moccasins, that kind of situation. And I'm interested in telling that story through a semi-fictionalized lens, as a way to help draw attention to the very real issues that were there, right? And in that case, it would be maybe I'm something else that I'm a very, very big fan of is Fleshgate, Wendigo, Skinwalker type stories, and maybe there's something like that lurking in the woods to prey upon the American Continental Army forces and the British regulars and their native allies who are in the woods laying siege to that fort. I think that has a lot of interesting opportunities, so that will be a project. That'll be another project at that point. But that's going to be probably early 2027. Until then, the next couple of books that we're going to be seeing from me this year will still be Corpse War related. I'm going to stick with what works, and then I will branch out a little bit from there. But still horror, right? Still historical fiction horror. That's what I'm most keen on, and it's just what I enjoy the most. It's what I see my career really moving in most heavily. I might also do a children's book. Actually, at some point, I'm talking with someone right now about doing children's media. But that's beside the point. That's a very, very different story altogether. We'll have to see how that goes. But yes. The true Atlantic trade from molasses and zombies. Well, funny you say that, actually, because when it comes to the story that will be set in the West Indies, of course, the slave trade is going to play a massive role in that. Again, I won't get into too many details, but that provides a lot of opportunities for fascinating commentary and also story, how the zombies are being used in the stories, so to say, right? The children's books then obviously would have nothing to do whatsoever with zombies or horror. It would be more like, hey, exploring the history of the 18th century in a way that's more appropriate. See, here's the thing. If you look on Amazon or whatever, type in children's book, American War of Independence, American Revolution, you get a lot of just schlockiness out there, and outright sloppiness as well, the AI nonsense. And I would like to help try to combat that. So, Guts of Black Powder horror novel? No, my own IPs, only my own stories. Guts of Black Powder, it's closely aligned with the whole zombies historically thing and everything, but I want to do my own stuff. Otherwise, I feel like there was something else that I wanted to mention when it comes to the future of this series, but I've been sitting here for a long time and it seems to be leaving. Oh, Jackson, you reminded me. I believe in the Max Brooks Recorded Attacks comic book, there's a story about a zombie outbreak on a sugar plantation. That actually sounds pretty cool. That, Jackson, reminds me, then yes, comic books. That reminds me. I do want to have a comic book for the Corpse War. I just have to figure out what artistic direction and stylistic direction it would go in, and then also figure out, obviously, how funding for it would work. I cannot afford to just pay an artist outright to do a full comic book that is thousands and thousands that I do not have in my possession. But that is a possibility that I'm very, very keen on doing that. We are, as I said, going to be in the next, hopefully, couple of days here, listing the original artwork of the Corpse War for sale. That will be announced on the community tab as usual, as well. Of course, it'll be posted on the website when those pieces are for sale. We are also then going to be doing art prints for if you want to just have any of these as like a poster on the wall. That will be a possibility as well. Games and such. There is presently a war game, more or less, in the works for the Corpse War. My friend Devin is working on a rule set, and it's going to be combined as a Kickstarter with another much larger project that we've been working on. It's called Pocket General, and you will see before too long now what that all entails. But long story short, just a lot of very, very beautiful artwork. It's not blatantly a card game, Chicken Man, but it is related. Think using it's a war game, but with cards instead of plastic, as a way to help make miniature wargaming more accessible to people who are interested in maybe getting involved, but aren't able or willing to drop a couple $100 and hours of their time to getting an army ready. They can try it with the cards and then move on from there. So again, you'll see more about that before too long. But a Corpse War addendum sort of game on top of that system will be a Kickstarter goal. And we'll make it nice and achievable. I'm pretty confident that we will make that happen. So there will be a war game for it. What else is there? Yes, comic books, war game. As far as films and movies and everything goes, it's not within my power, right? It's not within my influence. I certainly will not. I would be very keen on exploring the opportunity should the situation ever arise, but it could take a great deal of time for something like that to happen, right? I don't. Now let's see here. You'll know you've made it when people start scalping your card game. That'd be pretty good. That'd be good. That is a good sign that you've made it. Right. Well, I think that is pretty much everything. Can I pirate the game? Well, no. Don't do that. I can't afford for people to be pirating this stuff. Yeah. Everything goes right back into developing some other big project these days. Fan animations are okay and such are okay, right? I had one or two planned. Yes, 110, 125%. Please do, absolutely. Really, any kind of you're right. That's what it's going to be. Any kind of artistic anything. I'm all about. Please, absolutely. I will be doing another specifically art gallery live stream again in the future because a lot of people seem to enjoy that. I had a fantastic time with it. It will not necessarily be strictly Corpse War related. We'll maybe do like one Corpse War and then another for other stuff. Because in fact, I received a few emails of people doing non-Corpse War artwork as well, and there was some spectacular stuff there as well. That's well worthy of showing off. So we will be doing that in the future. The urge to do a cosplay. That'd be I again would not say no to that. That'd be fantastic. I would like to find an opportunity to do something at some point with all of the artwork that people have submitted, some sort of like online gallery or something, but I'm not entirely sure what that would look like. That's something that I have to sort of think about, mull over, dwell on. But we'll come up with something to be had for that as well. Otherwise, then, hello, John, who's still talking about that book, The Zombulutionary War. That's a new title right there. That's pretty good. Yes, indeed. So with that, everyone, actually, I think that we are going to be wrapping things up. We're going to be coming to a close here. It's funny, again, I made a little cut thinking that I needed a lot more time to talk about certain things, and it turns out everything took a little bit less time than I thought, and so I'm actually going to be ending things significantly earlier than was originally planned. About 3 hours, but to be fair as well, I was originally thinking that I was going to be taking longer breaks as well, so that was that was also needing longer. But it turns out I was actually able to go through and talk a great deal more. But before we do so, questions. Do we have any other questions? I know that we, had the formal Q&A earlier, but that was all things that were pre-submitted. Does anyone have any questions off the top of your heads here in the chat? We're a smaller crowd here now as well, a little bit more intimate. All the more committed people who have remained. And so, yeah, any particular questions that we can rant and ramble on a little bit before we wrap things up? And as we wrap things up, I will also put on the third chapter of the audiobook for you all to hear. Why is it called The Corpse War? That's right. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what I wanted to name the story. I ran through a couple of different ideas. I was asking everyone that I knew. Originally, I was thinking that the original title would be something a bit longer, like The Melancholic Dead or something like that. I eventually settled on The Corpse War of 1793 because it felt like it's a story that, it's a name that sounds like it could just be outright historical, but combine it with, all of this, and then you look at the back and it's like, oh, this isn't historical, this is something else, this is something different. And that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted to feel like a history book until you pick it up and it's like, oh, this is actually really cool, something like that. Of course, the full in-universe title is, of course, The Melancholic War of Corpses, containing a complete and authentic account of the desolation of Stolam and the great battle between the living and the dead. Now, that's a title for you right there, right? Is there a specific font for the title? It's a mixture of fonts. It is either, so it's basically IMFL, Caslon, and what's the other one? Something Gothic? I don't know. If you go to, I think it's Minuteman Press. Minuteman Press sells a font pack as well as an asset pack of like 18th century graphics and everything that you can use for for the long S down there. This is Caslon with the long S. This is like a Germanic Gothic type thing for the Latin phrase. Incidentally, if anyone's wondering, the Latin phrase means death pursues even the fleeing man. And as well, the asset pack that I bought from Minuteman, this, for example, up here, is an original 18th century graphic design. The urn for death, 18th century graphic. The sun for life, 18th century graphic. Everything on this cover is fully authentic 18th century. Even these lines are from an 18th century print, an 18th century political graphic that I took the bars off and put on there in order to make it feel as appropriate as possible. The only thing on here that is not 18th century in some way or another is this center graphic, which Kyle made up for me as well. Obviously, it's meant to be a trophy of arms or whatever they called it, with some, but it's like degraded and dying. It's it's a non-triumphalist trophy of arms or whatever they call it. Let's see here. The Cadaver Kerfuffle of 1794. Yeah, that'll be the sequel. The Cadaver Kerfuffle. Say that 5 times fast. If a zombie outbreak had taken place in continental Europe, say an area being contested between France and Austria, how well do you think it would have gone? Could it be contained? I think it would eventually be contained, but it would be much, much bigger, much, much worse, and potentially spiral out a lot more easily. The great thing about Stolam is that it's a small town, and the army was already mobilizing for war in Europe. So it was pretty easy to just redirect a bunch of troops up north instead of, having them march south. If people are actively fighting in a region, though, and then there's zombies scattered all over because it's not an island or a small area, it's just all contained, that would be a huge mess. And, oh, look! Sequel opportunities. Does anybody outside of England know of the Choleric Dead? Well, they will after the fact, to be sure. Not beforehand, but they will before long, right? Let's see here. When that zombie mod comes out for Napoleon Tour de War, you're going to be playing it. Oh, absolutely. 100%. I'm going to be playing a lot of that. Where's the Duet Mondois banner? Oh, from on the front cover. That Kyle. Kyle made the whole thing. This center graphic he produced for me. The banner included. Oh, unless you mean what's it from? Like what does it relate to? It's a very popular royal and military like slogan in the UK. It means God and my right. It's again very very common in like from different regiments. Like iconography, I guess you could say, royal iconography, things like that. Why didn't the protagonist just tell the devils not to eat him? Didn't he know that if you say no, they legally can't hurt you? Is he stupid? He might be, is the thing. Yeah, see, the thing is, I thought that if I included that, then it takes away a little bit from the story. So, you know, a little suspension of disbelief and all that, you know? Why is Armenia the best stand country? Come on, John. Trying to be serious here, John. This is the end of a very important live stream. You gotta be serious. Let's see. The Dig In demo came on Steam. Oh, I'll take a look at that then. An RPG expansion set Corsets and Corpses. Oh, that would be funny. That's a good name. That's good. It's not quite what I'm looking for with my stories, you know, but that if you want like a more Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies kind of story, that's wonderful. Just make sure, please make sure to dispel the stupid rumors about the nonsensical, you know, oh, corsets were always so tight, women were always passing out. That's nonsense. That's dumb. No, that's not true. So dispel that if ever you create something with the name of Corsets and Corpses. You have my full blessing then. Could an uncontained outbreak of the choleric dead kill off a whole continent, or would there be geographic limits like mountains and deserts? So, I think that there would be certain geographic limits, but not necessarily because, like, you know, the corpses would freeze or anything like that. Just because, like, how likely is it that they would eventually find their way through the mountains? You know, they have to be pursuing something, and as soon as that thing is out of their eyesight, then they largely, like, they don't lose interest, but they don't remember where it went, how it operated. So it would take them, like, years, I think, to really spread, like, across the Alps or something. You know, they don't have a committed effort. They're not like the White Walkers from Lord of the Rings, from Game of Thrones. You know, they're not moving with any sense of purpose or unity of purpose, right? That being said, could an uncontained outbreak kill off the whole continent? I mean, it could, but I don't think it's terribly likely because, again, the corpses, if they're not pursuing something, aren't wandering actively looking for something. It's more just like they continually move in circles because, think about it this way, if you get lost in the woods and you don't have a compass and you just start walking, you'll think you're walking in a straight line, but eventually you start moving in a great big circle, right? Because of natural little changes in direction, you'll eventually basically wind up back where you started. Think of that, but just on a much smaller scale, because the zombies have no capacity for understanding, you know, which way is straight and which way is left or right and back. You know, it's just complete erraticism with them. How much Latin do I know? None at all. Why didn't the main character bite the undead back? Well, that is a good question, isn't it? I think it'd be fun to read a version of this based in the First World War that's taking place at the Somme or Verdun. That's the other thing, right? I do have a lot of horror story ideas set in different time periods. I want to do something in the First World War. I'd like to do something in like the Anglo-Zulu War maybe one of these days. A lot of different possibilities. But I don't necessarily want to do more corpse war stuff in those different settings. I want to explore different themes. I want to explore different monsters, different story types, you know, different things like that. There might be other like zombie stories, because I do really, really love zombie media, but it will not be corpse war, right? It will not be the same kinds of monsters every time. There will be variations, there will be changes, things like that. But yes, I think that overall, like, doing something set like at the Somme would be just beautiful. Perfect. Here's a real question. Obviously, we talked while you were writing, so I know a lot about what was going on, but I wonder, was there ever a point where you almost just threw in the towel? Oh, that is a good... So that's something we touched on a little bit earlier with the Q&A. I wouldn't say that. No, there were definitely moments when I stepped away from the project and if I basically tried to have a goal of writing like like filling one page like or two pages rather like this a day for a really long time, and sometimes I would fall off on that by like a day or two, and then a day or two might become a week, and then a week might even become like a month, and then I think that was like the longest gap that I had was like a month and a half between writing, just because I was working on other stuff. I had other stuff going on, as you know, John. And when that happens, it's very, very difficult when that happens to get back into it. And it's not that I ever wanted to throw away the towel or not get back into it, but it's more a matter of like, much like the Patriot review series, I want to continue it. I will be continuing it, but it's a question of how long is it going to take me? Because like it requires, when you step away from a project to get back into it, it takes a lot to work up that effort, to work up that will to get back into the project. So throw in the towel, no, but there were definitely pretty severe delays that, could have been avoided if I was a little bit more diligent in my work, right? I mean, that's not always the case. What do the dead do if there is nothing living left to devour? Wander aimlessly or stand about? Additionally, should I be worried the branded pillow started chattering its teeth? Yes. Yes, you should. You should throw it away. In fact, you should set it on fire. That's probably the only way to be sure. But, yeah, if there was nothing left, then yeah, actually that is something that rather happens in the book after, after Stolam is, like, done, so to say. And basically, yeah, slowly just sort of wandering in the little circles and up and down, back and forth, and just wandering aimlessly as they look for something without the capacity to conceive of how to find anything, right? Well, is my stream still on? It blinked on my... I'm gonna refresh my screen here. Am I still... Why did I get signed out? I've been signed out of my Google account. That's... hopefully nothing concerning. Is it anything concerning? Am I still here? I should still be here. Two-step verification. Well, that's good. The two-step verification is still on. Please hold. But yes, they will continue to wander more or less in one place. And, okay, there we go. Set home address. No. YouTube studio. And, okay, I am back. There we go. All right, we're good. Yes, they continue to wander in one place. And... oh, yeah, and the thing is that they do have a tendency, again, as we see in the book, to slowly coalesce into heaps, into mobs, into larger groups. That is not because of anything necessarily innate within them, at least not that we see in the book, but they don't have like a herding instinct, is what I'm saying. But, if, for example, you have, 10 corpses in one area, right? They're all flailing around, acting as they do, moving around and everything. All of a sudden, one bumps into a wall. We hear a thud. All the others don't know that it was one of their own that did that. They just hear the thud. So they turn around and they start moving in that direction, thinking, oh, is there something over here? Is there something over here? What caused that? That, in turn, might cause more thuds and crashes, and maybe they're crashing through a window, or they fall over something, or they kick a rock that skitters down the road, or whatever. They naturally make some level of noise, even if they're not doing anything purposely. That, in turn, then will attract more from outside, and they come in, and then more and more, and they feed in that way into more centralized like environments, right? That's the idea behind that. So yes, so that answers that. Thursdays, we got Fez in the chat. Hello, Fez. Nice to see you here, sir. Maybe think about how convenient the timing of the zombies in Guts and Black Powder was, given that they followed France and their allies out of Russia across Europe. Yeah, no, having those sort of inciting events is always very important if you want it to be like a global phenomena type deal. Yeah, awesome. Let's see here. There might be... someone said there might be a zombie campaign in that mod. That would be spectacular. And someone else is Grateful Reader. A Grateful Reader has come along and given $24 saying thanks and cheers. Well, thank you very much indeed. That's very kind of you. thank you very much indeed. It's much appreciated. I'm glad that you hopefully enjoyed the live stream. I'm glad that you enjoyed the book. And thank you very much for giving money to a wonderful, glorious cause. It's going to be a very big help for a very important bit. Thank you. How effective would pea shooters be against zombies? Presumably they're firing very small rounds of ammunition. Not very. Especially considering, you know how you need to dismantle them, not kill. They don't die, so you have to dismantle. So you need big rounds, large calibers. Did you ever have to cut a scene that you really liked? We did talk about that in the earlier Q&A, so I won't touch on it much. But there were definitely some things that I expected the story to move in one direction, and it actually wound up moving in another direction. I wouldn't say that's a bad thing. I think it actually worked out for the best. But there were definitely some differences there, yes. Why didn't the British tax the undead? Well, who's to say they're not? That's why the undead aren't paying their taxes. That's why there is a battle. That's why they had to fight. What would you do if you met your characters in real life? I would apologize. It'd be like, I could have written things to be so much nicer for you. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that. You didn't deserve any of this. These horrible, horrible, disgusting, disturbing fates that I have woven for you. In fact, in the book, the character often laments the cruelties of fate and how the fates weave him very negative things. It's like, yeah, that's me. I'm the fates in this particular scenario. I apologize. So, you know, oh well. How would the Union do against the Corpse War zombies? So if we were to fast forward to the American Civil War, they would be better equipped because just by virtue of the kinds of firearms and the kind of, you know, the formation size and everything that they're using, they're able to fire a little bit more quickly by using the percussion cap firearms more consistently because their firearms are of higher like quality. Again, cap locks are more reliable than flintlocks. Mini balls would presumably do about the same amount of damage as any other round shot would. So that I can't imagine there'd be too much of a difference there. The artillery, though, oftentimes is a little bit higher quality, larger caliber, faster to maneuver around and to fire and everything. Even some like early, more breech loading type stuff, repeating firearms, things like that would obviously have very natural benefits. Flipping Gatling guns. Yeah, overall, I think the Union Army would do, and it's just, of course, the Union Army is much, much bigger, so they can concentrate a lot more firepower all at once. So, you know, that's all worthy of note. That's the thing, is so much of 18th century warfare, especially, is based around morale, is based around breaking the other guy before he breaks you, as opposed to, you know, just massing firepower. Like, the reason why you're massing the firepower isn't to kill the enemy, it's to make him think you're gonna kill him and make him run away. The zombies, they don't feel that fear, so, you know. I don't know why, after months of having the book, I haven't finished it. I think I got to part the 5th and then I got too busy. Oh, Fez, you're breaking my heart. That's all right. The audiobook is going to be out soon, Fez, and maybe you'll find an easier time listening to that instead of, you know, reading through the whole thing. But it'll always be there, you know, for you whenever you're ready for it. It will be there, right? That's the important thing. How do the dead tell themselves apart from the living? They don't. So that's the thing, is the dead literally are incognizant of one another. And again, that's something that you'll see in the book. They don't really register when, you know, a living entity is there. They'll basically plow right over one another and crash right into one another because they only register life. Now, how is it that they... Oh, I have to reload my fireplace video. How are they then aware... Oh no, advertisement. How are they, you know, aware of that life? Well, for that we'd have to get into the metaphysics of how the devils were actually formed and where they started, and I don't have answers for all of those things. Not yet. Not yet. Why is your message not appearing? Well, that one appeared. I don't know. Maybe it's getting picked up by an automatic moderation system or something. I don't know. Can they still operate basic things? No. There is no intelligence whatsoever. There is no wit to be had for them. All right, and you know what? On that point, on that note, everyone, I think that we've answered a pretty decent amount of queries. I think we're starting to get more into things that have that we've already answered and discussed earlier on. So I don't want to repeat myself that much. Even with the power of friendship, maybe it's because they never felt the power of friendship. Maybe the zombies were so horrible because no one ever reached out to them. They're always reaching out for others. No one's ever reaching out for them. Have you noticed that? Now we have to ask ourselves why that is, and it's awful. But you know what? In the meanwhile, while I leave you all to ponder and wonder about that, I am going to leave you with Chapter 3, and indeed the initial outbreak of the choleric dead upon the innocents of Stolum. I'm going to leave you with the audiobook, and after that I will just end the stream. So I will say my farewells to you now. Thank you all again so much for hanging out with me here today, especially for those of you who stuck around for so much of it. It means a lot to me. It really does. To everyone who submitted questions, who submitted artwork, who gave a little bit of money for the charity cause, who were just here chatting, right, and engaging with the stream on some level or another. I really do. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it a great deal. It means a lot. Right. I won't get all sappy and emotional because we've already said all that. Thank you. Let's go ahead, pull up Chapter 3, and I'll see you all next time. So, with that, of course, I am and I shall remain your most humble and obedient of servants, my dear viewers, my dear readers, my dear friends. And, oh, gotta love the parasocial friends at the end there. Yes. All right. Chapter 3. All right. Be aware, some of the audio in this has a little bit of peaking. Some of the audio is not full quality. That is, like I said, something that we are correcting before the final publication. So that the final version will not have that necessarily, but this is just, it's not perfect. So, with that, thank you all. All right, we're good to go, and I'll see you next time. So, bye.
Part the third, wherein hell breaks upon Stolum. Our arrival in Stolum was quiet. It felt as if the town people had not been expecting us, and awoke that morning to the surprise of soldiers marching through their streets under arms, and more pressing for them, expectant of billets and supplies. We played no drums. Major Bray, whose company we had earlier joined with, sought not to emphasize our presence on what seemed an unenthusiastic populace. Thus, our only herald was the steady cracking of shoes along cobblestones, the creaking of leather accoutrements, some groaning supply wagons, one crying child, and the usual medley from the Major's horse. The result being that, far from inconspicuous, our march felt all the more oppressive. The morning was unnaturally warm and dry for its season, and the air was thick with the shroud of dust we kicked up. It soon coated every inch of our clothing, ensuring that again the laundresses would be called up in force upon our halt. I felt as though my very lungs were being buried from within. It was a foul omen, had I but recognized it at the time. At least, however, we common soldiers could comfort ourselves with the knowledge that being in a proper town, rather than a village of fewer people than even our company's women, would mean better accommodation than mere tentage. Captain Lawrence had secured billets in a disused warehouse along the town's little quayside before our arrival, while the Major's men would lodge in homes on the other side of town. As we passed through the streets, I recall what might only be described as a general uneasiness. Normally, the arrival of troops would see excited crowds jostling to meet the newcomers. In previous parading, we had well learned to anticipate the dazzled gazes of young maids and the envious glares of their dullard husbands, alongside the enthusiasm of children who would run along our column and tug at our coats. They always delighted in asking how many Frenchmen we had shot, to which, we would naturally lie in boastful good humour. Yet, as we passed through the tiny pockets of humanity in that stagnant place, there were no pretty girls, no shouting merchants, nor old veterans to greet us. There were not even children in the streets, as if they had all been shuttered away. Instead, the few eyes we saw peered out from within poorly kept homes or behind dark corners. They were filled with distrust, and perhaps even fear. But of what? Invariably, my mind fell for the first time in some while to John's old stories. I began to notice every sign of sickness amongst the population. Every distant cough or pox-marked face became symbols, in my mind, of some horrible decay about the wretched place. Why was it so quiet? If we had heard the stories so far as Wiltshire, then surely there at their heart, the locals had as well. What did they think? Were the tales mocked as drunken ravings, or heeded as warnings to bar their doors and keep children inside? How could mere stories prove sufficient for the cobbler, the tailor, and the draper we had passed to all be shuttered up? And why, I continually wondered, were so many soldiers posted to such a remote place? In what felt foolish at the time, I began to suspect that corpses might rush at any moment from every alley, ripping away at us, while those dreadful locals stood by and watched with half-dead stares. Would that such terrors were, indeed, foolish. Before long, though it felt a great time, our column was halted before the customs house, near the river on which the town relied for its little commerce. There, after some seemingly terse conversation between the local magistrate and our officers, which I could not discern from within the ranks, our good captain ultimately returned to us and issued our arrangements. No soldier is ever saddened by the order to disperse, though I was exceptionally grateful in that moment to be away from the street and its visions of so many grabbing monsters in dark alleyways. Damn that John, for having put such ridiculous notions in my mind, thought I with a grimace. Nor was I the only one disquieted by the place's air, for while none dared speak of their fears, there seemed a generalized anxiety all through the ranks. Since John's punishment, none had dared speak of hearsay, yet even the officers seemed uneasy, as if they suspected some darkness, but were unable to address it. Regardless of any fears, our first days in Norfolk passed much the same as in any other peacetime service. We had our regular fatigue, and patrols, and stood sentry. We aided the sour-faced customs officials, and otherwise sought local employment to supplement our wages and waste on merriment, although wretched Stolham seemed devoid of such opportunities. Indeed, whenever the garrison engaged with the locals upon any matter, commercial or otherwise, we found only either a general disinterest or an outright hostility. They seemed suspicious of any souls from without their little town, even beyond the usual attitudes of such rural environs. Those of us capable of finding employment were only paid but begrudgingly, while most taverns outright refused to treat with the soldiery unless we drank our fill outside, away from the exceedingly few usual patrons. In the early days, I suspected, as surely others had, that such prudishness must relate to the horrors of which we had heard tell. Try as I might to secretly inquire amongst the locals for the truth of such, however, not a man would offer me a meaningful word in reply. It seemed the inhabitants felt that to speak the very words might bring some great calamity upon them. Yet far from driving my suspicions of the supernatural, it rather made me imagine the locals as so many children playing at make-believe. For how might a community, faced with any genuine threat, behave in so childish a manner? Thus, as we fell into the usual routines of garrison, and day after day faced no horrors save idleness, I, like my compatriots, became resolved to relieve the tales nothing more than utter nonsense. The droll efforts of a melancholic peoples to find some excitement in their drab lives, as is so often the case amongst common peasantry. I was a soldier, and even in idleness assured myself that I was a cut above their ragged sort. Truly, I had begun to hold a great disdain for the local people, much as I pitied them their miserable existence. The locals' continued queerness notwithstanding, we in the garrison had grown quite comfortable. Our anxieties had totally shrunk from the unnatural, and were replaced with more usual grumblings. I recall, with a most dour fondness, how poor Bennet joked that he had come to fear his boredom more than anything, and almost wished to sight some devil or other, if only to give him some action. "Mark me well," laughed he, before heading to post sentry one night. "If I'm not eaten alive by the time you relieve me, I'll have skewered myself on my own bayonet instead. God, I hate how quiet it all is here." Yet that cruel joke, spoken on our 10th night in that foul place, was the last my old friend ever spoke to me. For it was during that same night when Stowlam's corruption finally bore its rotting putrescence. I had been turned out by Corporal White for sentry duty, along with my old crony Richards and 2 other fellows, De Rosa and Pratt. In the little moonlight that pierced the warehouse's old walls, and cursing the lateness of the hour, we donned our coats and our belts. We took little care to avoid waking our sleeping comrades all about us. The warehouse was a great luxury compared with mere tentage, and we had grown rather lax in our comfort and regularity, despite the sergeant's best efforts to impose upon us otherwise. Meeting the corporal outside, we of the relief began to march down the quayside. I recall how our clacking shoes echoed loudly along the moonlit river. It was indeed terribly quiet, almost unnaturally so, but I rather enjoyed that which so bored Bennet. The air felt tranquil, as I fancied it a perfectly pleasant night, not quite chilly enough for a watch coat, nor so unseasonably warm as the days had been. Thoughts of necrotic, grasping monsters in the dark had all but faded from my mind. Their prospect was then an idle cause of good humour, rather than any honest fear. For the first time in our short-lived occupation, I did not dread the prospect of lone sentry duty in the dark, but rather looked forward to admiring the river before the customs house, whence my duty was to be had. Assuming, I recall thinking with a grin, that poor Bennet wouldn't spoil my mood by having skewered himself on my post. Yet, as we passed along the gentle river to where the custom house loomed, dark and impressive on the quayside, and rounded the corner of the great structure whence our sentry post stood, my last smile was stolen away from me. Bennet was not there at all. Instead, there sat only a discarded hat and a musket at full cock. They glistened in a silvery, moonlit crimson. The blood was everywhere. It splattered the stone wall in thick globs and had settled into little rivers between the cobbles. Chunks of gore were flecked across the scene as if flesh had been wrested from bone and thrown to the wind. Immediately my heart leapt and my bowels turned to water. For but a second there was only our shock and a hearty swear from Pratt before Corporal White leapt into action. Porting his firelock, he turned to survey the streets around us. "Hell," growled he while cocking his piece. "You all loaded? Good. De Rosa, Pratt, both of you, run. Hard. Back to the others. You wake Sergeant Percy and tell him to rouse the garrison. Now!" The corporal's tone bore a ferocity I had never heard, even at the worst infraction. They were the first words of true action I had heard, and they struck at my soul. The 2 men nodded vigorously and ran off without a word, while the rest of us darted our eyes from shadow to shadow. I found my hands growing wet about my firelock. I had never been so frightened before. "Listen here, you whoresons." The corporal's tone had sunk quiet. "Some bastard has attacked our own, and it looks like it wasn't long ago.
I don't care about any damnable fairy tales. Our man might need help, and I don't mean to wait around for the company to muster. So keep your wits and follow me.
Without a second glance, the corporal rushed on where he had caught sight of a blood trail. It looked as if the body of my old friend had been dragged away. But why? My ears were ringing, and my head felt as though it was stuffed with wool, so that I could hardly comprehend the other's words as we ran on and passed into a narrow alleyway. It felt as though my legs were moved by some unseen force, for I could hardly feel them.
Corporal,
said Richards, with an experienced sternness as we slowed down, checking every corner with a raised musket.
even the Indians weren't so brutal at their worst. What the hell is this? Would that I knew, replied the other veteran. I don't trust it any more than you. Now keep quiet. Whatever blackguard did this can't have gone far.
The irregular trail of red we followed still glistened fresh. I struggled to maneuver my musket around the narrow alley, unsure even of what I was looking for. I was expecting some fiend to be tucked within every shadow. Had Bess always been so heavy? Why did my hands tremble so? I could hardly see through the darkness, for in those narrow passes the moon penetrated little. The night was not so still for long, however, as suddenly the distant peal of a bell began to pierce the air. Nor was it a counting of the hour, but the continual sounding of an alarm. Soon thereafter, from the direction of the garrison's billets, we heard also a drum call, faint on the wind. It was impossible to tell the signal, but it must have been the assembly. There was no way that the others could have reached the company in so short a time. And why the bells? For one soon became many, pealing in panic right across the town.
What the hell?
Richard's swear trailed off. He was unnerved as he cast his eyes upwards to the sound, searching along the rooftops for answers.
Whatever it is, it's beyond our sights right now.
Corporal White was harsh in his own slow panic.
Keep on the task at hand. We've got a man out.
He was cut off as we rounded a corner and stumbled across our quarry in the dark, but a few yards distant. Bennett, it appeared, had not been killed. He stood still and gazed with tilted head out to the distant bells, as if confused by their very nature. From the side of him, I saw his shoulders were oddly slumped, and his legs seemed to wobble erratically, like a babe first learning to stand. His fingers were all grasping at nothing, as if they were desperate to seize the air at his side. They ran red with blood. In the little light which cast all in shadow, I could see his mouth working senselessly. It was not in an effort to speak. Rather, it opened and shut over and over again in a slow-burning fit, his large teeth sounding a dreadful clack, 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 over and over again. We were silent only a moment, beholding our friend in shock before Corporal White took his final step forward.
My God, man, are you all right?
His whispered inquiry was cut off sharply. In that pained moment, my world collapsed. What remained of poor Bennett turned jaggedly about, as if the body fought against its own limbs to reveal an unnaturally pale face. His eyes were bloodshot and stared wide and unblinking at us, while the side of his nose had become a pulp of flesh, as if crushed between grinding stones. His cheek was torn asunder into little ribbons, while his every violent bite at the air seemed to tear it further. Where the poor man's neck had been lay only a great hole, which leaked in a steady trickle as if well drained. The chattering of his teeth reached the intensity of a drummer's call. I did not know it at the time, but my friend was long dead. There was no time for thought as it, approached us. Slowly at first, in an unsteady shuffle with arms outstretched and snapping fingers that offered an almost pitiable sight.
It was as if the wretch were no more than a frightened child, attempting to glean some comfort from its mother's skirts. Yet every stumbling pace fell into the next, gaining in rhythm to progress at a remarkable speed despite itself. Richards was the first to break from our collective trance. With a curse of fear and confusion and anger, he rushed forward and levelled his piece. The musket fired with a hiss and a crack, flooding the little alley with smoke. Squinting through it, we saw his shot had rung true, as the heavy ball met Bennett's shoulder to carry off a great heap of skin and muscle. Still, on it came, at the same terrible speed, seemingly unaware of the grievous wound. The shock of this strange development was sufficient to delay my own action, as my trembling hands refused to take aim. How could I even think to do so? This was Bennett. What had happened to him? A foul warmth had flooded my breeches, and my vision went practically black. Within a second, before Corporal White could react either, our once friend set upon poor Richards. He initially kept the thing at bay with a ported musket, yet his attacker seemed mindless, not seeking to grapple in any way, but instead throwing itself bodily against him with as much force as it could muster. Its torn neck craned as biting teeth struggled to meet any pieces of living flesh they might, whilst uncaring, flailing limbs reached out to grasp and carve at whatever came to hand. Richard screamed terribly as they reached his face and neck. It was only a moment before he stumbled back and fell to the ground. Teeth connected with his face. Even in the dark, I could see the blood spurting as a hunk of flesh was stringily ripped away. By then, Corporal White had already rushed in, and having dropped his musket, he took hold of the thing's shoulders in an effort to heave it off. Yet the devil was wholly determined to continue tearing at Richards. On a second heave, White managed to gain some advantage, and soon the creature was dislodged as they both fell back. The men screaming bled into one another with a piercing discordance, as much in confusion as in horror. What had happened to poor Bennett? By the time I regained any sense of myself, only a breath's time having passed, the devil had already turned about and was forcing itself on the corporal. I had no choice. Though I wept and could hardly lift my firelock, I rushed on and pushed my bayonet into its side. The long steel cut at once through my old crony's coat and flesh. I felt every scratch of the blade against his bones. Yet despite a surely fatal blow, Bennett did not seem to mind in the least. Still, it forced itself onto White, its teeth sinking deep within his neck, just above his stock. I wrenched my bayonet free, nearly dropping the musket as I did so, for how fiercely I trembled, and with a great cry made to stab hard into Bennett's back. I struck again, and again, and again. My eyes stung with tears and sweat as I wailed and thrust, all to no avail. The corporal's screaming soon turned to a gurgled choking. Then the gurgling ceased. His limbs lost their strength and fell to the ground as he died. Yet such was only the terror's advent, for no sooner had White been so horrifically slaughtered, when my bedevilled friend made to spin about and grasp at me. Try as I might to force my attacker away with another thrust, I found myself without the strength. It did not try to parry my blow, but leapt for my legs as if driven by mindless impulse. With a cry, I made to evade the biting teeth and stumbled backwards, falling hard upon the cobbles. Then I did drop my musket. I kicked at the devil with all of my strength, but found myself little able to deter it, even for a moment. I still recall the sensation of my heel cracking through those big teeth. Nothing dissuaded him. As I thus fought to keep the corpse at bay, it frantically scratched and clawed at my gaiters, carrying off a few poor-kept buttons as it did so.
As my legs were exposed, so too did they suffer beneath the assault, as the white of my stockings began to turn red. It was then, through my panic, that I noticed a sign I first took for a blessing. Corporal White was rising to his feet. "Corporal!" I cried to him in folly. "Help me! Please!" I was panicking as Bennett gained a better hold with my every breath. My leg was red raw with shallow scratches, and I feared at any moment the devil might finally bite flesh with its remaining bloodied teeth. My little hope then transformed into abject horror as I saw the corporal's jagged movement, the irregularity of it, and his deathly silence save the clacking of his teeth. Then, as if by some unseen signal, the same commenced with old Richards. As he succumbed to his wounds, I saw his body begin to violently twitch. It was first slow, and then, in a rising furore, I heard his own jaw begin to clatter. His dead, utterly uncomprehending eyes fixed wide on me. It was only by the capricious will of the fates, then, that my life was preserved. I discerned the pounding of many shoes and the shouting of men from behind me. "What's happening here?" came a heavy, authoritative voice. I knew it immediately as Sergeant Percy. "Get back, damn you!" Suddenly, I felt two pairs of hands set upon my shoulders, hauling me back as I continued to kick away my assailant. Another man, his musket slung, tried to take hold of Bennett. The last two then came on, with ported arms to either side, making to aid my former colleagues, who seemed to them injured and unsteady. "No! No!" I had not time to finish my shout before the horrific scene recommenced. The men who came on to Richards and White found themselves set upon immediately by the fresh corpses. The other, who had made to haul Bennett away, found the devil soon turned about and biting hard at his hand. The alley again became a scene of blood-soaked chaos. The two who pulled me away, in their terror, dropped me to the ground and fumbled to level their bayonets. I saw Sergeant Percy then appear at their side, his old halbert in hand, as he surveyed the alley in bewilderment. The sound of tearing flesh and rushing gore had already silenced one of the men screaming. "It isn't them, Sergeant! It isn't them!" I choked my warning through racking gasps and tears. Yet it mattered not, for the sergeant spared no thought to me but immediately advanced. I could not call on them to stop before, bellowing an awful war cry, Percy brought the blade of his halbert through Bennett's carcass. It did nothing save spray further gore. The two men who had saved me likewise ran to aid their comrades, who had been set upon by Richards and White. As I struggled to regain my footing, feeling warm blood trickling down my leg, another man was already pulling back from the struggle, with a hand held fast to his neck. He staggered, and I saw the terror in his eyes glaze over as blood spat from between loosening fingers. He fell to the ground and was still for but a moment before his limbs began to twitch. I knew then that he was soon to rise also. I was frozen then, beholding it all in utter incomprehension. The alley seemed to pulse with rent flesh, both dead and dying. The whole world seemed to spin. Everything became intermixed in my failing, clouded vision. I was losing all sense and felt faint. Sergeant Percy held one of the devils in place, while others stabbed it repeatedly with bayonets. It cared not. Another soldier wrested himself away from a grapple, and with great vitriol hoisted his bayonet high, thrusting it through the cheekbone of his attacker. He pulled his trigger, and again a shot echoed down the alley. The ball ripped through the devil, while smoke poured from a great hole of jagged flesh and broken bone. Yet even then, the shot did nothing to deter the corpse, which set itself firm upon its wretched victim and cut ferociously with the half of its jaw that remained. The man whose hand had been caught by Bennett by then managed to slink away, clutching his wound in the corner, while another soldier slipped on the cobblestones, so coated were they with gore. Another face was bitten. A flailing hand caught upon and burst open an eye. The 3 creatures were then 4, and then 5, and still multiplying. I heard screaming. Someone calling out to me for aid. Was it Sergeant Percy? I saw him crashing his halbert into flesh, and the sound of cracking of bone came to me through the pounding of blood in my ears. I felt I could taste blood, and knew not whether it was from myself or the spray which covered the alley. In 3 quick blinks, the soldier's fate was assured. What so many men had failed to achieve against 3, I was soon to face alone against a mob of 9. The stench of gore and urine and sulphurous powder filled my nose. I knew not how much of the blood that covered me was my own, or perhaps belonging to my compatriots. I could neither think, nor speak, nor see any path beyond the one behind me. I was in a panic. So with tears stinging my clouded eyes, I turned and I fled as quickly as my uncertain legs might carry me, nearly stumbling to the ground with every step. Even now, my final vision of Sergeant Percy, whose eyes revealed a fear I could never before imagine in such a man, presses heavily on my soul. I have since learned that the ghosts of the dead care not for the excuses of cowards. As I ran, I ducked this way and that through the myriad alleys and side streets in an effort to throw off any would-be pursuers. I soon cleared the density of ramshackle houses to appear again by the quayside whence I had first arrived. In my addled state, I found myself staring upon the pool of gore where once Bennett had idled on sentry. It then reflected a new light, brighter and fiercer than that of the placid moon above. Again, I noticed the tolling bells, which had risen to a great cacophony over the distant shouting of so many men. Looking across the town, I saw in the crisp night air a black smoke rising with a harsh red glow at its heart. A fire had risen in the town's market square. Glancing all about me, and fearing pursuit by the devils, I dashed forward and took up Bennett's old firelock, flecked as ever with little pieces of rust. It was sticky with blood, but still loaded. I then rushed on towards the flames, for there was no question in my mind that the company would have been formed to combat the blaze alongside the townsmen. While I had already proven myself a coward against an insurmountable foe, I was not utterly lost to the gravity of my duty. The garrison would need to be alarmed to the greater threat, I knew, if there was to be any hope of our survival. The town had become a pandemonium by that point, with cries of "Fire! Fire!" echoing on the lips of men who ran every which way, leather buckets in hand, aiming to do their part. They paid no mind to a blood-caked, half-crazed soldier rushing about with loaded arms and calling out for his officers. Theirs, they thought, was a greater duty, to save their town. Such zealous commitment would ultimately end in their slaughter. As I rounded a corner, I saw precisely what I had expected. The fire, now a great conflagration that rained thick ash upon the streets, had started in one of the homes around the large market square and quickly spread to the other terraces alongside some of the stalls. The nearby pump was being worked continuously to fuel a bucket brigade, which had been formed by a long line of soldiers in myriad states of undress. Immediately I saw, to much horror, that only a small collection of them had their muskets slung over their backs. As I would later learn, by the time Pratt and De Rosa had arrived at the garrison, the men were already being turned out to fight the fires. Upon their explaining there had been a murder, some of the men had been ordered to take up their muskets to meet us in pursuit, but the majority of that section was soon countermanded to move for the fires instead. Thus was sent out the small, condemned contingent of men under Sergeant Percy.
At the centre of the bucket brigade, I saw Lieutenant Farwell, a good and independently minded officer directing the men's efforts. He was moving up and down the line, shouting encouragement to the men and guiding the water throwers to attack those portions of the flame where it seemed weakest. Likewise, he was attempting to coordinate the civilian men's efforts, yet many seemed oblivious to his orders as they tossed water vainly into the heat. Breaking all forms of military decorum, I rushed on to the lieutenant and grasped hard upon his arm, spinning him about to meet my mad gaze. He looked down at me in shock, his jaw agape below a face crusted over with sweat and ash. "Sir!" I struggled to claim my breath through the choking smoke. "What's the matter with you?" the lieutenant interjected. "Go and join Corporal Marshall's in running the empty buckets to the pumps. Quickly now." "Sir, you don't understand. You—" "By God, man!" The officer at last fathomed my vile state. "What's happened? Where is Sergeant Percy gone?" "Sir, Sergeant Percy is dead, sir." I gulped and blinked my stinging eyes. "Bennett is dead. He set upon us. He killed Richards. They aren't... I mean, he didn't..." I was babbling incoherently. How might I even begin to describe the terror I had witnessed? The horrors of which poor John's stories had spoken were made manifest. The dead were setting themselves upon the living whilst Stolen burned, and I could not find the words to explain myself. So it soon became the lieutenant's turn to grab hold of me. He slapped my face hard to try and restore some sense, but it was of no help. "Damn your eyes, man! Spit it out! What's happened? Where is—" He was soon interrupted by an awful scream which pierced through the din. It was born of the most wretched pain and horror, and I had heard its like before. The devils had found us.
There we have the end of it. Thank you all again so much for hanging out with me here today. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.